कौन है सर? ये कौन? ये आपको नेक्स्ट करना, इससे आगे है, आपकी स्लाइड चलेगी इससे। हाँ, पॉइंटर ये है लाल वाला, ठीक है? ठीक है, इससे चलाना आगे। ठीक है। और माइक पे आपको सर, माइक पे बोलता रिकॉर्ड होगा। हाँ। अभी ऑन। Otherwise, patient. Binoy. Please put your mobile phone on silent mode. मैं अपना तो रखूं। विशाल से बात कर। रश्मि नहीं है। Anyway, let's start now. आगे सब लोग। I think everybody has come into the room. So I welcome you all for this Geoheritage and Geoethics discussion forum on behalf of INSA, IUGS, National Committee for IUGS and क्या है? INQIA, and on behalf of the Society of Earth Sciences, Lucknow. So I am enjoying the privilege of welcoming this August gathering of earth scientists, the social scientists, the science administrators who are joining us in the celebration of the first International Geodiversity Day, which is 6th October as announced by the UNESCO, and 6th International Geoethics Day, the 14th October. This welcome note is addressed to all honorable participants present in this hall, and in particular, the chairman of the opening session and the keynote speaker, Dr. Ravichandran, two other session chairs, Dr. Shailesh Nayak, D.M. Mohabe, and reporters, Dr. Professor Santosh Kumar and Dr. Ashutosh Singh and C.M. Nautiyal. UN Convention at Earth Summit in Rio in 1992 used the term biodiversity and geodiversity. These are two terms were used for the first time. This helped to indicate that nature consists of two equal components, living and non-living, which taken together could help to promote a more meaningful approach to nature conservation than the traditional biocentric focus. The term land ethics was coined by an American ecologist, Aldo Leopold, This expresses the need to establish a relationship between the human communities and nature on a moral basis. In other words, the conservation of landforms, which we today call geoheritage conservation, as the ethical criterion on which to base this relationship. Just to tell you, especially those who are non-geologists, geologists belong to a very distinct tribe with distinct work ethics, many a times quite distinct from any other field of operation. 6 years ago, IUGS and IUGG under ISC recognized geoethics as a distinct field of operation and then accepted it on 14th October as the International Geoethics Day. The danger of complete destruction of classical geological features prompted UNESCO to declare Geodiversity Day on 6th October to inculcate the sense of responsibility to general masses towards the need of their preservation. IUGS is active in many aspects of conservation of geological heritage sites and recognizing geoheritage stones. To preserve the geoheritage site, one has to follow geoethics. Hence, we are having twin activity on the same platform. Thank you. And with this, we start our conference and meeting. I hand it over to the chairman of the session, Dr. Ravichandran, to start the program and then follow it up with his own talk after two talks.
Thank you, Professor Banerjee, and very good morning to all of you. And it is a great pleasure to be here as part of this August gathering. I think we are celebrating in twin celebration, maybe Biodiversity Day as well as the Geoethics Day, both together. I think it is basically the attitude towards the Mother Earth, what we need to do. That's what we are focusing. Of course, I will talk about little more about what are the geodiversity as well as geoethics in part of coastal aspects. But before that, I just once again, I welcome you all for this discussion. And also maybe I will, without much take time, I will invite Dr. Mukund Sarma to start his presentation or discussion. Then later on, maybe I will take up some of the points. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Dr. Ravichandranji, Shailesh Nayakji. This August gathering, this is a mix of geologists, administrators, and well-wishers of Earth. Because the common thing is that we all want to conserve our Earth in one way or the other way. As a geologist, we know that there are certain features which cannot be renewed if destroyed once. So we have a very big responsibility on our shoulders to conserve this thing. But how to conserve this? As I mentioned that we all are well-wishers of our Mother Earth and the treasure available on this earth. We are doing in our own way, everyone is doing to conserve the treasure which is bestowed with this earth, on this earth. So for quite some time, is last 10 years, people are doing it in an individual way, or some are doing in a collective way through societies. But we are unable to force something. And here we need to force something on the people and sensitize the common masses. How and why we should preserve our geo-treasure or geo-heritage. So since 2008, the Society of Earth Scientists, which is based in Lucknow, we are doing several activities and we have taken this part and we have been making noise at certain levels, at certain forums, and some of them have yielded the result. And the first result, which is being accepted by the IUGS, is that the Mawlang caves, which are situated in Meghalaya, although it was based on the study of different scientists, some Indian scientists, some overseas scientists, first paper published by Dr. Sinha, and that has led that a certain important thing is preserved there. And of late, it has been recognized and added to the geological time scale. The geological time scale is like the archaeologists use different time scale for the Paleolithic, Neolithic, or Chalcolithic, something like that. The geological time scale, an addition of any time period is a one credit and recognition to the geological fraternity. And we are very thankful to the IUGS that it has been accepted. And the work of the Indians have been accepted, and new time scale, the Meghalayan time period has been accepted and incorporated in the geological time scale. And it is a global phenomena or event which has been noted that 4,200 years ago, there was certain thing which was affected the entire humankind. So likewise, there are so many things on the earth, as we all know that the earth is 4,500 million year old. We know, and how do we know? That certain work by the scientists who have dated the rocks or something. Then there are the other phenomena also that which has shaped this present earth, which we are seeing, like the Himalayas, which are very young mountains, but there are the old mountains also, and the old successions are there. Then how come we see that different minerals, different catastrophic events like the meteoritic impact on the earth, they are preserved. And this is our duty to preserve it for the next generation or the generations to come. Then how we will do? Means individually we cannot do, we cannot force anybody to preserve that. And there are so many agencies that are involved. The central government is involved. So in certain cases, the revenue department is involved. In certain cases, the forest department is involved. So many agencies are involved, and then you have to knit in a network so that we can preserve all these things. So in a brief presentation, I will show that what we are expected, and I think by the end of this discussion, we must have something solid in the form that we can propose to the government, because the Secretary of the Ministry of Earth Sciences is sitting here, and in an individual capacity, people have met the Secretary of Mines also, under which the Geological Survey of India comes. So we are trying to impress upon them that we must have a legislation which can be directed to the states also, and then through states, the revenue and the forest departments also, and in certain cases, on the individuals also. So that will be very wonderful thing that if we come to the concessions and we evolve a certain draft note is already available with the Ministry of Mines, but it has yet to get the concurrence and the approval, and so that the legislation is formed. At least a cabinet note is prepared for that. So now I will start with the first presentation. Please, the first slide. I will be speaking on the concept of geoheritage, conservation, and the Indian scenario, because in some other talks, the people from this gathering will be talking about the international scenario. So, but I am confining myself to the Indian scenario. Next. As geoheritage and geodiversity, we all are well aware of the biodiversity, but now we are talking about the geodiversity. Geodiversity is nothing else, as Professor Banerjee has said, that it was recognized as the two things, the biotic and abiotic. So the abiotic part is the geodiversity on this earth, and the biotic part is the biodiversity. And for the biodiversity, Government of India has a legislation, the Biodiversity Board is there, and there are so many legislations are there and provisions are there that how to conserve the biodiversity, but there is nothing like how to conserve the geodiversity. So for this, we have assembled here, and how to conserve that thing. We all will be sharing our views in that context. So it encompasses non-living thing, as I mentioned, the abiotic part of nature, means any rock, fossils, soil, sediments, landforms, topography, landscape. Means so many things are there, and everything cannot be conserved. But there are certain very classical things which need to be conserved. Because if we want to say, or we teach in the students in a textbook that certain feature is there. So if we have to show that feature, then it will be wonderful that if we can show it on our land or in the nature's laboratory. So for development, people are taking or destroying those things. So we have to make a provisions that at least certain part of that natural heritage is conserved, because it is required, because development is also required. but development should not overarch on the natural heritage also. So it is, and one thing we have to keep in mind, everybody will agree that it is a non-renewable. If it is gone forever. It is destroyed, it's destroyed forever. So this is the problem that we have to overcome, or we have to preserve that particular part. May not be square kilometers. Maybe in certain parts we may have only the 100 square meter, or 50 square meter, or certain parts as an ex situ preservation. In some cases, we have to preserve the things in situ, and in certain cases, if it is unavoidable that development has to take place, or the road has to come up, or the dam has to come up, or tunnels have to come up, so we can take out that part and we can preserve this as an ex situ preservation. So we have two things, the in situ preservation and the ex situ preservation, that we'll have to see. So we all know that it is an outstanding value of universal value. It includes any area, place, mining site located inland or offshore containing distinctive examples of geological material, examples, sediments, rock, mineral, fossils, and the phenomena also. Means we say that is Himalaya is a tectonic feature. So we must show them that how this collision of the Indian plate with the Asian plate has resulted into the formation of the Himalaya. So that is a phenomena that we have to show, and for that, it is the nature's laboratory, but certain parts, means like the exotic blocks available in the Ladakh, that need to be preserved. Not the entire Himalaya, means Himalaya will be there, but certain parts are to be preserved. And then geological structures, geomorphic landform, including the caves, as the cave which we all know, the Meghalayan cave, which has been now suggested as a landmark, and as a GSSP also. So that has been preserved, and that will be preserved, I know. And the natural rock sculptures or national interest, international interest. As I earlier mentioned, that in certain cases, something is to be preserved in situ, and in some cases, it is to be preserved in ex situ. We have in India, as well as throughout the world, there are certain museums which are endowed at the very good collection of material in those museums. So museums are necessary. And in India, we do not have at present a national earth science museum. So that is a requirement that we need to preserve. For that, another body is working on that, and Prime Minister is also looking after that, and he has considered that EI should be made. The name has been given the Time Museum, the Indian Earth Museum. Where it will come in days to come or the years to come, but it has been formalized, and the blueprint is ready for that. But throughout India, there are the several geological departments. They have small or big, very good or very well maintained museums. But we have to move a movement where the geology department must be supported to conserve the things ex situ. So every time, every students or every bunch of students cannot be taken to the different spots in India, throughout India. That requires lots of money or things others. But we can show them some certain features in our museum. So museum will be an inherent part of the geology department, and it should be. There are very good museums like the Pune Museum, University Museum, or the Geological Survey of India Museum at different zones. They are very good museums, and that movement has to give an impetus for making very good museums for the in situ preservation of the geological heritage. Particularly the paleontological phenomena, we are all, or the students get sensitized very easily if you show them the very good fossils like of ammonite or the dinosaur or dinosaur eggs or the elephant tusk, or there are other types of fossils also. So that is a very helpful thing, that we must support museum movements, and museum can be made in different parts of the country, different in the museum. Professor D.C. Srivastava is here, and they have also made a very good museum in the IIT Roorkee. So that has to be given support, because that requires a certain amount of money to have a very good presentations and preservation. and that is required for the studying, protection, and development of geoheritage sites, which can be achieved through conservation, education, and geotourism. There is a new phenomena which is coming up. If we make all these things a site as a good conservation site, then if we bring the students. I was talking to Dr. Samita Razora that how she's bringing the student to the different sites. So if you bring the students, then it will be gradually develop into a geotourism spot. So tourism will also give you money, because quite often sometimes we are said that what we will attain by making a geo site. So everything is calculated in terms of the money, how much revenue we will be able to generate. So certainly, if it is developed in a good geoheritage site, then finally some of them will give you a good revenue also, and can be developed as a geotourism spot. We can see easily the Bheda Ghat in Jabalpur. So lots of people throng there. Why? Because very good geological, geomorphological features are there. So people go there. So there are certain similar sites in every state also there. And here comes, I would like to bring in your notice that the International Chronostatographic chart. And this chart is every year revised and formulated and presented in every IGS. So last time it was decided to release this particular chart in 2020, but IGC could not take place. But why I am showing you, this is the recent chart. And if you see, there are several spikes are here on everywhere in this. So there is only one spike which is there, which is in India. This is the Meghalayan site. So our studies always bring, if it is of international standard, then they are put a spike here. So that is known as a golden spike, the yellow color spike which we are seeing. And Precambrian is almost barren. You can see there is only one spike in the form of Ediacara. So our studies are there, and if any important thing is there, so we can put, means we can ask the IUGS, because it is the duty of the IUGS to bring the spike on this particular time scale, and that gives a very good credence and name to the country. So in this case, we have only one here in the Meghalayan, which is a very recent one, which has been incorporated in the geological time scale. So what to conserve and what to preserve? This is the big question before us. And quite often we hear the people talk about geopark, geosites. GSSP is a global section and standard points, section and stratotypes points, geoheritage, geodiversity, and then the national geological monuments. So all these things are there, and people quite often use them as an interchangeably, but they are distinct. Some are of national importance, that can be seen as a national geological monument, which may not be of very importance to other countries, but it is important for our country. And then the geodiversity, as I mentioned, that everything which is abiotic present on the earth, but something very important will be considered on the geodiversity. Then comes the geoheritage and the geosites and geopark. Geopark is a very new thing, but almost all the countries in the world have the geoparks. Here we are lacking. In the next few slides, I will show you that how the other countries are having lots of geoparks, but in India we do not have geoparks per se. What we have, some individual efforts, some agencies effort, it is there. So first, in the first step, what I think is that we must recognize certain sites as geoparks and develop them as a geotourism also. And then more studies will help us in recognizing the geodiversity spots as well as in creation of the national geo. Okay. Here you see, as I mentioned, that in the golden spikes, we are not having many things. And here again, what is happening is that India is almost barren of global net park or geoparks. So International Union of Conservation of Nature, what does it say? In 2015, the International Union for Conservation of Nature adopted a resolution that affirmed geodiversity, geoheritage as an integral part of the natural diversity and natural heritage. So these are some of the things which are already available there. So if we have to develop a geodiversity spots, so we have to designate an area first as a geopark incorporates not only geodiversity, a geoheritage site, but also cultural, historical, and biodiversity aspects. It needs to be administered with a specific management plan involving the local community, because without local community we cannot be successful in preserving the sites. And as I mentioned that at present we do not have any specific management plan for conservation. Okay, just a minute, I finish. So what is the status? You see, the European Geopark Network came into existence in 2000. The Global Geopark Network, that was on China and European consortium, that came into the 2004. Asia Pacific Geopark Network came 2007. African Geopark Network came into 2009. These all are the new things. And IUGS International Commission on Geoheritage that came into 2016. And Latin American and Caribbean countries Geopark Network came in 2017. And if you see, India does not figure here. So we must do something for that. And how many geoparks are there? So it is listed there. Okay, sure, sir. So state level, there are certain parks, and now we must have something as the national level also.
Maybe you can highlight your views
Yeah,
or final remarks.
Okay. So these are the things in India which can be, which should be, and which are to be preserved. Yes, this is the main slide, and this which I want to talk, that who is responsible to conserve and preserve the geoheritage, or who should be responsible. So should it be the Ministry of Mines through GSI, or through Ministry of Earth Science, Government of India, INTAC? If you see that the INTAC is doing a lot of work, and they have taken this particular part from the geological community also. And then there comes the revenue departments, mines owners. In certain cases, we have seen that the mines owners have done something good for this conservation. Forest department, tourism departments, corporate houses. This is my personal experience. If you sensitize them, then they are ready to help you provide money and conserving the certain things. Then the universities, institutional museums, and societies and individuals. Societies like the Society of Earth Scientists and other societies are also doing their work. But that is not enough, and that is not possible to provide a very legal framework for that. And individuals like Dr. Shanti Papu is sitting here, or the Vishal Verma is sitting there. They have doing a lot of things in their individual capacities, but that will not be able to provide a firm ground for the conservation of geoheritage. So we need, and which body should be involved? The Ministry of Mines. So we have been contacting the government for that, to prepare a good conservation note or the cabinet note, and then finally the legislation. Because here I would like to say something, that GSI is no doubt, it is a mother organization for all geological activities in the country. But now in the recent years, what we are seeing, that the head of the organization is for very short durations, and that interest does not perpetuate for a long time. So that is why what is happening is the role which is destined for the Geological Survey of India is not passing through the next generation or the next generation of officers. That is a very big shortcoming here. And if Ministry of Earth Science can take up this thing, then I think they can create a cell there in their ministry, which can entirely look after and prepare the things, and then it finally passed on to the state governments also. This is the request, and I think. Then comes GSI charter. We know this is the charter. At present, the charter is with the GSI. Okay. The time is not permitting us, so I'm seeing yes.
Yeah. I think
Okay.
we will have much discussion rather than information sharing.
So just I am showing that what are the spots here for which need to be conserved. This is the map for the National Geological monuments that can be developed. This is the peninsular gneiss. I mean, you see the spots are there. The GSI has recognized, but it's not forming. preserved as a heritage of geotourism sites.
Okay, you keep
Yeah.
the slides so
Okay.
that people will look at later.
Okay,
So
sure.
you keep it.
Sure,
Thank you.
sure.
Thank you very much.
Last slide, I think I will.
Maybe one slide you can show the last one.
No,
You have any-
I'm coming to that.
All right.
So
10 minutes, yes.
time permits, then yes. Once again, I think someday more golden spikes will be there from India. This is the international status. Yeah, how they have displayed the things in international community. You see. Yeah. And there, even at the local levels, you see, just district level, they have shown the things. Challenges are these things. Let us realize that we are laggard in this affair. Countries endowed with all variety of spots to be conserved and developed as geoheritage and geoparks. First step is to document all spots having importance for the geoheritage, geopark, geotourism, and geodiversity. Thank you, I think.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. I think we'll note down this, then we can have, if time permits at the end, we can have a discussion.
Yeah.
Should have completed.
May I intervene, sir? The chairman, may I intervene? Just please follow the time frame. Please don't overshoot and not allow the chairman to interrupt you repeatedly.
Okay, thank you. So my next I request Dr. Surya Prakash.
Thank you, Chair. With due regards to esteemed chairs, distinguished experts, delegates, and participants of today's program, I'm very happy that INSA has thought about having this twin program on geoheritage and geoethics, because this has been a long desire from our geologist community to have these on our agenda. I will just focus on geoethics. This has been the prime agenda internationally since the year 2012. In the background, let me briefly cite that there had been a case after the L'Aquila earthquake on 6th April 2009 in Italy. And thereafter, our geoscientists, they were sued in the court for a massacre because one of the technician in a nuclear physics laboratory said that there is a likelihood of an earthquake due to higher rise in radon emission from the wells. And somehow the national nodal agency, which was National Institute of Geophysics and Volcanology, did not endorse it because there were the other parameter was not supporting it. And at that time, actually the earthquake happened. That was a Monday morning around 3:30 a.m. in Italy, and around 300 people, they got killed. So these geoscientists were actually sued in the court for not being able to discharge their duties properly, along with one of the major agencies in Italy, which is Department of Civil Protection. Their deputy head was also sued. So 7 persons, they were jailed after that case. And that time it was realized that there is a need to establish these standards in discharge of our social responsibilities, in particularly in the areas of disaster management. And thereafter, in the International Geological Congress in 2012 at Brisbane in Australia, this society was formed at the international level called as International Association for Promoting Geoethics. Thereafter, we have been following. This year's, it is the 6th year that we are observing this International Geoethics Day. It is normally observed during International Earth Science Week from 9th to 15th of October. This year we are observing it on 13th. And the main goal is sustainability. In disaster management, there are two major important aims. One is resilience, other is sustainability for DRR and R. I'll just briefly highlight. Often I'm coming across the question between moral and ethics. Let me tell you, the morals are personal traits, norms, whereas ethics are our social norms, which need to be practiced and established so that we can deliver our responsibilities more credibly. So there have been some questions about the integrity, characters, confidence, credibilities about the geoscientists amongst the society. So these terms are often used alternatively, as we were talking about in terms of geoheritage, geoparks, or geoconservation and other terms. Now, basically how this term has been defined, way back in 2012, actually number of publications that come up. Now it's a huge amount of publication, but that dealt with actually both research, academic, and reflections of values that underpin the behavior and practices which human activities interact with the earth system. So here again, the earth system and role of geoscientists with the society has been highlighted, and it deals with ethical, social, and cultural implications. I am very sorry to state that in geology, we don't have any subject called social geology, where we can look into the social, psychological, philosophical, or economical perspective. Although in economic geology, we do take care of that. But in terms of our social responsibilities, the social needs, they are not well addressed. So we need to take care of geoscience education, knowledge, research, practices, and communication. Communication is another very important tool. You may be very good in having a good knowledge, but may not be a good communicator. So it's very important to have this in our subject of geology, sociology, philosophy, and economy. That is my. So practical objectives of the geoethics, as I highlighted, it has happened in the mineral sector, it has happened in the disaster management in various areas, including both the earthquakes, landslides, as well as the floods, etc., to provide solutions compatible with respect to right balances existing in the nature. We are able to highlight the outcomes in a positive way, no doubt, but we are not highlighting the uncertainty and the errors that are introduced in our calculations and estimations. That must also be equally highlighted. So that is one of the areas. Other is tools, procedures, protocols. We are nowadays going into digital worlds. Most of the people are not knowing what is the background of those softwares which they are utilizing, and without knowing them, they are putting the data and getting the outcomes and giving the results to the public, which may not be fair enough. So we must be very clear about that, what you are doing, and codes of conduct for our practice, both for sample collections from the field, for testing, and for their interpretation, etc. Then in the theoretical world, we have to actually frame. In India, still we have to build, but at the global level, a national policy on international policy on geoethics has been prepared, and the other guidelines are also underway, and number of such interactions are going on. And to give value to geosciences in a culture and science, our society will also value geoscience, and we have to educate more our society about what this geosciences does for them. So we stand on three pillars for this purpose. One is responsibility of the geoscientist towards our society. Second, the geological culture. How should we actually get good credits and confidence of the society by way of our good works, credible works? The third is ethical criterion. We need to establish them. There had been certain instances, you remember, there is lot of analysis given for climate change. And the basic principles of climate change are not being followed in that. And that's actually creating our misimpression and sometimes confusion and conflict. So that need to be avoided. I just cited one of the examples. Then facets of geoethics include amongst yourself the geoethical character and thinking, that we need to monitor and regulate our behaviors, not out of emotions and expectations, but we actually need to do. Then critical thinking and personal values. Second, geoscience profession should establish ethical standards, expectations from the geoscientists to contribute responsibly to the communities. So community-based geological developments are also one of the requirements of the day. Then the third is geoethics and the society. We can take up a subject on social geology, I would suggest, effectively and responsibility to communicate the results of geoscience to the society and other stakeholders, including health, safety, and economic security of the humanity. The last is geoethics and the earth, which is actually converting this geoheritage, geoparks, and conservations, not only the sample structures, sections, or the landforms, but even the products which are generated by different kind of disasters, they are also being preserved as geoheritage. Number of countries they have done it. Okay, sir. Just this is what has been done, and I'll just sustainability 17 goals we are following. Since time is short, and these are 10 C's which I had suggested as one of the initial recommendations which can be followed to establish these ethical standards. And these are the promises that we can make on this day, that I will practice geoscience with fully aware of societal implications, and I will do my best for the protection of earth system sciences for the benefit of humankind. I understand my responsibilities towards society, future generations, and earth for sustainable development. I'll put the interest of the society foremost in my work. I'll never misuse my geoscience knowledge, resisting constraints or coercion. I will always be ready to provide my professional assistance when needed, and will be impartial in making my expertise available to decision maker. I'll continue lifelong development of my geoscientific knowledge. I will always maintain intellectual honesty in my work, being aware of the limits and of competencies and the skills. I will act to foster progress in geoscience, sharing of geoscientific knowledge, and dissemination of the geoethical approach. I will always be fully respectful of earth processes in my works as a geoscientist, I promise. So this is, I think I will end over here, realizing the fact that we are short of time. Thank you very much to the chairs and the patient listening by all the delegates and the participants.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think you are very much on time. Maybe quickly one or two pressing questions or discussion I can allow at this point of time. If anybody in geoethics.
This is the first time that this kind of program being organized by INSA. Last 6 years we have been observing among the volunteers of geoethics.
Dr.
Yeah, quickly.
Hello, Dr. Shiv Prakash. Since the NITM is the nodal agency of MHA to build the disaster risk management of the country, do you have any SOP of the issuance of the disasters related information that should be authentic, not should create a suspicion among the people? Because you are dealing NITM mandate is that. So do you have developed that to guide the other institutions?
Thank you, Dr. Om Prakash. Actually, the Ministry of Home Affairs has issued standard operational procedures for issuing early warning and communication. And there are specific nodal agencies, as you know, being the director from NCS. NCS is nodal agency for the seismological related forecast early warning systems. Similarly, there are other agencies like IMD, and this is all well established, communicated, and put up in our national disaster management plan, which has been revised in 2019 and available at our website at dma.gov.in.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I think we will have later some more discussion, time permits. Maybe now next I will present myself. Can you project the slides? Yeah, just before starting that, I thought Professor Paneji has invited me to talk about that also lead talk. I am very much a beginner in this topic, but he provoked me to read something on geoheritage and geoethics. So that is the important things. Of course, some of my colleagues and Dr. Rahul and Ramanamurthy and Dr. Satish, they helped me some of the slides, so which I can develop some of the presentations. But mainly, what I like to present is what are the importance of course, geoheritage and geoethics. You already both the presentations covered, and then I will just highlight in coastal geoheritage, maybe coastal, what are the important things are available, and what are the efforts in coastal engineering in terms of protecting our geoheritage and type of things. What are the efforts are made? Some what is called one or two highlights I will present here. So of course, everybody knows that the preamble of these things under UNESCO, it is an attempt to establish the environmental education and its framework in various ways. Under that, the charter of Belgrade has brought out, there are three important things. One is human attitude, how human attitude towards the Mother Earth. And the second thing is about how the systematic content and environmental challenges we have to be strategy, how our strategy should be. And the last one is about how do we have a balance between the environment and the human activities. So these are the main important of this Belgrade Charter, which has been put forward for the UNESCO. And when we talk about slide is not moving. Okay. So when I talk about the geodiversity, natural diversity, of course, already earlier speaker also mentioned about geodiversity and biodiversity. People talk about many times biodiversity, maybe it is feeding living organisms, and not much talk about the geodiversity. But I personally feel that even geodiversity, some of the components, though we are talking about non-living, but some of the things are living in geology also. Maybe you take a glaciers or rivers. I don't know whether it is a non-living, whether we can consider as a non-living or living. I personally feel that time is, it depends on the time. What time you are looking at it, accordingly, you see that living or non-living. Of course, when you're talking about geodiversity, there are scientific, academic, and educational things. In that, there are both in situ as well as ex situ systems are available. And then the geoheritage is combination of these two. And so that these things we need to conserve, so that geoconservation is a part of both geodiversity in terms of both the scientific and educational aspect as well as the other aspects of the diversity. Slides are okay. When you are talking about, of course, the geodiversity already talked about, so that the diversity of the Earth system is basically geological, geomorphological, and soil and hydrological features, and also it having many assemblages and structures and various morphological systems and contribution to various land masses. So all landscapes. So all these things are part of a diversity, geodiversity, which we need to preserve for the future generation. When you talk about the geoheritage, of course, it is basically, as the definition says, that sites are areas of geological features with the scientific, educational, and cultural values for the preservation of the future generations. And it also highlights diversity of our planet, our Mother Earth. What are the different diversity exist, both biotic and abiotic factors. And here mainly bother about abiotic factors which document the historical evolution of the Earth. Of course, geoheritage sites are important for not only for the future generation to know the educational value, but also for the geoscience professionals and what are the process, how the process are happening, and also to dig the past history from how the past history evolution has happened in our Mother Earth, and also some of the importance of the geology for the societal interest also has been inbuilt. And when you talk about, of course, very nicely talked about geoethics in various forms. Of course, it is a combination of the geoscientists and little bit of philosophy and economic values with the sociology. So all the four combination put together, this ethics will be built, the geoethics, so which we need to adhere to. Basically, it is a responsibility towards the Mother Earth and future generation. So geoconservation, which we are talking about, and that is basically how our attitude towards the Mother Earth, whether we need to, how do we preserve, or suppose in our house, how we preserve various things. So like that in our Mother Earth, how much importance we are giving to preserve the various landforms and cultural and various features. I think some problems are there. Okay. So of course, there are many things talked about geoethics. So because of that, I will skip some of the things. Maybe I have to go somewhere. It's not moving. Okay. Okay. So when you are talking about the geoconservation, there are some 7-8 elements which we need to what is called worry about, or we need to be adhered to. Of course, the cultural and science literacy, and unsustaining mining. Of course, mining is important, but we need to have a unsustainable, whatever mining, whatever is happening, we should have some of the things which we need to protect. Though the urban development which is needed, but the rapid expansion and other things, it is spoiling most of the geo things, conservations. And of course, the deficiency of statutory protection. We don't have a proper law and order, so that some of the geological sites are very fragile and frequently inconsequent, and it is damaged. And of course, inefficient administration, there is no proper administration is in place. So for that, without not only administration, we don't have a proper trained person to have a staff or something to conserve our geo things, proper funding mechanisms. And also there are some of the important materials, of course, geological specimens, fossils, minerals, and other things have been taken away in different places and smuggling, and it is having some values on that. So because of that, bad treatment to that. And of course, the last one is unsustainable tourism and also lesser activities. Of course, these are all very important in order to conserve our geo. Of course, there are various networks, clusters are inbuilt. If you talk about the geo conservation, the highest actors are the geo heritage. Of course, it's followed by geosite and tourism, and various parks and other things are inbuilt in the geo conservation if you are map it. Of course, coming back to Indian geo heritage, of course, there are both terrestrial as well as ocean. There are many heritages are there, geo heritage, but I will mainly concentrate on basically in the coastal area. What are the importance of the coastal? Why we need to worry about the coastal? Since India is having more than 7,500 kilometer coastline, of course, this is a most complex environment of the Earth's surface. Once you know that coastal dynamics, and if that means you know the atmosphere very well, you know the ocean very well, and also you know the solid earth is very well. So that is why coast is very important. It is basically the complex interaction between atmosphere, ocean, and the Mother Earth. So that is why the coast structure is very important, which we need to preserve. And the results of this diversity is very greatest in the coastal regions, and hence the coastal geoheritage is much more important than many other terrestrial and other things. So when you talk about Indian geoheritage in the coastal areas, of course, the various locations starts from Sundarban to Gujarat, Rana of Kutch. There are various geoheritage are in place, which we need to preserve and understand the process, and also we need to keep it for the future generation for education as well as cultural requirements. So just briefly, I will touch on each one of the. Sorry. Okay. Yeah, just okay. So the first one, of course, I was talking about the Sundarban National Park. Of course, you all know that this is the largest mangrove delta ecosystem in the world. But many people know about the ecosystem, but many doesn't know about the geological signature of this delta, how the geomorphology in this delta, it is many people doesn't know. This is the best place where the biodiversity and geodiversity put together in one place, and we need to conserve. And of course, it is a national park and tiger reserve and biosphere reserve. Though it is only 30%, which is a part of India, but still it is a pride of India. And the second in topmost in the coastal things I talk about is the Visakhapatnam. It is a cliffs and red sand skills, and many such regions have been, of course, designated as a UNESCO Global Geosparks around the globe. But of course, this is most comparable, or many comparable to many other international sites, but it has not been very popular, or it has not been protected well as in the other countries, various places by UNESCO's and other things. And if you come down and if you can go to Andaman, so it is, you all know that there are active volcano. It is the only active volcano, and also mud volcano and limestone cave of in Andaman. So this need to be preserved, and it has to be, this is an important geoheritage significance, and it should be developed as a global geopark. And also the coast of Rameshwaram Island. Of course, you can see that in this island, of course, we can talk about Ram Setu and many other things. And the rocks and the other things are very distinct. Even some of the rocks, I see that it can be floating type of rocks of things. So which need to be preserved, and widely we have to recognize the importance of these features and landforms. And if we go back in the west coast, of course, St. Mary's Island in Karnataka and Lakshadweep Island. So if you talk about St. Mary's Island, of course, it is a group of island. It is just parallel to the coastline. It is a unique features, and it is entirely of flat lying and undeformed volcanic rocks with spectacularly developed columnar joints. So that is only very nice, interesting place in the Karnataka. And if you all know that in the Lakshadweep Island also, it is a coral islands of many, maybe 2 to 3 dozens islands of coral, and this need to be concerned to preserve. And if you go to Goa, of course, Goa is about more than hundreds of islands of different sizes and geomorphic features, and a large number of them are very tiny, which need to have a what is called place put in a record, and we have to save this such a geoheritage in Goa. And if we go to the north, in the west coast, if folks geoheritage sites in Gujarat, of course, there are many things are there in Gujarat, coastal stabilized and sand dunes. In sand dunes are there, and there is a salt pan, and there are mushroom-shaped sediment remnants are there in the Kutch, Run of Kutch, and there are various features are embedded in this Gujarat places which need much attention by the government. And coming back to the last one, I come back to Uruvakal cliff, and of course it is a geological heritage. This is the only cliff geoheritage site recognized as a national geological monument, and this is completely, it is a degrading both the internal forces as well as external forces, which we need to look at it in carefully. So this I would like to have some case studies has been done by the Ministry of Earth Sciences. So I just want to highlight. Of course, this clip basically it starts from thick vegetation to sea, and it is having a lot of sandstone in the different layers, and also carbonate clay as well as beach sand. Then finally the sea coast. And it is a unique place in the Indian geology and geomorphology, and it is also spread about 6 kilometers, and this 24-meter tall cliff consists of 3 hatches of various structures, and has been declared as the National Geoheritage Site. But unfortunately, it is degrading much faster than what is expected. Next. Maybe battery is weak. Okay. So presently the situation is, of course, the right-hand side, just I want to highlight what are the changes is happening. There are 3 things. One is the environmental aspect and economic aspect, and of course the sociological aspect. The red triangle is basically the earlier stages, and now how it is degraded in terms of environmental, it is shown about only 75% already degraded in this basically this Uruvakal coast. So what is happening actually? If you see that basically it is both natural phenomena like a seepage and wave actions, and also with anthropogenic like road building, and there are various artificial structure. It is creating effect of loss of the cliff, and that is the main damage to this erosion. And also the shoreline change is happening in most of the places. More than 69% of the shoreline already damaged, and it is only 31% are, of course, stable, and remaining places is undergoing major changes. And if you talk about the many of the tourist part, if you see that, maybe And if you see that most of the things, how it has changed over the period. Next slide, maybe somebody can operate. Yeah, some of the, go to next one. Yeah. Of course, the shoreline, there are many, in this 6-kilometer stretch, there are about 5 water seepage spots is there, and there are 2 staircase spots are observed, and all these things are complicating this Varkala cliff regions. And if you see that these are some of the artificial staircase by private resort has been done in that location, and also there are water seepage in the in this particular stretch. Of course, the cliff fracture also in many places, you can see that, notice that cliff fracture is happening. It is a views from basically from the above and below. And then the wave breaking zone as well as the bathymetry, and it is also changing this coast. And it is what is proposed based on this particular structure. I think Ministry of Earth Sciences along with National Center for Coastal Research has brought out with various design in the offshore, so that we can have some sort of a proposed offshore structure which we can stable this particular place. So for that they have made, there are 3 protection measures they have planned, and of course the offshore breakwater and tow protection and cliff protections. It is in the offshore region so that they can protect very well in this particular cliff. Of course, coming back to geoethics, it is still emerging, relatively complex and little known field of geosciences. And it is a major challenge to demonstrate geoethical values involved in the adequate management of in situ occurrences and ex situ elements in order to ensure their sustainability in the long term. Of course, the coastal regions have very complex interaction between the environmental, social, and economical aspect in a dynamic system. And geoethical issues related to the coastal system need to be developed, and geoscientists working in this domain need to be sensitized and educated for their responsibility towards the communities. So how does this geoethics help? Of course, we need to recognize and support designation and encourage collaboration and partnership, and also recognizing the diversity of geoheritage along the coast in India. And lastly, the Indian coast offers several spots of geological significance and need to be developed as geotourism sites to protect them and for the economic growth of the regions. Maybe it can be as a part of blue economy policy. And second one is through the balanced blend of science, culture, and education and tourism, geopark networks across the world are successfully improving the socioeconomic condition of the communities, thereby contributing to the sustainable development of the region. And lastly, India, with numerous geologically significant sites, needs to gain insight from across the world and take leap of faith to build its global geopark. So these are my concluding remarks. Thank you very much. Maybe because of the want of time, maybe I'll, yeah, please.
I mean, it just seems a little opposed, the fact that what you have highlighted and what you are proposing. And, I kind of contest the UNESCO geopark concept. I think it doesn't apply for India, especially when you showed Varkala and you're talking about geotourism. I mean, we are going to bring in the same kind of issues that you pointed out. So can we leave tourism out of geoheritage and work towards it as a conservation, because conservation and tourism are not, especially in a country where we have a VIP culture, it's not going to work.
So that's what I was mentioning about 3 things: social, environmental, and economics has to play all 3 together. Otherwise, it will not develop anything. We are only bothered about economics, it will not work. If you are only bothered about heritage and other things. So I think all the environmental and economical and social, all 3 elements has to work together. Otherwise, it is long run, it will be not able to sustainable things, we cannot make it. That is my understanding or my views. Maybe I may be wrong. Yes.
Survey. And she may be pointing at the mass tourism that the tourism department does. So when it comes to ecotourism and the geotourism that we think of, that is envisaged in the geopark concept, That is very much doable, but the thing is, you have to have the carrying capacity into place. You've got to work with the local communities. So it's a very, very hard
By
work
definition
that we
itself,
do.
UNESCO,
So-
it is different. That's why she is mentioned.
And most of our wildlife areas are saved, or you can say are a reason we celebrate them because of the tourists that come in and they change the economy of that area.
Yeah, but
And-
there's a lot of problem in our reserve parks, and we know what we are doing to them, especially if you have a mandir inside. You know what happens when melas happen. You know, the animals choke to death. I've just visited Valmiki Reserve Forest and I know what's happening inside. So, you know, to say that if that works and geoheritage where people don't even know what it is, it
No,
might be a problem.
you have a point there, but then these are tools. Ecotourism, geotourism, they can be tools to save the heritage there. Because then when people, so many eyes come into that place, there's social media around. So it becomes a little difficult to vandalize and remove things from there then. So I think a little positivity, it takes a lot of
So
energy.
there are other solutions. I'm just asking you for other. I'm not saying that don't commercialize it, but there are other methods of commercializing, not tourism. That's my point. I mean, I'll come to it. I'll talk
Okay.
about it.
Okay. Okay, we can have, yeah. I think,
Just talking about the Indian context, very limited point. Yeah, so I am just saying that where it will work,
I would be leaving.
we will not be
I feel
able.
that you touched the coastal, we have a specialist. in
There are other
coastal
solutions,
area.
like I
Okay.
said. Tourism may
You-
not be
yeah,
the
you will
solution.
keep
We have
it.
other markets which are larger
Thank you,
and we
thank
can access that as well, which we are
Yeah.
not looking at. So maybe we can do that. Common people don't understand geoheritage. There is a difference. This is a niche market. This is a
so that is what that tourism is a vehicle to take geoheritage.
how
That is also,
where somebody doesn't even have recall of his own lifetime. He talks about floods and
okay.
Yes, please. The way to go forward is to do all together. Tell people that this is a geoheritage site, why it's important, promote geotourism, and also do conservation.
Yeah.
That's my opinion.
Yes.
Yes.
Sustain. Okay, we will have a discussion later.
yeah, we can have a discussion.
Yes,
My
yes.
final point is, I don't think we should be ashamed of being niche. I mean, if we are niche, we are niche. I mean, what's the harm in it? If we are different, we're different. I mean, why do we have everybody got to know this? Everybody has to know this. Everybody has to appreciate. I will come. I have a small talk. I do have some ideas. Maybe I'll share it with you. Maybe we can talk about lunch.
Okay. Okay. So, yeah.
Yeah, you want to know? I can tell you 255 million industry is which one? Only 7 and 8 billion USD. 7-8 billion USD is tourism in India. I'm just talking about Indian perspective. 255 billion industry is education, right? So look at the market. We have a huge market. We need to work. There is a method. And I can tell you the method also. What we need to do. We have, for example, in Iceland, because I work on the Arctic and sir is going to visit the Iceland tonight. So there are things like, and I'm sure you are also aware, what they call it the open museum, right? So instead of open museum, we can have open textbooks, which can be part of NCRT or NUPA or any other curriculum. This is just, we have to think because it doesn't work. We have a country-based solution here. We have to have something that works for our country, right? So if we can access this market with edutech part of it, so you build infrastructure not for tourism, but with edutech, and then reach out to all the children that you have. Do you know the market? $255 billion. I mean, why can't we access that
No,
market?
the education and tourism, why don't we club together? That's the thing. So why it is, you don't compartmentalize tourism means different, education is different. But it is actually together we have to attack.
Yes.
That's the main thing.
But the inequality in India, you cannot distinguish between which tourist is what. With your education, at least you have a certain level playing field. That's all.
Anyhow, we will have a discussion because of want of time. Yeah, yeah.
No, not only legal production,
You see, the initial proposal is to have a good management committee who will oversee and regulate whatever you are saying. It's well taken. Increased footfall is going to damage. It is contradictory to the conservation aspects. But then we need to have a very well established, very well managed local management system. That is where we are actually failing, and that is how we are not able to get into that legislation also. Who will do it? You see, tourism department, they are raising their hands, they cannot do it. Archaeological Survey of India, they are also raising their hands because they have only put up a poster that it is a protected site. But who is actually doing it? See, states are the landowners. So state governments, wherever they have come forward, they are very, very successful. Madam Rajora is there. I mean, she'll speak. Wherever state governments are taking interest, wherever forest department they are taking interest, they are very. But
okay.
then these things are not commercially managed.
We go on discuss because still there are many presentations. Let them views. We hear from many other views.
That can be combined. Your point can be combined in this.
Yeah, it can go simultaneously with.
Yeah, maybe Dr. Satish.
Thank you, Chairman, sir. A very nice discussion on geoparks and geoheritage conservation. I will be just presenting what is actually being done on ground and what is the contribution of Society of Earth Scientists in bringing out impact on the society and the policy makers. So please start. So everybody knows that we have a large geological diversity in India from north to south, east to west. I will not go much into the details. All sorts of rocks from oldest to youngest we are having in India. Now there are already 32 sites have been declared by Geological Survey of India, and they are being classified under fossil parks, mining metallurgical rich sites, sites of surface geological features, panoramic sites, sites of geological significance to geoscientists. Most of the sites are in India up till now were in interior areas. So they were somehow or other, they were being saved. But because of now large developmental activities, a lot of sites already destroyed and are in process of destruction. So that is the concern of geoscientist community as a whole, and also to the society that see here, if some cultural site is destroyed to a larger extent, we can recreate it. But if a geoheritage site is destroyed, we cannot recreate. That is the problem with the geoheritage site. So we have to develop the site on site only. We cannot destroy or destruct or deviate from the natural system. I will be just presenting what is actually being done on ground. And you see, Dr. Mohabe is sitting here. He is discoverer and architect of this Rayoli Dinosaur Park, very well developed and recently refurbished. And inauguration was made by Honorable Chief Minister of Gujarat. So a very good park has been developed. Now this is the Bagh Dinosaur Fossil Park. Dr. Rajora is there and she will be presenting, so I will not go much into the details. But it is a wonderful site, and we have every element of being having a first geopark in this region, and we are very hopeful. Now this is the Mandu Museum, that is adventure park and museum. Very good facilities have been developed. Recently I visited this area. Now this is the Shivalik Fossil Park and Museum developed by Geological Survey of India during Dr. Vadhavan's time. It was refurbished and renovated. Now this is the Malmu cave of Meghalaya, which has been recognized recently by IUGS. Now this is the National Fossil Wood Park being developed by Geological Survey of India. At least very good footfall is there and very nicely maintained by Geological Survey. Now this is the new things coming up. I'm sorry that Dr. Venkata Priya, district collector, she was expected to come here, but due to some local problems, she could not make it. Within 2 years, she has developed this region, Perambalur district and Ariyalur district. State government is taking lot of interest, lot of money is being given, and they have erected a first Ammonite Center. This is a very good, with all, you can see a lot of ammonite fossils and related fossils are there. So, but these things are being developed locally. Many across the country we don't know. That is what I am highlighting here, that lot of work being done in individual basis, individual areas, and lot of agencies are involved in developing these sections, protecting these sections. Now this is a Mandu Fossil Park in Jharkhand. Birbal Sahni Institute is supporting this site in developing scientific material. You can see a interpretation center, main entrance, and these are the in situ fossil wood, which are mostly very rare in India. Whatever we see in fossil wood, they are mostly drifted fossil woods. Now this is the another park, marine fossil park in Chhattisgarh, and that is Gugua. What I was in the morning discussing with Dr. Rajaura, that things are ready. We have to just polish them and bring them into national level. That is the urgent need, because we have done everything, but we are not able to extract and attract the tourists. Now this is another, and here also again UP Forest Department has protected these stromatolites. Dr. Mukund Sharma is here. He has done a lot of work in this area and instrumental in protecting this area with the help of Forest Department. Now this is the another very important site, that is the oldest metallurgical site and remains of Jawar, that 2500 years back we were smelting zinc and lead, and we were sending it, exporting it to Europe for industrial development. So our contribution to Europe's industrial development is from Jawar, Rajasthan, and very good sections. And Dr. Ranawat, he could not make because he is ill, but he has done a lot of work, and we are trying that these sections and these furnaces, old 2500 years old furnaces being conserved. Now this is Aramittu W. This is Red Sand Hills. District department, district authorities have done and protected this region. Now this is another section in Kurnool, that is the Uruvakal Rock Garden developed by the AP State Tourism. Very good park. I have visited that area when I was posted in Hyderabad. But nothing, see, it is a rock garden, but nothing about the rock. So that is a pathetic state, and I feel that that is the drawback from geoscientist community, that we are not able to communicate to state government, state authorities, or developmental agencies that what is the importance of these sites, and why along with this very good conservation, why we can develop, why we can't develop it as a knowledge destination. Because wherever we put geology into the tourism, that converted into knowledge tourism, and that is adding to our wealth. That is the beauty of the geological heritage. Now this is the Bora Caves, Vishakhapatnam. You can see they have written, just because everywhere Google is available. So just they go through to Google, and this is 150 million years old. Cave is not 150 million years. Rocks are 150 million years old. But just they go take material from the Google, and just they print and misinformation being given. And you can see this is the Bellum Caves. Everything is there, but no scientific information is imparted. Even some wrong informations being posted there, like if looking like a bed, they have written like this. So that is the problem, that geoscientific community is unable to communicate with the policymakers and developers. That is our I feel our drawback, not the drawback of policymakers or developing agencies. Now this is the Ramgarh crater. We earlier wrote to State Department, Chief Secretary, and then now they are developing this Ramgarh crater into a geoheritage site. A lot of money has been allocated for this job. Now this is here, this is a Lonar crater. It was also in the Shambal state. Now local people have approached the High Court. Now it is being developed under the supervision of Honorable High Court of Nagpur. So situation is such grim. And another example, there is a society to save rocks in the Hyderabad. So they have approached the Hyderabad High Court, and the case is there. And Hyderabad High Court is monitoring the conservation of some granitic terrain of Hyderabad. So such is the situation that we have to bring High Court into the picture. That is a pathetic situation in our country. Now you see, these are, earlier what I showed either is a geomorphic feature or is a paleontological fossil feature. What will happen to our geological features? Which are very important. Now you see, you just compare the situation. Now I will just see, we as society has organized in 2019 geoheritage walk. Just I will quickly send these geoheritage walk we organized in 6 cities. Now we organized in this same hall in 2019, we organized a meeting and we passed a draft legislation, and we have submitted to PMO, and lot of deliberations have been done. And I think it still it is pending with the ministry. Now we have to popularize geoheritage, we have done a lot of publications. Our group is working. We have started this cartoon series also. The calendar we have published. We are bringing out a book also. Now this is the another magazine, special issue being released in this program. Now this is already everybody knows about it, so I will not go into detail. I am going to present this site in Spain. Just 2 minutes, sir. Just so much work being done on the ground. Where is the problem? Where is the problem? No legislative coverage to our geoheritage site. No central idea or thought. Everybody is doing, but there is no central idea or thought to develop geoheritage site. No central organization we proposed in our legislation. National Geoheritage Authority being formulated. State government, GSI doing good conservation, lack of mutual cooperation and understanding. And the main thing is that we don't understand the criteria for UNESCO. That is very important. If we are starting the conservation, we must know these things. Now I will not go much into the details because see, just last slide.
You can bring out in the evening.
Yeah. Just last slide, a private website. They are showing lot of geotourism, and that is their focus. So I was just astonished to see we can do also these things. And thank you very much, sir, for giving extra time.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think we will keep it some of the questions and discussion in the evening session, 4 to 5:30. I think next I request Rajora to make a presentation.
Respected Ravi Chandran sir, Banerjee sir, Mohabe sir, Satish Tripathi sir, and this August gathering. First of all, I would like to thank you all for having me here, especially Satish sir for pestering me a little bit and giving me this chance to come and speak in front of you. And as a learner today, I am getting a lot of thoughts and ideas. I'm gathering more strength to work for the geotourism and the geoheritage conservation. Can I have my PPT, please? And it will be on Thar Fossil National Park. It's like Dinosaur Fossil National Park bug. Thank you. Yeah. So I've been asked to talk a little bit about the development of geopark in Bagh area of Madhya Pradesh. Sir always says geopark. We don't have it yet, but the thought process is so that my national park also sort of pushes towards this concept. Okay. My, it's running off. What's wrong? No, it's like, it's run off. I want it back. So, see, it's not standing yet. I think. Why is it just like. No, I'm not. हाँ वहां से नेक्स्ट कर देगा ठीक है कुछ लगता है प्रेस ही हुआ पड़ा है उसमें Okay, let me begin with this. As you can see, this is Madhya Pradesh, basically having a lot of forest area, about 30.72% of it, and out of which is the protected forest area, which is 11.4%. Protected forest would largely mean the national parks and sanctuaries and biosphere reserves that we have. And as you can see, we have a good number of tiger reserves, national parks, okay, and biosphere reserves. Panna, Pachmari. Panna is the latest addition. Pachmari and part of Chhattisgarh Biosphere Reserve. A little bit about my Ecotourism Development Board. It was constituted in 2005 and it's registered under the MP Societies Registration Act 73. It is the first board of its kind in the country and the organizational structure, our forest minister is our general body chairperson and the principal secretary, Madhya Pradesh Government Forest Department is our executive chairman. And the CEO post is a state deputation post of a APCCF, a senior officer, and which is held by me right now. How we manage it in the field is through DFOs, the district forest officers, and who are also designate ex officio general managers of the board. So this is how we work. Next, please. Yeah. So the major activities that we take up is development of ecotourism destinations and ecotourism development in protected areas, the national parks and sanctuaries, and the buffer areas of national parks. Capacity building of stakeholders, conservation education, and awareness programs. The types of destinations that you see, things like camping, trekking, some religious tourism, we facilitate a little things there, water-based tourism, wildlife-based safaris and all, creating new avenues, new camping sites inside the sanctuaries and doing the buffer may suffer program and all those things. Archaeological sites and geoheritage sites of importance are also sort of important areas for us. So coming back to the area, the Dinosaur Fossil National Park, BUG, I wanted to read this notification which says that whereas the state government considers it necessary that the area specified in the table below is of adequate ecological, faunal, floral, geomorphological, zoological and paleontological significance due to occurrence of about 6.5 million years old rare dinosaur fossils, and therefore needs to be protected in public interest for the purpose of wildlife conservation and development. Now, therefore, an exercise of the powers conferred by subsection 1 of section 35 of the Wildlife Protection Act 72, the state government hereby declares the intention to constitute reserved forest area of 89.74 hectares as Dinosaur Fossil National Park, BUG. And this is very important because because of this, in 83 also another fossil national park at Gugua, which is now in Dindori, was also notified then. That means the Forest Department of MP has been very sensitive towards the protection of fossils that occur in MP. And there is a scope of doing this for other parts of the country also, where the reserve forest areas, because the national park is created in reserve forest areas. So those areas, wherever the wealth, geo heritage wealth is there, we could move this. Now, the declaration provides legal cover for the protection of fossils, and trespassers can be acted against. This happens at times. We can take them to court. We can take action against them. So it is a deterrent in a way. Fossils outside the park are prone to vandalism, damage by mining, theft, and they're lying scattered and uncared for in open fields, and they need instant protection. The areas which are inside the forests, I guess, are a little better placed than those that are outside and in open eye. Your point, madam, that she was pointing at. Then joint efforts of GSI and Gujarat government, this is a case in Rayoli where they came out with a declaration that prohibited area for illegal digging, sale and theft of dinosaur fossils under section 3552 of Bombay Police Act was taken up, and this has acted as a deterrent for plundering and is punishable. But these are all, I feel, makeshift arrangements. We must have a law, a Fossil Preservation Act for the nation to protect all the heritage. So it's a matter of national importance and urgency, as the whole gathering here agrees to. In MP, we have a very special rule created in 2015, and this allows us to bring in people to reserve forest areas which are notified for recreational and wildlife experiences, because reserve forests, as a rule, cannot be entered without permission, and activities of any kind, any recreational activities are forbidden. So under these rules, we identified those areas which are of some wildlife or recreational importance, and we notify them, and then we develop them as ecotourism sites with all the sustainable development rules and regulations, and the carrying capacity, etc. And in a very controlled manner, we do this. So in 48 divisions, the forest divisions and 3 buffer zones, we already have 141 such areas. And we are already working in 63 projects where, we put a nominal entry fee. We do not let anybody and everybody enter that area, and a separate fee for activities, like it could be adventure activities, it could be treks, it could be camping, etc. And all these funds generated will be spent on activities that benefit the local forest communities and the committees, the forest village committees that run these areas, and the local communities and the site. So this is a very beneficial rule that has been created in MP, which could be used in other states as well to guard the heritage. When it comes to Bagh National Park, I wanted to make a special mention of Vishal Verma and his team from Mangal Panchayat Parishad, Manawar, who discovered those 100 eggs and nesting sites in Bagh, which sort of rolled up the creation of and led to the creation of this national park, because Mr. Mohabe, Dr. Mohabe, who was instrumental in and GSI and Punjab University. All this information I've gathered from the files that I took out from the wildlife wing, because I wanted to know how it came into existence. And these three agencies, and especially Mr. Mohabe's letter that he wrote to the forest officials in 2008, became sort of a baseline to create such a park. And Dr. Pankaj Srivastava, who's an IFS officer, and Dr. H.S. Pabla, both retired. And unfortunately, Pankaj sir just left for the heavenly abode 3 days, 4 days back. And we've lost a very big conservationist in him, and a person who understood the Narmada Valley and the fossils very deeply. It's a very big loss for us in MP. And then, because see, it was in 2008 that he wrote a letter, and in 2011, we already got the notification done. So it moves, things move once we go after it, and once people start understanding the importance of those things. So here I see a very positive note where we need to all get together. Like, this is a very good gathering. It should become more multidisciplinary, and this is how things go ahead. Mr. Dr. Ashok Sani, Arun Sonakia ji, nobody needs introduction to them. All have been associated very closely to the sites. And when the greats and big legends, they come to those areas, then it catches attention and everybody wants to work for it then. And I, however, was a witness to this treasure of fossils as DFO Dhar in 1998, when Vishal was working in that area. You cannot undermine the value of NGIs, the non-government individuals who work like this, because he, being a physics or teacher, worked in this field as a professional. I think we are paid to do the work that we do, but he, as a unpaid warrior for the fossils, I think he did a great job. And I appreciate, really, they are the ones who are the pillars of the society that actually give direction to these areas. But he has been doing it untiringly. There are very few Vishal Vermas in this world. I guess Madam Shanti also is one of them. And they should be given the due. Then now coming back to this attributes of the Bagh area, you can see these are nothing new for you. All of you know about it. It's the oldest discovered dinosaur site in Asia. It's of international significance. There's so many things. I think, sir, I do not need to confirm this on that. हम हिंदी में काम करते हैं मध्य प्रदेश में, तो विशाल ने कुछ हिंदी में ही, हम लोग कंसेप्ट नोट भी बनाएंगे तो हिंदी में ही बनाएंगे. So that's why here I'm interpreting it for you. This is a pictorial representation. So there's no denying the fact that, as Mr. Tripathi said, that we have it in Bagh to make it a geopark sort of, and it is a national park already. So what we did, the present status is that we've done a recce, multidisciplinary team was created, and a concept note is to be presented now, which is almost ready. Vishal and his group has worked, and the DFO, local DFO also has helped. And the DPR will be prepared, followed by execution of the project, maybe a year or two, but I have full faith that this will come up. And the funds are, the CSR and the government funds are being looked at. Another thing is the local community is very supportive. Local administration, forest department, mining groups, these have all come together, very supportive to this. The local cement factories, they are the ones who fear the regulation most, but they are still positive. The principles of site development are based on geopark development and the ecotourism principles, which I found almost the same as giving them a high quality visitor experience, preserving the assets, education, local economy, and all these things. I'll skip this part because the time is very less. So what we are proposing to do there is create an open museum, like without destroying or disturbing anything that exists in situ. and conserve the in situ fossils there, and also create a very nice open park, a museum where people would be taken in as a guided in a guided way, and the most important thing that we think that we are going to do is use audiovisual aids in time tunnels. So it'll be more of a travel through the time in a 3D environment where pictographically light and sound shows and all would actually give them a very overwhelming experience. Another thing, everything is based on dinosaurs there. We will have a fossil orientation center, which is a museum. We call it it's a national park, so we have to call it a fossil orientation center. Then securing ex situ conservation with the help of local administration, because all the fossils that are of most of international importance are lying outside also. So some of them will be brought in to save them from vandalism, and some in the sites where there are too many will be, with the help of the villagers, protected. Recreational areas and all, sir, you'll have to give me 2 minutes more, because this is very important. The day tours of geosites, identification of geo village, like, geo villages can be a very good concept where small galleries, displays, geo trails, treks can be created, and the villagers can do rural tourism with the culture, tribal culture, and homestays, camping or awareness visits, and all these things will contribute to the conservation of the area. So another thing that, because Vishal has worked tremendously with the kids there, we think that creating fossil friends and fossil clubs would be a very brilliant idea there, and sensitizing workshops for stakeholders, and skill development of guides for hospitality, destination management, and training, because everything has to be community based that we are looking at. Nothing will be outsourced to private people, because we don't work for Punji people, Punjiwad. And linking dinosaur park with the tourist circuit, which already exists in a big way, is will be done once we have something on place. So it's not just that we are going to first make the open museum and then do the other works. We will simultaneously work with the villagers and come up with whatever is possible. These are some things that are of importance that walk through the timeline. This is the Narmada Jivashma Vihar, Vishal wants to call it as. These are the concept notes which will depict the values of the area once you start entering that area. Reception area. This is the tunnel that will take you through the timeline and explain with audiovisual effects. And these are very important. See, because it's a national park, we can't dig things in. So we'll have fiber tunnels where we'll take the carts in, and kind of a Disney effect. So 3D visuals, the dinosaur walking on top of the things, the sound and all that will give a very overwhelming experience. I hope this materializes. This will be the lethal lab and sort of a cafeteria also, but all in the theme of the fossils we have there. This is how we think of making our exhibits. This is the tour circuit that we have sort of imagined, where we'll be putting it with the tourism department. And what we seek from the experts, this is most important, sir. We need help here. I'm here to muster as much support for the park as can get, because we need scientific signages. Like Tripadi sir pointed out, people just put anything there, which is sometimes very hilarious. So we need scientific signages and interpretations. We need scientific specifications for life-size models, because Rajasaurus, what it looked like in Rayali, it has come up very beautifully. Even we would want those specifications. Then time walk is something which you could make a layout for and design the geo trails. We need scripts and concepts for short dino films. We are ready to make them. Inventorize, identify and inventorize geological importance की चीजें. Scholars और सबको लेकर एक awareness campaign. We have an Anubhuti campaign where we take 1,20,000 people to the forests every year, children especially. So that could be done for such sites at the district level. And what we ask is for a international platform or a national platform for exchanging of information and sharing knowledge, and the legal framework, the Fossil Preservation Act. That is all I wanted to say right now. Time is there.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. I think you have anybody having questions, please.
Mike, go to the mic.
Very good.
Yeah, go to the mic.
Speak loudly.
Sir.
My point is that I have seen 2-3 presentations and sufficient attention, at least sufficient attention has been given to bark beds and bark various localities like Kukshi and Mandu area and bark beds, so many fossils, dinosaurs. But somehow Lameta has not attracted any attention in this presentation. I have not found even a single slide. Just a minute, let me finish. Let me finish first.
Sir, I will intervene, Srivastava Sahab.
Yeah.
These acts are getting
pehle
in
baat-
line with
Arre-
Lameta only.
Let me finish first.
Okay.
Then you intervene. Most welcome. You remember in textbook, that's the first site, dinosaur site was reported by British surgeon in Chui Hill near Bada Shimla area. That site, at least that site should be preserved. We used to visit Lameta beds regularly when we were teaching to our students. We have seen a very much degradation of the sites. At least degradation should be stopped immediately. Whatever park you develop later on, but once the site should be preserved. That is my humble request. Now you can speak.
No,
I'll
react to it, sir. Sir, your point is well taken. There are structures, the pebbles, the pebble hills and the fanning structures and basaltic columnar rocks and all, and these lametta belts. In fact, the basaltic volcanism, the Tethys Sea things, they're all outside these parks. So we're just looking at a very small portion, which is just 90 hectares. But the whole of park is full of these structures, and we are working with the local government, local administration, and trying to protect it in situ. Because when we wanted to bring it out to our park also, they are like, we are bringing still certain things to the park. But there were a lot of geologists who said that in situ conservation is more important.
Hey, that's
So-
Okay.
But
May I
We're
just make
also
a small
documenting
intervention?
the-
sites in the Lametas,
Small intervention,
There are
अगर
sites
allow
in the
करें.
Lameta, and at least that site where first dinosaur was reported.
Vishal, would you want to
Please,
react?
Request
to
Chairman-
this?
Samitaji, let
small
me intervene, please.
Yeah.
Let me intervene here.
Yeah.
And answering Dr. Srivastava's question, Lameta has been taken care of it, and it is being extensively reconstructed as a geopark. And Ministry of Mines have already over 220 crores for that. The minister himself has taken care of it. It is being built in a very fast speed.
That's very nice.
Yeah,
That's a good
may I
thing.
just?
I appreciate,
I just wanted to make a small
I
suggestion
appreciate,
for Tripathi.
but I have never heard about it. From any corner, I have not heard about this.
Okay.
Yeah, this is more like no, one size does not fit all. For example, fossils attract a lot more attention. Then, for example, sir would be aware of that Shimla Kalka highway, where that entire piece has been blocked up by the wall to stabilize the slope. So that was a very rare one. Dr. Tripathi, you will be aware of that one. So like that didn't attract any attention simply because people don't know about it or don't understand it or it's not attractive enough. So I was thinking that if this board and this August gathering here could do a kind of classification based on vulnerability, popularity, etc. about the geoheritage sites so that we have at least an index, what is requiring effort right now and what is already sustained. For example, you are doing good intervention. So that's also partially sustained, but there are areas which are not sustained at all and not looked at. So if we could have a kind of an index which could be worked out, where we would know what needs attention and what does not really get any attention, then I think we would be having a.
Okay, thank you. I think we'll move on. I think the next one is, of course, release of, I have forgotten, I have not seen that, release of that book.
Yeah.
And what is that land?
Sir, this is the special issue of Society of Earth Scientists magazine that is devoted to geoheritage and geodiversity, and lot of good articles are there from India and from outside experts. And at this moment, I just want to thank Dr. Rajaura. She is funding this BAG geoheritage and this field workshop that is coming up in from 16th to 20th
November.
and November. And I thank Forest Department for hosting this event. Now this, I request the release of this magazine. This is a special issue and 50 copies of this booklet has been sent to Spain also during IUGS function to be distributed among experts.
Okay, you come over here. Okay. Move.
अच्छा, बुक रिलीज के लिए लिख के रखिए। बुक रिलीज का जो उसको कवर करना, वो सब करने के लिए नवनीता मैडम को पता, वहाँ तो चलता है, लिख देना है कि हम लोगों को ऑनलाइन प्रोग्राम चलेगा, तो वहाँ कनेक्टिविटी इंश्योर।
ठीक। Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. I think you. Oh, yes.
This magazine is available with Dr. Viswajit Thakur. We have to pay 200 rupees because it is just printing charges, and you can take it from Dr. Viswajit Thakur. He is here. He is having several other copies. We have booked the copies. It is okay if you have not booked. You can purchase paying 200 rupees per copy. This is just printing charges of this colorful magazine. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you. I think we will move on. I think the next one is Dr. Gaur. Yes.
First and foremost, I want to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to speak on heritage stones of India. Banerjee sir, I'm sorry I've modified the title a little because everybody spoke about the UNESCO global geoparks and geosites, but I'm going to talk about heritage stones, which is something different from geosites and geoparks, but important component of geodiversity. And it also fits very well in geoheritage realm. So let us quickly go through some of the slides because there are 66 slides and I'm sure I won't be able to cover all of them, but I'll just try to browse through some important ones. Isi ko arrow ko move karna? Okay, so I think there are people from archaeology and forest services. For them, we have a organization or a body which we call as International Union of Geological Sciences, and it supports geoscientific research, geoscience education, and information dissemination, addresses human and societal needs and capacity building through its commissions, sub-commissions, and many programs like Deep Digital Earth Science Program or IGCP programs, which many of us are actually taking part in. So if you go to the website, you will see in the drop down, we can see executive scientific commissions, and I'll be talking about one of the scientific commissions for which I work. So there are 6 scientific commissions listed as of today, and Commission on Geoheritage formally came into being in 2016. So this commission was having 2 sister subcommissions. One was heritage sites and collection subcommission, and the other was heritage stone subcommission. So this was the scenario from 2016 to 2022, but lately we got it split into 3. And as you can see, the 2 geosites and geocollections, they got separate designation. Geocollection basically deals with the museum collections. As somebody mentioned about that there are ex situ and in situ components. So the geocollections is an important subcommission, and it is a baby subcommission introduced just in 2022. Whereas this is the subcommission for which I work, and it is something very different from the geosites and geoparks. So let us see what is heritage stone, because you need to know what is a heritage stone. Like everybody spoke about geoparks or geosites, what are the attributes? So they are natural sites and the geological processes which shape them. But this is an important excerpt from a paper published in 2017 in Geoheritage. Although some specialists consider that the use of term geoheritage should be restricted to sites exposing or demonstrating geological materials and processes, like we have been talking about this only. But we believe that including buildings, monuments, and other man-made features constructed of geological materials is entirely consistent with the concept of geodiversity. We can appreciate geodiversity through these stone-built monuments, vernacular architecture, other geomaterials utilized by humans. So archaeology plays an important role, and so is architecture very important. So hence contributing to the dissemination of knowledge about earth science and raising public awareness. So this is very important. We need to bring it to grassroots levels so that people, most of you, like in Delhi, we have many UNESCO sites. And we do visit UNESCO sites very often, and we are very happy clicking our selfies with the monument. But how closely do we look at the rock? How well are these monuments described in terms of geological stories or geological history of a particular rock or the rocks which are utilized in these monuments? So this is the concept, how this subcommission evolved. Okay, then I will define this talk into 3 parts, and there's much more besides these 3 points. What are heritage stones? So we'll formally define what is a heritage stone. What role do these stones play in human history and culture? Because this is the most important, or the essence of identifying heritage stones, because it plays an important role in revealing the human evolution as well as the cultures, which are very close to our heart, how we have evolved over a period of time in terms of cultures or architecture. There are many facets to it. And why should we document them? Why is the need to document these stones in the monuments? So these are 2 very interesting papers. People who are not aware of heritage stones or the importance of these stones, they can refer to these 2 important papers: The Importance of Geosites and Heritage Stones in Cities, a review, and Geoheritage and Cultural Heritage, a review of recurrent and interlinked themes. So you will get to know a lot about why this concept came into being and why it was so much popular in the West almost 20 years back, and why we are picking up so slowly in our country. So what are heritage stones? If I define it, it is a formal definition, is a natural stone that has achieved widespread use and due recognition in human culture over a significant historical period. We don't talk about prehistory. We do talk about a time when there were written records, or we can interpret those records. All right, what role do these stones play in human history and culture? So the paper which I referred took an example of Paris, the city which has a lot of such monuments and the geological stories documented. But I want to take example of Delhi, a city with 9 lives. All of us know that Delhi has evolved over a period of time, and I'm talking 11th century onwards. So let us see, this is how Delhi has grown. So the first city, Lalkot, 11th century. Then the second city got introduced, 3rd, 4th, and 9th cities. And what we are living in is the 10th city. Now, don't you think it is important that the foundation of this very city is on quartzites? And if you look at this map carefully, these are the Delhi or the Alwar quartzite ridge, and this is Yamuna River. So the city proliferated in this part only. So I want to give a better look to this complete map where you can see all the 9 cities marked. So if you look at this, how the cities evolved within this very patch. And now see, where has Delhi gone? It has expanded many folds. So all those 9 cities, even the New Delhi, the British Delhi, is part of this very, you can see this very area where you had these quartzite ridges and the Yamuna flowing on the on the eastern side. So yeah, so this is what exactly the 9 lives talk about, based on the quartzite. Even if you talk about prehistoric times, I have read some papers where they say during Mahabharata time also there were some sites discovered in Delhi. So I'm not going to talk about that, but this is how it helps. These heritage stones help us reveal the cultural evolution as well as the architectural evolution with time. If you talk about Lal Kot, you have the elements of Hindu architecture, but when the Mughals invaded India, or the people from northwest, they invaded India, we have those, like Qutub Minar is a example of Islamic culture and the architecture. So the criteria which we use to identify heritage stones is the significant cultural relevance of the stone. Then you have to have immense built heritage sites. Now, what is important is we document the stone. We want to document the petrographic and technical details, the geological information, the complete geological information of the stone, and the most important is the quarries from which the stones were extracted. So we define quarries into historical quarries from where the stone was extracted during that period, and whether this quarrying activity is still continuing. So both are important, because the quarries which are still functional can help us restore the monuments very well. I don't know how closely do you look at the stone. They are in dilapidated condition in many places, and they can, the reason could be natural or anthropogenic. We cannot stop the natural decaying of a rock, but we definitely can restore the monument or the components which have been deteriorated with time. All right, then the important factor which impacts society and the scientific relevance. Since it's a scientific subcommission, we need to document the stone well, and we need to know the scientific relevance of that particular stone, and whether that stone is still being used. It is also documented in the criteria. All right, so this is in detail. If anyone is interested, I can share what we define in the criteria. So why should we document it? It is very important. It's not just the designation, that IUGS Heritage Stone Resource Designation or IUGS Heritage Site. I think the outcome is important. Why the sites are designated? Like I said, the offshoot is geotourism or conservation or preservation, whatever way you want to take it. So this leads to increased community, national, regional, international awareness of natural stones. How many of us know about the monuments in the West and the stones utilized in them? So we want to build an inventory, or we want to archive virtually and online in every way, that what stones have been used, what were the attributes of those stones. So it can lead to some collaborative work also. Raising profile of many natural stone materials to greater prominence through further research and publications, professional recognition for an understanding of natural stones in areas of geology. Not only geology, because I have seen many monuments where the conservation is in a very bad shape, like the restoration, you can say. The reason being because they do it on their own, they don't involve any geological expertise, or they don't take into account. I really wanted that somebody from ASI should have been here today, Archaeological Survey of India. I know that Madam is promoting geology and archaeology, but somebody from ASI, because this is very important. We need to collaborate. We need to sit together. When we talk about monuments, it's not just the history or archaeology or architecture, it's geology. Because if we can never reveal the records if we don't have rocks. And if we don't have rocks, we couldn't have created these monuments. So it is very important. Then international cooperation in research, including the dissemination of information and utilization of natural stone resources as building and ornamental stones. How many of you know that Taj Mahal not only has the Makrana marble, and that too, it has many varieties. We always say the purest white, but it is never that. It's because that much of resource was not available. So we have different varieties, the Albita, the Kumhari variety. You can see those striations or the impurities which caused those bandings. But sadly, everybody says what is big about talking like Makrana was the source for Taj Mahal. But I could not find any literature on the rock type, the varieties, anything documented on the metamorphism of that particular belt. It is a 13-kilometer band, but nothing. The only thing mentioned was, yes, GSI has worked hard. They did map it. They did talk about that 13-kilometer or the 5 bands occurring together, but nothing on the geological story of that marble deposit. Okay, so I show you one example where you can yourself see this is Alai Darwaza. If you have ever visited Qutub complex, do you think it is a nice restoration, example of nice restoration? I think you won't agree. This gives like it's a what should I say, sore for the eye, like it looks so bad. Look at the restoration. If any geologist would have been involved, I think it could have been restored much better in a much finer manner. And look at the contrast. It looks very bad. Then the other outcomes, developing and maintaining a platform to define and formalize selected characteristics of natural stone. This is important because there are places where the stone has exhausted, so we can match the properties. Only 2 minutes? So can you give me 5 minutes? Because I am discussing a new concept. I'll quickly run through it because I haven't come to Indian heritage stones yet. Okay, I will just skip this because this is all published work. Contribution of IUGS ICG, it is not just the designation, it is about knowledge, it is about conducting a lot of stone workshops and bringing special publications to make public aware of what is it and why it is important. All right, so this is a global scenario where GHSRs have been designated, and you can see it's a very skewed picture because most of these stones are from European nations. Luckily, India has got one, which is Makrana marble. So I'll just rush through. So we are having stone workshops. The first one through our this subcommission in Spain. The whole Salamanca city is a UNESCO site made up of beautiful sandstone, Via Mayor sandstone we call it. Then the second was in Torino, Italy. It is also a UNESCO heritage site, and I gave an online talk there. And third one we are doing in India, which is going to be for this Taj Mahal, the Makrana marble, and we are even going to take the delegates to the quarries, which are although in a bad shape, but still they are very curious to know about the quarries. All right, so we ran 2 projects, like one is still ongoing. So this project, this led to a lot of documentation of special issues, and we also started a series of book where we interlink the UNESCO sites with the natural stones for the very first time. Because people write historical accounts, architectural accounts, but no accounts on the stones. So as a geologist, I think we should feel bad about it, that why have we lagged in this direction? Why haven't we documented our stones well? All right, so this is an ongoing project where we give opportunity for people who are like the nations which are underrepresented on this global map, that they should come forward, they should document their stones, and they should propose their stones to IUGS for the designation, just not for the sole purpose of designation, but it has a lot of importance. Okay, so the book series, 4 books are already published, and now I come to Indian heritage stones. So as of today, we have one, you can see from the colors, that one designated GHSR, which is Makrana. And these are the ones which are proposed, the ones in yellow. You can see Jaisalmer limestone, Jodhpur, Rajnagar, Vindhyan sandstone, Deccan basalt, the trachytes from the Deccan, laterites. I think sir is going to talk about the laterites, Chanukites, the Kaimur, Alvar, which the city of fractured forest and quartzites. And it is very important that sitting in Delhi, we should know about this rock. And we should spread awareness of this rock also. So see, one small designation led to a lot of publicity of this stone. Most of the newspapers covered this article, and in fact, the chief minister of even the mining companies or the sellers, they are promoting that Makrana is a GHSR without understanding what a GHSR is. Because we talk about the conservation of the stone. Stop querying it. Leave it for restoration. So this is what the Chief Minister tweeted. Good news for the state that International Union of Geological Sciences has confirmed Makrana marble to be the Asia's first heritage stone. It will give international recognition to marble and help in conservation. I think this is a tweet which he made, but I don't think anything has been done for conservation of this site. So these are the publications and what we publish in it. We talk about the geological setting. These are the 5 bands I was talking about. We document the queries, we document the varieties, we do the petrography and the monuments and how it has been used for restoration and the current usage. So if you talk about quartzite, you can see a lot of pictures. From what is the starting point? Let us start from the UNESCO designated sites. So there are a lot of cultural sites and natural sites on the map of India, even mixed sites, which has both the components, the cultural as well as the natural. So for cultural sites, we have 6 criteria, but none of the criteria take into account stones, which is the foundation of these stone-built heritage sites. So our suggestion to UNESCO is, I think somebody from UNESCO is sitting here, a specialist, that these stones should be recognized as an important criteria for nomination of stone-built cultural site. So if you can take forward this request or suggestion, how can Indian geologists or scientists contribute to the mission of HSS? We can start with UNESCO. Most of the heritage sites, the monumental sites which I have visited, they only document the historical accounts or the archaeological accounts. So make a suggestion to Ministry of Tourism and Culture to exhibit the geological history of each stone in addition to historical narratives. It is not very difficult to do. It can be taken up. And we people sitting here should take a lead to document the geological history. Okay, surprisingly, in some places you find some geology, like somebody from Jodhpur also mentioned about this, that this is conserved site where there's a contact of rhyolite and the overlying sandstone. Then in some museums you find accounts, and those accounts are by Britishers. I don't think Indians have documented much about it. All right, so can we build geological stories for these monuments? Yes, we can. I have just put some of the monuments, creating museums in monuments with rocks and stone displays. I have visited Taj Mahal where they have a small museum, but to my utter surprise, where malachite was written, agate was kept. Where jade was written, small stone of, say, sandstone was kept. So when I asked him, he said, "Madam, क्या फर्क पड़ता है? कौन आता है यहाँ देखने?" अब फर्क तो पड़ता है, देखने भी आते हैं लोग, मगर वो हमें उसे properly करना पड़ेगा. Visual aids to virtually visit query sites. See why this is also important, because most of us cannot go to the field to look at the stone there. But we can take our students, our kids to monuments, show them a different aspect of the monument and build those stories of the stones, how they formed, how they came into being, why are they of different colors, why are they showing different textures. So these small baby steps can lead to a major change or mindset for the masses. Then we can have visual movies, guidebooks created by geologists to narrate geological stories of the stones. Just winding up, sir. Now look at this sad scenario, you can say. When I visited Qutub complex, I had to take a lot of permissions to sample, and they gave me this small piece. Madam, इसमें कर लीजिए. अब इसमें क्या होगा? इसका ना section बन सकता है, ना हम इसको कुछ कर सकते हैं. वहाँ पे बिखरा पड़ा है. All along the, you can say, peripheral area, it is all littered and it is getting decayed. Why can't you make an inventory? Why can't you just put it in universities or get it archived? But this is the reality. Monuments can turn out to be exciting learning laboratories. It will be fun learning not only geology, but history, archaeology, architecture, and above all, stones, the real story and importance of stones. So slowly, the selfie saga of monuments can change to a geological saga. Let us try doing it. And I hope many of you join hands to document, promote, and research on Indian stones. Why I'm saying Indian stones? Because see, if we don't make it visible to our own community, leave aside the international scenario. First, we have to do something so that we know what these stones are, where have they been utilized, and then we can show it to the world. तो अपने घर से शुरुआत करनी पड़ेगी और अपने ही तरीके से शुरुआत करनी पड़ेगी. अगर हम in stones को, and I acknowledge my work, whatever little I have done to many of my students and learned colleagues, collaborators, many of them are sitting here, who made this possible. And we are slowly trying to document, and to IUGS, in particular, Heritage Stone Subcommission, for giving me this opportunity to work. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Okay, the next presenter is not there, so you have given enough time.
I'm sorry about it, sir.
No problem. No, but I think the last one is in the before lunch, Dr. Srivastava. Yeah, please.
सर इस सिलसिले में मैं कुछ इस हेरिटेज स्टोन के बारे में कुछ आपसे निवेदन करना चाहता हूं सर। एक्चुअली मांडू में सर जो मैक्सिमम जो मॉन्यूमेंट्स हैं वेस्ट एमपी में जो मेडवेल मांडू सिटी है सर, उसमें मैक्सिमम जो बिल्डिंग्स हैं वो ब्रायोजोन लाइमस्टोन से बने हैं जो मान रिवर सेक्शन से आते हैं सर। वहाँ पर सर इसमें सर एक स्विच ऑफ करना पड़ेगा मैम, स्विच ऑफ कर दिए मैम। उसी एरिया में सर वहाँ पर ग्लूकोनाइट रिच ग्रीन कलर का सैंडस्टोन है सर। मैम प्लीज आपका इधर से माइक चालू। आपसे एक निवेदन था सर, यदि किसी भी तरह का जैसे हमारे ग्रीन वहाँ पे ग्लूकोनाइट रिच काफी ग्रीन कलर का सैंडस्टोन है सर, माइनिंग होती है सर, तो आपसे एक निवेदन था सर कि कम से कम किसी भी तरह का फॉर्मेशन है या बेडिंग्स हैं उसका कम से कम 5% हिस्सा हमेशा के लिए बचा रह जाना चाहिए सर। अदरवाइज क्या होता है सर, पूरा स्वेप्ट आउट हो जाता है सर। वो वहाँ पे जो ग्रीन सैंडस्टोन है सर, हमने हजारों की तादाद में शार्क के वहाँ से दांत कलेक्ट किए सर, पर हमको दुख है सर कि वो अपने आप में दिखने में बहुत सुंदर है सर, बिल्कुल पैरेट ग्रीन कलर के हैं सर, फॉसिल रिच हैं सर, पर उसका हम 1% हिस्सा भी बचाने में हमने काफ़ी कोशिश की सर, पर ऐसा हो नहीं पाया सर। तो जितने भी तरह के भारत में फॉर्मेशन है, यदि हम एक पत्थर को बचाने की बात कर रहे हैं हेरिटेज स्टोन की सर, तो इसी तरह से जो माइनिंग है सर या फॉर्मेशन है उसका कम से कम 5% या 2% हिस्सा जो जियोलॉजिकल इंपॉर्टेंस का है, देखने लायक है, टूरिज्म के लिए इम्पोर्टेंट है, उसको जरूर बचाना चाहिए सर।
Sir, Vishal has a big point here. Why I'm saying is क्योंकि ये सब ब्लॉक्स जो है माइनिंग के गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया देती है वहां पर, तो जब गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया दे रही है तो यहाँ से सर इसको पहले देख के परख के देना चाहिए कि इसमें कोई ऐसी हेरिटेज तो नहीं है जो हमारी खत्म ही होती चली जा रही है। मतलब वो साइट्स हमारी हैं, हमने लोकल लेवल पर बात की है सीमेंट फैक्ट्रीज वालों से, और फिर 5 हेक्टेयर एरिया उन्होंने हमें बोला है कि वो अलग रख देंगे, बट इज दैट इनफ? I think this is a very big thing to be seen at the national level before you give the blocks away.
I just want to make a comment to Gurmeet. You say that Delhi, story of Delhi is built on Delhi quartzite. But that's not true. The story of Delhi is sandstone or Vindhyan sandstone. There hardly any old structure in a quartzitic area. It is all Gurgaon and all that is all a later feature. They are modern city, but the history of Delhi is on the alluvium.
Sir, I'm not saying that कि alluvium नहीं है या और कोई units नहीं. I'm saying most of the fortification, the baulis, they are on quartzites. और जो core structure है कुतुब का, आप उसके accounts पढ़िए. Inside also, it is all quartzitic. The sandstone has been used for cladding purposes. All these monuments, Humayun tomb देख लीजिए, सफदरजंग देख लीजिए.
No, Humayun tomb is exclusively sandstone.
No, sir, I can show you जितनी pictures आप देखना. I have published a book on this. I can show you components. Boo Halima complex देख लीजिए. आप जितना देखना, सिर्फ cladding के लिए sandstone use हुआ है, because it can be carved well.
I have been a consultant with the Aga Khan restoration work for 5 years. So I know what it is there in the group.
Just if you allow me, इसी presentation में आप एक मिनट वो presentation बताएंगे please.
I think during lunchtime you can discuss and convey later.
आपको convince करना पड़ेगा.
Okay, Professor Srivastava.
हाँ बिल्कुल sir.
Professor, you can start.
नमस्कार, क्या आप मुझे सुन पा रहे हैं? ऐसा नहीं कि ये बहुत ज़रूरी है, लेकिन अगर सुन पा रहे हैं तो ठीक है। क्या भैया मेरी स्लाइड प्रोजेक्ट कर दीजिए। ये कॉमर्शियल है मगर इसमें एक संदेश है एंड बनर्जी दादा ने मुझे आदेश दिया है कि मैं इस टॉपिक पर बोलूं और इसमें एक रिस्क है कि मेरे शत्रुओं की सूची थोड़ी बढ़ सकती है क्योंकि जियो एथिक्स इन स्ट्रक्चरल जियोलॉजी बोलने के लिए मुझे कुछ ऐसी एग्जांपल्स दिखाई नहीं पड़ेंगी विच आर रियली नॉट फॉलोइंग द जियो एथिक्स। तो मेरी उन लोगों से आई बेग पार्डन, आई अपोलोजाइज टू देम इन एडवांस। मैं भी दोषी हो सकता हूं क्योंकि उस कम्युनिटी का मैं भी पार्ट हूं। आई एम ऑल्सो सो कॉल्ड ए स्ट्रक्चरल जियोलॉजिस्ट। मेरे हिसाब से अगर इट्स अ वेरी सिंपल डेफिनेशन इफ इट हैज टू बी गिवन, द जियोएथिक्स इज द इंटरसेक्टिंग स्फीयर between the ethics and the geosphere. And there are a lot of small circles within this intersecting area. I will just touch upon two main highlights, or two small circles, you can assume them. One is the professional and another is the societal. Next, please. I have to do it. Okay. So the first thing that bothers me as a structural geologist are the geological maps. It is the fundamental requirement of any structural geology investigation or any geophysical investigation either, because any geophysics that does not answer a geology question is essentially a trash, right? And mapping has become a highly endangered skill. How many people map these days? How many of us are skilled enough to make a geological map of some area? Hardly any. And this art is almost extinct. Next, please. I have to do it. I'm used to saying it. This is one of the publications from one of the very respected, how the maps are being misused. This is one example of that. And this is the map of Singhbhum area, which is essentially prepared by Dunn and Day in 1942. It is published in 1942, and this map is an outcome of several years of work. I know Dunn has been working in that area. The first memoir came out possibly in 1929, which is Geology of Eastern Singhbhum. And here somebody doesn't acknowledge this. This just quotes as if it is his own map. This sort of practice is not geoethical in structural geology. Another example, this is a map which is largely taken from Valdia 1980, but he not only mapped a large part of this, but he also compiled it from several other workers. Now in this particular paper, which is published in Elsevier, I have hidden the identity of the person, the author, and also the identity of the journal, leaving you with some kind of homework to find out who they are. So here you can see that this is just traced in CorelDRAW, and this becomes modified after Valdia 1980. This is very common. We as teachers are responsible for it. We see it in student seminar, we see it in PhD thesis, we see in so many papers, but nobody raises any voice because many of these people are very big shots and we are scared of them, including me. This is another example of Valdia's map. Just 1 minute. Somebody knows when to give me a call. So this is another example of Valdia's map. Here some locations are kept. Okay. Not only Valdia, this is also based on J.B. Adams' work, Rupke's work, Shankar and Ganeshan's work, and Middlemas. Most of these people were in Geological Survey of India, and Geological Survey of India even today does a very hard work of making new geological maps. We use them without acknowledging them gratefully. This is modified. So some Srivastava and Mitra quoted this map, and then somebody else quotes this map after putting this location that they have modified it after Srivastava and Mitra 1994. Now if Mr. X publishes this map, he will say that I have modified after Srivastava and Mitra 1994. And this goes on and on in a do loop. one interpretation which is misused, I'll just give a couple of examples of structural geology. If we see two fractures or joints, one like this and another like this, it is often assumed to be conjugate. That means they are formed at the same time. They have a conjugal relationship. This is not true. Just as a gentleman and a lady sitting on a bench, they need not be husband and wife. So just because they are dipping in opposite direction, they need not be conjugate. Their conjugal relationship has to be proved rather than assumed. Thank you very much. I knew you will like it. Then these softwares, which are perhaps bane and boon both. Nowadays, even starting in classroom with the stereographic projections, students want to take some data, put it in a stereogram, contour it, give me the fold axis without knowing what they are contouring, how they are contouring, and sometimes it gets published in very good journals also without giving any details with what method it has been contoured, what is the contour interval, even sometimes what is the total number of data that has been contoured. One of the subjects which has been very hard hit is paleostress. Nowadays, Delavex has done a wonderful job of giving you an open access software where you can just put some data and it will give you paleostress configuration of any area. I asked in several interviews and interacted with some of my colleagues on their publications as to what data did you input. Believe it, 70% of people do not know what data has to be input. So it is a perfect example of garbage in and garbage out. And this gets published, the quality of science deteriorates, and the next thing happens that the next person comes and he says, Mr. D.C. Srivastava published this, so this must be correct, right? Now, the second example I will give you is not from structural geology, although I have used it in structural geology, is fluid equations. People are using equation of states and all those things without understanding what it is. Because somebody has given you a ready-made software, you put some temperature, some pressure, it will give you some kind of interpretation which is entirely meaningless. So the regional interpretations about certain area, maybe Dharwar Craton or Singhbhum Craton, are published, the results are wrong, and the quality of science deteriorates, but we all are responsible. Particularly as a teacher, I take the responsibility as a community. So why does it occur? It occurs because of forced research for career growth. This also occurs because we are hypocrites. I'm talking here that the quality of the publication should be given importance. This metrics is not important. Citation index is not important. When I sit under different umbrella, inside the interview board, the first thing I see how many papers in national journals, how many papers in international journals. Let us accept it. Let us be candid that we do it, and this is percolating down. And for your career growth, you have to guide 4 PhDs. What comes out of these PhD doesn't matter, right? What quality of science comes out of these PhDs does not matter. The curriculum itself. We all have modified the curriculum of our MSc, BSc, and PhD, semester system, these many credits, this is CGPA, and the outcome is that we have lost the track of classical geology. In structural geology, fieldwork is reduced from 1 month to less than 1 week. In IITs, I don't know what is the situation in other places. This 1 week includes the travel time also. Few branches are at the verge of the extinction. Igneous petrology is almost at the verge of extinction. And structural geology is highly endangered branch in today's scenario. Now I'll come to the social aspect of it, the second circle of geoethics as a structural geology. I will give you examples. We all sit down here in conferences, in meetings, and everywhere else, and we talk of big things. Geology is important, stone is important, rock is important, but then who cares for this? Geology is a field science, but who cares? Let us look, why should we care about it? This is Haldwani, and right next to it adjacent to it, this is Kathgodam. And this is Himalayan frontal fault going all through. This is Jim Corbett National Park. So this township, this railway station, this gateway to Nainital is built on Himalayan frontal fault. Nobody cares that a big fault is passing from here. Therefore, there should be less development, less township over here, right? This is same Himalayan frontal fault, Gola River section, and this is lower Shivalik, and it is this bridge is sitting right over the Himalayan frontal fault. This is a Google Earth image, few kilometers north of MBT. This is Amritpur Township. This is main boundary thrust. And this structure that you are seeing is CRPF camp. All army people and CRPF camp people are living here, right over the main boundary thrust over here. The township Amritpur, the village Amritpur and a few other villages are located over here. This is a Google image of city Dehradun, which is now capital of Uttarakhand. Look where the township and the important buildings are located. This is Uttaranchal University, right in the river channel. So if the flood comes, they will be first to be washed out. This is Law College. This is Central Training for Food and Training, Center for Training and Research, right on the river channel. And this is Uttarakhand Technical University. I doubt that this land on the riverbed, nobody cares. So they can extend few kilometers northward and southward in every direction. That is why they all are building these important structures in the river channel itself. It must be cheap and there must not be any check. This is when we went to Kedarnath. This is few kilometers south of Ukhimat, and these are government flats, and they are right in the riverbed, and a big ductile shear zone passes from here. This is a resort in Mandakini River. In the river channel in Ukhimat, a big resort, a multi-story resort has come up. I'll give you some examples of the 3-4 slides, quick ones. The joints, the brittle ductile shear zones and ductile shear zones, and what are structurally controlled damage zones. So I'll quote these 3 factors. The first one are the joints. So these are the 3 sets of perpendicular joints in lower Tal. The next state with little bit of disturbance, the blocks of the rock come out of this, like this, like this, like this. And the next stage is this. I have seen all this. So these are my photographs, not taken from internet. And this is almost falling down. And this is the next stage. And the driver and the cleaner were immediately crushed. And 10 minutes before this accident occurred, a team consisting of DST scientists, Professor Dr. Bhoop Singh and his associates passed through this road. And few minutes later, we stopped over here because the road was not cleared. This is near Chakrata, Chakrata formation, near Saknidhar. This is a brittle ductile shear zone. And this hanging wall is constantly coming down one by one by one on the road. And every day the accidents happen on this particular road. The third one is this cliff scale ductile shear zone. This is 6 kilometers before Devprayag on the same road. This is tracked, so you can think of the scale. And all these blocks are low dipping towards the road, so they keep on coming out. And one day the whole thing will be swiped off. So we thought we will make a map of this area, a damage zone map. We will identify which ones are the joint control, which ones are the shear zone and fault control, and which one are the cliff control. This map is made on 1:10,000 scale. It gives all the kilometer stones so that this map can be communicated to layman. He can understand, okay, Devprayag 23 kilometer, there are big brittle ductile shear zones over here. So finally, I'm not criticizing anybody, it is our responsibility. And this is the responsibility triangle. We have a team, we should have a triangular team. At the apex of the team, there should be a specialist, some kind of failed geologists like me. At one end, there should be social responsibility, somebody who is responsible for the society, maybe at village level, Gram Pradhan. At the third triangle is, the third end is the administrative. And then what geologist will do, he will tell you do's and don'ts. The social responsibility will be to create awareness. The administration will see that it goes down to the school level. And then ultimately, if these three combine, only then we will be able to know the signal, and those signals can be communicated. This is the last slide. So it has to go. We have to prepare ourselves. We have to come from district level to village level to school level. Unless geology is introduced in a school level and good teachers are teaching it, nothing is going to happen. My daughter was taught in a school where a tiger was shown in black color and crow was yellow. And when the chapter about geology came, उसकी टीचर ने कहा ये अपने पापा से पढ़ लेना.
पर कितने जियोलॉजिस्ट हैं जो अपने बच्चों को जियोलॉजिस्ट बनाते हैं?
नहीं, my son is a geologist. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. I'm sorry I have overshot.
No, it's fine. I think, thank you very much. I think it ends the first session. Maybe some of the quick questions, mainly from online, if somebody is there, they can have some questions or any clarifications or suggestions. Now it is over. Almost all presentations are over in the morning session. I'm asking in general. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Deepak, for a very excellent talk as usual. The last diagram was very useful. You said to do and not to do the team. I would treat that as a knowledge which we have, or we should generate knowledge on the specific topics. And then you mentioned about two aspects, the administration and the social, which is essentially a government, whatever has to do. But do you think the third corner, if we can put this administration and the social as a one side, and the third side, if you put people, mass, whether you think maybe much more appropriate, because when you, that first slide which you said, the ethics and the, I think somewhere the people also has to have to come. But I think this is excellent presentation, and I think
somebody else was asking about teachers. The good thing, I mean, one thing will be to what we can do. We can identify, say, 50 good teachers in geosciences, right? And make them go to school and teach. They will get the same salary what they are getting. And they can go to a school of any choice, right? Wherever they belong to, or village or town or wherever. Let us start teaching geology, because geology is important, fieldwork is important, but who cares? I will take my lunch and go, right? After that, I'll forget about it. So if we can do that, if this can initiate from the first step should be identify. We all know who are good teachers and who are bad teachers. Let's not say it's difficult to identify. It's very easy to identify. Let us spot some 100 good teachers of geology and let us make them go to the village schools or high schools and let geology begin from there. Every time we are grinding the apex of the cone, sir, whenever we modify the syllabus, it is the syllabus of MSc and PhD. We always say that there should be a master graduate level, there should be a PhD level of the level of Carnegie Institute. Have you ever seen anyone saying that there should be a primary school like Carnegie? There should be a secondary school of Carnegie. We are grinding the apex of the cone, the base is weak. It is eaten by what ants, white ants? What can we do? Thank you.
I would like to ask, in fact, when I was in head of the Department of Geology in Delhi University, I sat through CBSC, I sat through with the NCRT, and with their chairman repeatedly tried to put it into a school curriculum. Everybody said no. बच्चों का बैग भारी हो जाएगा अगर इसमें जियोलॉजी में पढ़ाया हुआ बच्चों का बैग वो 4 जो 6 पेज जियोलॉजी में रखे उससे भारी हो जाएगा not do it. Several years I've tried it. Not by writing letters, sitting with them across the table. नहीं माने. तो हम कभी लोग ट्राई करते आ रहे हैं कितने सालों से और दिस आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट 2003 और 2004.
On a lighter note, can I add something? Why not to teach geology to the politicians? Let us start from there, not from the schools, but from the politicians.
That is also important.
I can tell you, Transport Minister, Mr. Gadkari.
It's fantastic. And he narrated.
He narrated entire Moses.
Harvesting Parliament. And there was a start question in the Parliament by Shashi Tharoor about the geoheritage sites. So he wrote it a big 6-7 questions that where are the geoheritage sites, what are we doing, which government is doing, which things. So this was, I don't know, and the GSI reply was also there, and the GSI reply was really pretty opposition reply. I have seen both the question and answer. Answer is, I just cannot say that how bad it could be.
Two things. One is with regard to Gurmeet's talk. In the International Earth Science Olympiad that was held in Italy, students were asked in the practical class, some of the practical classes were held on the roads and in museums, asking them to identify the stones that were used in the buildings and statues. And secondly, taking our earth science to schools and students is absolutely important. And who will do it? Everyone who is concerned about earth science should do it. But what's happening in our country is whatever work we do for schools is not recognized. But what is recognized is the research that you do, not even the bloody teaching. But this is the fact in our country. And there are countries like Taiwan, where there are national normal universities and sort of abnormal universities. I asked, Chin Chang, what do you mean by normal university? He said there are geology departments in certain universities that are totally devoted to school education. They are not to do research on the type of research that we do in India. And similarly, in some departments in the US, there is accent on this aspect that you do school science, school earth science, improve education there. And in the US, I think there is a condition that every research project that is sanctioned must have a societal component. You go to schools, you go to tell the society, this is the importance of my research. Can we do this in India, sir? You are the Secretary, Ministry for Earth Sciences. Just consider it, keep it in the back of your mind, try to do something about it. Thank you.
So just one little point I want to, so I'm part of this DPS society for training geography basically. But geography in their textbooks, they have geology, they have minerals. So you're supposed to identify minerals in CBSE. So it is very much there. So we wanted a kit. I mean, we have asked for a kit from GSI to teach the students, the teachers, sorry, we were training the teachers, and GSI couldn't give us a kit from Faridabad. So Dr. Rasik put together the kit for us, and then we went and we showed it to them, and I mean, almost every second year they do it. So private people do good work at a point. So, I mean, private is not all bad, but of course, DPS being DPS, it has to earn money to get its work. But there is training. If we can get that to government schools, and if we can do this for them through the JNVs or through other, other institutions that work at the state, then that would be a way forward, I feel.
Can I add one more point, please? See, again, in our country, mostly it is rote learning. There is no experiential learning, and there is no critical thinking, no reasoning. So I learn something, memorize like a sponge. After the exams, I release all the information. So what goes in here is very minimal. But there are schools that do this in other countries in the West. They do small experiments. I mean, children do the experiments and they learn, they make observations, and then they make deductions. Can we start something like this in our country?
Sir, I think a lot of discussion is coming out.
Of course, we will.
One line only, if you permit.
Okay. Yeah.
The new education policy takes, the National Education Policy 2020 takes into account all these aspects, critical thinking, experiential learning. I hope it will be implemented in letter and spirit.
It's
But
my fond hope too.
Yeah.
Thank you for all the lovely talks this morning. Just two small points. One is regarding what Dr. Shankar said and you said also, take it to children. We have been doing that from 99 and we integrate archaeology with geology to teach children. If there's time, I'll show a little video in the afternoon. Second thing, which really I enjoyed this morning is that throughout all your talks, indirectly or directly, prehistory comes in. Even though you deny prehistory, that is the earliest use of stone in India, going back to 1.7 million years or 2 million years. And you have a bit about that in your museum as well, or in the red beds, or the terry beds, or the quaternary formations. Everywhere, this part of human evolution and is so intrinsically linked with geoheritage. Under the earth, not the monuments, but what we don't see. So I really enjoyed this morning. That's just to say these 2 points. And about children's education, of course, we are all in agreement.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much. I think we have a nice presentation, various talks of 7 talks. Of course, the missing link, there are 2 things what has emerged. Is one is in the bottommost level, or maybe one lowermost level, and then the topmost. I mean, lowermost means school education, and the highermost is maybe politicians or policy makers. So these are the 2 people we have to educate more, so that we can bring out maybe more conservation in the Mother Earth. So I think we will continue to impress upon from various quarters. I think it is important. We cannot, of course, it is whether it is a geological time or in a different time, we need to continue to pursue the importance of all this geoheritage and geoconservation. I think we will provoke in various angles, maybe in the policy decision. I think we have to bring out all the ministries. I think ministries means it is not only one ministries can do this, maybe Ministry of Earth Sciences, Ministry of Culture, Ministry of Environment and Forests, Ministry of Mines, and also Ministry of Education, maybe especially in the Ministry of School Education. So all we have to bring out. Maybe it will be good to have some sort of all the ministries together and bring one presentation about the importance of this to them, so that they can understand the value of it, so that they can at least think about in further directions. And also maybe we can think of some policy makers, maybe in the what is called ministers, or maybe in the MPs and other people. Also we have to make them to understand the importance of such things. But at the same time, we should involve the state governments as well as the local bodies, also people, to be involved, so that the importance will be felt in various quarters, and we can have a better conservation system in India.
Can I get a minute, sir? Can I get a minute, sir?
Yes, please.
Sir, myself, Dr. Rajshekar Reddy, former professor in geology from Andhra University, and at present working for the last 12 years as a volunteer in INTAC, sir. Indian National Trust for Art and Cultural Heritage, which has been involved in promotion of geoheritage for the last 12 years, sir. And we have organized 3 national seminars, the first ones in the country on geoheritage, and also exclusively for Eramatti Dibalu, which is recognized as a national geological monument with our efforts. And we have brought about 6 publications related to geoheritage, including the first publication on the potential geoparks of India. And regarding the, I'm tempted to say about this schools, sir. INTAC has got more than 227 district chapters and a network of 4,000 schools. And now regarding International Geodiversity Day, we have carried out more than 50 events related to geodiversity across the country in different aspects, including geoheritage walks, talks, exhibitions, and all that. Even in Vizag, we have organized exhibition in association with the Andhra University Geology Department.
Dr. Reddy, you can tell us what is exactly your views, because
yes,
any questions or any clarification or any quick questions?
Yeah, I'm trying to say that this schools education is being done through the heritage clubs of, we have a network of 4,000 schools, sir, in that, this intact. So through these clubs, the education is provided to the schools. So that's one important thing. And we are also trying to promote geoheritage through these publications and seminars and all that. So.
Okay, thank you, thank you. I think Professor Singhwe also raised his hands.
Singhwe wanted to call.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we are able to hear you.
Yeah, I had two small points. Many years ago, we thought we will try to develop books on roadside geology, which could be used by anybody traveling on a highway and see what geology is all about. Now, this can be done, and it will bring out an awareness of people about geoheritage simultaneously. And if the Ministry of Earth Sciences can fund it, I think this could be done in real time in about a few months' time, that all the local geology departments are asked to it. Now, an effort of this kind was already done by Vishwas Kale, who is in the audience, on geomorphosites of India. So I think some effort by this group, with the support of Ministry of Earth Sciences of few lakhs or few tens of lakhs, can really start up a awareness program on the geoheritage and the rocks of India as you drive along on any highway. That may be one point. The second point, I would like to request you that when you end tomorrow, the excitement will cease down. So I think we should have a plan of action, as you just now mentioned about a meeting with the ministries and the representative, a plan of action in place with who will do what, so that next time we meet, we go to the next level of activity rather than being limited to what reiterating what we have been doing. My request is that a very concrete plan of action for the future be laid out when you meet and end the meet in the evening. And who will do what will be the next step. So that's two submissions I have.
Okay, thank you, sir. I think both the points we will summarize at the tomorrow's end of the this discussions. We'll summarize both the points, then we can put it back.
Yeah, we also did an announcement for the thing that all these people who are contributing and giving the presentations, they must come up with some document. So that what we are going to plan that INSA will have a special issue, will get it sanctioned, and special issue within the next 2-3 months itself, we can publish it exactly. So there is no problem on going to be published. So I would like everybody who is present and even those who are not presenting also, they can also contribute.
Thank you. I think with this we can close this session. Maybe next week can
go for lunch now. Mike, लेके बोलो.
Yeah, so Aditya Verma, I'm a PhD scholar from Department of Earth Sciences, IISER, Kolkata. I just want to tell you one thing. The ground report of the geology students in India, there are a huge gap between, as Srivastava sir was telling, regarding the practical knowledges. So regarding the practical knowledges in India, there are not sufficient or enough number of professors for BSc, because until we are not getting education in BSc colleges, we are not going to become very good in our masters and other places, because BSc is our base. Apart from the school education, we need some sort of practical educations, like some field trainings for those students who are studying in their BSc, but they don't have enough faculty. Even some of the colleges, they have only 1 or 2 guest faculties or 1 or 2 faculties. So how they will be trained? I discussed with some of the directors of GSIS training institutions. They have told, they assured like it is fine, but from the ministry level or Ministry of Earth Sciences or GSIS DG level, is there should be something so that the people from the geologists should be trained, because currently there is lack of knowledge gap.
I think in government, actually, even scientists or GSI or Ministry of Earth Sciences, the scientists, CSI have responsibility to teach for some time. So it is a practical or whatever may be the case, but it is also now maybe the new education policy when it is roll out,
Yeah.
it is coming, it may come up, but definitely yes.
Yeah, I also asked the same question with the Kanitkar ji. He is he's in the member of the NEP 2020, and he was like, his answer was not sufficient,
Yeah,
like in
practical
this regard.
classes are missing, as you know.
Yeah, and
Of
even
course.
after the pandemic, the students suffered a lot because since the 2020, I have communicated with around hundreds of students from all ITs, NITs, and other institutions. So I just really realized, and I just really want to tell you, like, students are not getting enough knowledge in earth sciences.
Yeah,
So regarding
of course,
practical
students
knowledges.
also now people are
Can I
really
add
not
something, sir?
studying much. That's a
With the
problem.
permission of chair, can I come in, sir? I am Pradeep Singh, Director Technical from Ministry of Mines.
Yeah, yes.
Sorry, I missed lot of the discussions. Actually, I am in a marriage function in near Jalandhar. So I just wanted to inform you because in the afternoon I have one lecture, short lecture session about what we have done, what Geological Survey of India, Conservation, and the Ministry of Mines status of the Geoheritage Bill. So I just want to inform you that see, last around 5 years, Geological Survey of India has started a program which is known as Bhumi Samvad, in which all our field geologists, whenever they were going to field, so they made sure that they contacted local schools or colleges, and then they arranged some lectures on geology, basic aspects of geology. So in that way, in around 3 years, we have also brought a volume on that. And in about 3 years, we have covered almost 600 lectures were delivered. And the response was very good. And we had got some response from college, school level students that because of these lectures only, they have been now encouraged to take geology at their graduation level. And maybe they will be then appearing for GSI exams like that. So I do agree with all the members, esteemed members, that geology education, imparting geology education at a school level, should be, and if required, Geological Survey of India will continue this Bhumi Samvad activity.
Yeah, I think that
in
has to
times
be
come.
promulgated, or maybe it is known to many. It should be awareness.
Sir, one quick comment, if you permit, sir. The young boy raised about the teaching. Now UGC has come up with a new regulation, professors of practice, so that those who are in the field can come to the university and teach. It is over and above the sanctioned course. So that scheme, that is something not more than 10%. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I think, thank you all. I think maybe it's passing very hard time, so we can assemble maybe after 2 o'clock. Thank
For the lunch and invite you all downstairs. Yes.
Hello, sir. Hello. Hello. हेलो सर। हाँ सर बोलिए। घूमने का तो नहीं है सर, एक रिपोर्ट जमा करना है कर्नाटका का। हाँ देना है सुरेश जी को, अभी थोड़ा अभी कंप्लीट नहीं हुआ है। ठीक।
डायरेक्टर ऑफिस में है, डायरेक्टर वाला जो पुराना वाला ऑफिस है ना, हाँ हाँ हाँ, पुराना वाला ऑफिस में जो हम बैठते हैं थे पहले, आ जाइए ना, आइए ना, प्लीज तो। सब लिंक कर दो, सब कुछ तो दे दिए, कम्युनिकेशन सब दे दिए, सब कुछ होगा, सब कुछ है।
सर अभी मैं मैसेज देख नहीं पाया सर। अरे इन्होंने एक्चुअली जहाँ एक टूर बना दिया है अचानक जाने का ना सिक्किम का, उसी में लग गया था आज। मैं मोबाइल देख ही नहीं पाया सर मैं आज, अभी देखता हूँ सर। अरे सिक्किम में कोई एनडीएमए वगैरह लोग ऑर्गेनाइज कर रहे हैं, तो वहाँ मेरा ही नाम डाल दिया है। एक प्रेजेंटेशन हाँ देना होगा सर छोटा सा। मेरा वो क्या कर दिया वो इधर उधर, तब से उसमें लगा हूँ। 2.5 मिनट सर, 2.5 मिनट सर। आई कॉल
सर वो आपका
हाँ हाँ सर, ओके सर ओके। अब तो उसी को फाइल को भेजने में लग गया सर। अब जा रहा था, खाना खाने जा रहा था मैं, निकल रहा था मैं। हाँ? कब तक कहाँ आ रहे हैं, कब तक आएंगे सर? नहीं नहीं तो ठीक है सर, अभी कहाँ मतलब अभी कब तक रहे हैं वहाँ पे? अच्छा निकल रहे हैं क्या? ओके 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 ओके। तो कहाँ आते हैं सर, बताइए सर कहाँ मिले? ओके हाँ 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 हाँ। अच्छा अच्छा अच्छा। तो वहाँ आ जाऊँ मैं सर? या आप निकलेंगे कैसे? नोएडा जाएंगे तो इधर से जाएंगे, किधर से जाएंगे आप? ये बारामूला पकड़ेंगे, कैसे जाएंगे आप? हाँ यही मैंने आ जाते थोड़ा सा सहूलियत रहती सर मेरे को। हैबिटेट में, हैबिटेट सेंटर। राइट सर, ओके सर ओके सर ओके सर। राइट सर, ओके सर ओके सर। थैंक यू। ओके सर ओके। ओके सर ओके। आई विल देयर सर, ओके ओके सर ओके। नहीं नहीं हाँ नहीं ठीक है सर ओके ओके आइए सर। धन्यवाद।
the awards from the President of India, and Satish Tripathi will introduce her.
I will welcome Swatha Biju. She is President Awardee recently this year, and she is the youngest paleontologist, though not professional, but she is having a good collection of fossils in her house, and she is going to different schools with the fossils. She is delivering lectures and introducing paleontology, fossil, their utilization important. So that social communication which we should do, she is doing at this young stage. So we especially invited her to be part of this meeting because what she is doing at her age, we are not still doing in our age at present. So on behalf of everyone, we welcome you, Madam.
What we are planning here, she has already been doing it.
Yes.
Okay, now Dr. Mohabe, please take over as a chairman of the session.
Thank you, Dr. Ramesh. Dr. Shalachna Shab and distinguished delegates. Indeed, it's a matter of great pleasure for me to chair this session. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. This morning we have listened to the very quality presentation by 7 distinguished scientists speaking on various aspects of geodiversity, geoheritage, and geoethics. And very interesting talk on that. So in this particular session, we are going to have 4 presentations. It is by Dr. Pradeep Singh, Mahesh Thakkar, Vivek Kalachar, and Dr. D. Banerjee. The first speaker, Pradeep Singh, is going to speak from India. So I think we can, he's already there, we can correct him. And Professor Ashutosh Singh, he joins me for conducting this session. Thank you. So, Dr. Pradeep Singh, you may please go ahead.
Yes, sir. Give me one moment, please.
Okay, please.
Yeah, is this presentation visible to everybody?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Chairman and Professor Ashutosh Singh. So I would, first of all, I would like to thank everybody, to the organizers for giving me the opportunity to present this talk. Actually, initially, because when we saw the program, the Geological Survey of India was not represented, then we had to actually Banerjee Saab, ask Banerjee Saab, then after that my name was included. So I was going through some of the presentations in the morning, so I could not attend, though I could not attend the entire session because I am away in Fagwada for some very close relatives' marriage. So I am just doing off and on, attending the marriage also, and in between attending to some of the important talks. So what I could conclude from the morning was the two points. That is, number one is that a lot of efforts are being made in India at individual level or at the society level, that is collective level and organizational level also towards the geoheritage conservation. And number two is right now there is no legislation in India for geoheritage, though we have a legislation for conservation and preservation of cultural sites and natural sites, but not for geoheritage. And as we know that we are part of the India has signed and ratified this World Heritage Convention in 1977, and we are part of this. And the bylaws of the World Heritage Conventions, they mentions about Article 1 mentions about the cultural heritage, and Article 2 mentions about natural heritage and all these things. So many speakers have elaborated since morning. And under this Heritage Convention, Government of India has declared 40 World Heritage Sites. Out of that, 32 are cultural sites and 7 are natural sites. So without going into much details about this, actually, though my topic of today's talk is regarding GSI's contribution in geological heritage, but I just want to inform the August gathering that Geological Survey of India is also celebrating this first International Geodiversity Day, and they are organizing a lot of this heritage walks, and on 13th and 14th there will be a full day session in which the link has already been generated and shall be shared with all the members who are sitting here. So I would request everybody to attend that GSI's seminar, so that you get to know about in detail about what GSI is doing regarding geoheritage. So I would request the permission, because I think there is a lot of doubts in the minds of the experts here regarding what is the status of geoheritage bill. So I may be permitted to actually throw some light on that and clear some air. So in 2013, Geological Survey of India presented a draft bill in the Ministry of Mines, which had actually two types of structure at regional level or state levels. There was a technical advisory board, and any individual or organization could submit a proposal for declaring a geoheritage site to this technical advisory board. And after technical evaluation, they will then forward this proposal to the CHQ headquarter level, and then it talked about state level authority and local governing board in respective states. And as this bill was deliberated in the ministry, it was then thought that since the relevant government ministry in charge of UNESCO is Ministry of Culture, so let us refer this matter to Ministry of Culture, so that, see, there is already one ancient monument and archaeological sites remains act 1958, which was amended in 2010. So because a lot of countries are having only one uniform legislation for their national heritage, whether it is cultural heritage or natural heritage. So a request was made that this geoheritage may also be made part of this act, Ministry of Culture's act. And a DO letter was written in 2016 by Secretary Mines, and then a reminder was sent in 2018 by Geological Survey of India, DGGSI. And then just for the information, a National Commission for Heritage Bill Sites was also introduced by the Government of India, Ministry of Culture, in 2009, which talked about mentions about natural sites, also in geological and physiographic formations, as mentioned in this World Heritage Convention bylaws. So, but unfortunately, this bill was, because the Parliament session lapsed, and the bill was referred to the Select Committee, and because if the Parliament session lapses, then the bill is automatically treated as withdrawn. So this bill was withdrawn in 2015. Had it gone through, actually, then we could this could have actually taken care of the aspects concerning preservation and conservation of geoheritage sites. And then as was being discussed that in August 2019, a brainstorming session on conservation of geoheritage current scenario and future action plan was organized by Society of Earth Scientists jointly with the INSA, in which geoscientists from across India attended. And they decided to submit modified draft legislation to Government of India for consideration. And based on the recommendation, the status paper and draft legislation was sent to Honorable Prime Minister's office with copy to Ministry of Mines and Ministry of Earth Sciences and Tourism. Then it was decided that since the Geological Survey of India is already, they have notified 32 sites and it is as per their charter is also there. It is one of the important aspect, conservation and preservation. So in Ministry of Mines, a task group was constituted for drafting, redefining, improving this draft legislation. And based on the comments received from members of the task group and the experts, 6 experts were suggested by the by the Office of the Principal Scientific Advisor to Government of India, and a draft bill was prepared. This draft bill stipulates creation of 2 types of structure like Biodiversity Act, that is one is at national level and other is at a state level. National level, it mentions about creation of a National Geoheritage Authority, and similarly at a state level, state geoheritage boards. Then this draft bill was presented before Secretary Mines on 13/5/2021, and this the bill by earlier introduced by GSI, that was also presented, and another presentation was made before the Secretary Mines on 9th September 2021, in which the revised draft was, because Secretary suggested some changes and a revised draft was presented. Most of the changes were regarding the funding aspects, because as you know that all this geoheritage sites and geoparks, some of the geoparks which we will establish, those some of the geoparks based on the location and the heritage value, they may generate lot of resources based on the footfall. But most of these geopark will not be, they will not remain self-sustaining in nature, and they cannot survive without government support. I am talking about most of the parks, including most of the museums also. So the government support is needed for creation, establishment of these geoparks and geoheritage sites. And since it was then again agreed by the secretary that we already have this archaeological monument Conservation Preservation Act, so let us write once again to Ministry of Culture, and again a DO letter was sent in on 1st October. And then because then additional secretary had a level of talk with on phone with his counterpart in Ministry of Culture, but they did not responded. But then they came out with one draft, this cabinet note on along with the amendment in their act, Mother Act. And then at that time when it was circulated for interministerial consultation, we said that since if they can incorporate these aspects of conservation and protection of geoheritage site and geopark in the country, so that is all right. Otherwise, this is a commitment of Government of India, and then ministry will go ahead with drafting a bill of its own. And accordingly, then we have drafted a bill. I will come out to it later. Before that, I just want to highlight that the budget aspect of it. As the Department of Expenditure, they have actually, they stipulates that unnecessary creation of establishment, administrative expenses, and thin spread of resources and schemes should be avoided. And emphasis should be on convergence of resources. Also, as you know that a lot of the autonomous bodies recently in Ministry of Railways and Ministry of Environment, Forest, Climate Change, etc., they have been closed and merged together, and government has a plan of reducing the expenditure and rationalization of 109 autonomous bodies. And there is a very strict view of the government on creation of any authority or autonomous bodies. So because we also NDMA guidelines and policy notified in 2019 that mentions about creation of one landslide research management center. So we had prepared a DPR and submitted to Committee on Establishment Expenditure. So that citing the same reason, the Niti Aayog has turned it down and the Department of Expenditure has also turned it down. So then our additional secretary, he just directed us that the bill should be drafted on the lines of AMA SR Act 1958 and the amendments carried out in 2010. We have drafted the bill also accordingly. It is a very crisp and short 5-page bill, just like Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change Bill Act is there. It is almost 4 or 5 pages act only. And all the detailing is through the guidelines which are issued from time to time, or it is in the subordinate legislation. So we have drafted the bill on the same lines. It has been examined internally by our legal team in the ministry, and there are some issues regarding land acquisition, etc. But otherwise, the bill is okay. And because if we go through the elaborate process of land acquisition as per the Right to Fair Compensation Act 2013, then it will involve this social impact assessment studies, etc. That process is very elaborate. So we just want to bypass that process. So we are actually examining some of the provisions in the Ministry of Railways and Ministry of Coal, where this requirement of social impact assessment is not there. So we are just going to incorporate those provisions in this act. Recently, Secretary Mines has joined, a new Secretary Mines has joined after the superannuation of the earlier secretary. We have already presented, made a presentation about our work, and we have already apprised him about that this bill and that it is in final stages, and we will be shortly presenting to him. And after it is approved by him, then maybe it will be sent to Department of Legislative Affairs for legal vetting, and then for as per the due process, public consultation, interministerial consultation, etc. And in this respect, we have made one very detailed study about what are the provisions of in the AMA SR Act, and then what should be there in Geoheritage Sites Bill 2022 and what should not be there. So it is just around 40 pages document we have prepared. So I am just showing you a snapshot of this. And see, in the morning, Dr. Mukund Sharma was telling about that Geological Survey of India, the DG keeps on retiring. So see, this happens in every ministry, in every organization. So the Director General of an organization retiring at a short span does not change the long-term or short-term goals of the organization. And you know that the last, I think, 3 to 4 Director Generals, they all had a tenure of more than 1 year. And as the geoscientific community is committed to bringing this geoheritage legislation in India, so is the organization Geological Survey of India. Here also in this esteemed gathering, many ex-GSI officers are sitting. So we are committed to it, and it is almost in the final stages. We have already started preparation of the cabinet note. And as soon as we make the presentation to the secretary along with the cabinet note, we will send it the entire thing to the Honorable Minister of Mines for his kind approval. So why like in case of AMA-SR Act, this Archaeological Survey of India is the local nodal organization. So if we do not, if the government doesn't give us the leverage of creation of the bodies, other bodies, and maybe if the direction is to just make a frame the bill within the existing institutional framework, then Geological Survey of India with its pan-India presence, almost 33 offices across all over India, is the best suited nodal department to take responsibility for this geoheritage conservation, along with participation of all the geoscientific community of the country. So this I will just skip it as. So yeah, in addition, I just want to also convey that in Geological Survey of India, as you know, has notified 32 sites, and in addition to this, it is also the nodal department for meteorite repository, and whenever some meteorite fall is there in any part of the country, our team goes and collect that samples, and we have a very large collection of meteorite in Kolkata. Recently, I visited Kolkata office along with Honorable Minister of Mines, and I had requested DGGSI to actually, we have a building in Salt Lake. It's a good building where a lot of space is there. So I had requested him to, instead of, see, repository is confined in a small room, so we should have a kind of a museum with electronic displays, etc., for displaying this, our meteorite samples. And also we have very invaluable paleontological type fossils repositories there. So for that also, maybe GSI will come out with a museum very soon. And briefly touching about the other aspects with GSI is playing a pioneering role in conservation, preservation, and all aspects of geoheritage are concerned. So in Andhra Pradesh, like that Ira Mati Dibalu morning, it was also discussed. In this, as per our GSI suffered, the government of Andhra Pradesh has notified this site. And likewise, the Tamil Nadu also, Badlands of Kerai Formation, they have been notified by government of Tamil Nadu. Then Shivalik Fossil Park, as we all know, that it is spread in an area of 522 bighas, and the museum area 2.16 bighas is owned by Geological Survey of India, and it has a very good collection of vertebrate fossils, which are basically found in that locality only, in a radius of maybe 15 to 20 square kilometer. And then this Chernokite St. Thomas Mount National Monument is within the compound of St. Thomas Mount Church Hilltop, was acquired and handed over to GSI. So this is with GSI right now. And apart from this, we also we play a very important role in doing engineering geological evaluation assessment of lot of archaeological sites. Like we have played a very important role in conservation of Ajanta and Ellora sites, and though it is a classified document and it is available in the records of Archaeological Survey of India, but several reference and the cognizance has been taken by various high courts and also Supreme Court of India of GSI's work. Then in the morning, there was a presentation regarding that forest department is establishing one that Bagh bed of heritage sites, conservation site. So similarly in the Lameta also, with our active role played by the Honorable MP Lok Sabha Jabalpur, Sri Rakesh Singh ji, Geological Survey of India is giving technical support for creation of a geopark in the Bagh bed, which is just near to that famous Bedaghat site. And recently I had visited that area on a personal visit. So along with this is being developed by Madhya Pradesh Tourism Board. So I visited that site, and the area which was notified, which was given by the local administration, I saw that land, about 7 acre land, it is Basically, it is on the bank of Narmada, and almost 30% of the area will go in that. As per the NGT regulation, we cannot do any construction. And there was a big depression there also. So that depression will eat away almost another 25% of that area. And there was a high tension line going on. So that was also a negative feature. So I requested, I met the Honorable MP in the evening, and then we had a talk with the district commissioner, and he said that they will examine if some other area is available which is free of any kind of encumbrances. And then our team, Geological Survey of India geologist, and the local administration, Tehsildar, they did a reconnaissance of some of the properties, and another site has been located, and the district commissioner has assured that he will be soon notifying that. It is about 5-6 acre land, and it is almost free, even water supply and other things. It is on the road, it is there. So I think, and Geological Survey of India has committed 35 crore for development of this park, out of which the DPR for the agency for preparation of the DPR has been selected. And soon we are going to, the preparation of DPR work will be finished in about 6 months' time. So this is one of its kind geopark which will come in Madhya Pradesh. And Madhya Pradesh, I think, is a pioneering state, because lot of other these geoparks and museums are also coming. So like Geological Survey of India is also involved in preparation, this establishment of one geoscience museum in Gwalior, which is basically, it is the Maharaja Scindia's old building, heritage building, which is right now in possession of the local municipal corporation. They have given this building, and it is being set up in that building, and it is government GSI has committed 34.83 crore for this. Almost the first, it consists of 2 galleries. The work of gallery 1 has been completed, and 70% of the work towards commissioning of gallery 1 has been completed, and the work of gallery 2 is also, it has started at a faster pace. And we have also established a camp office there. About 3 to 4 officers, they are camping there. And it will also be, the operation and maintenance part will also be taken care of by GSI. So I think within a period of 6 months or so, at least we will go ahead with the inauguration of the gallery 1. So then Geological Survey of India, everybody can go on its website. It has published one, launched a portal on geoheritage, geotourism sites in OCBIS portal, showcasing rich and unique geoheritage, geotourism sites across India. It has the details of about 90 geotourism sites, including 32 geoheritage sites already notified by GSI. And my personal view is, apart from these official discussions which we are holding here, so my personal view is that see, somebody was talking about creating some kind of maybe classification about the sensitivity of the importance of the geoheritage site. So we should actually make a clear-cut distinction between being a geoheritage crusader and being a geoheritage vigilante. Because as far as my engineering geological background goes, I was involved in the dam safety also. So we have a very strong record of dam safety in India. I can tell you that none of our gravity structure has failed. Never. And China has a very bad record regarding this. So all this hill slopes, hill roads, alignments, and these treatment measures, stabilization measures, they are carried out by local authorities, local PWD, etc. They have a standard SOP, and this factor of safety and everything is taken care of. So it is basically, you have to ask then the people sitting in Nichar or maybe some remote area in Puhu, whether he want the formation cutting to be done or the road to be stabilized. I cannot in Delhi sitting in my AC room say that you don't cover that slope with such and such shotcrete or that thing. So as far as the uh, stratigraphic sections that it is concerned, there are so many peripheral roads in that area, and all sections at multiple locations they are exposed. So some of the really roads in the hilly regions, they are lifeline of our country, people living in the remote areas, and they are PWD and local authorities, they are doing wonderful job stabilizing those slopes. Though the Himalayas is a dynamic mountain, and
Sorry,
the
Dr. Pradeep Singh, sorry
yes,
for
sir.
interruption, but I think you have to stick to time, sir.
Okay, sir.
Other
Sir,
speakers.
just my 2 slides. I am just
Please.
finishing my talk.
Please,
So
sir.
this is the list of 32 geological heritage sites notified by Geological Survey of India. So it is also available in Geological Survey of India website. And just to inform the esteemed people here, scientists sitting here, that Geological Survey of India is also celebrating first International Geodiversity Day and 6th International Geoethics Day during 13th and 14th. And the link has been generated, which will be shared with you all, and GSI will elaborate about its activities regarding geoheritage work being carried out by the organization. And I request all of you to participate in that day-long session. So with this, I just end my talk here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Pradeep Singh. And thanks for giving us all the information. And as you said, there were a lot of preparations and that's what DSI is doing about protecting and conserving and managing the geosites. And we have really clarified it right from those 32 national geological monuments and which were there on the MA. And all the web, including the legislation that is very much required for protecting this site. Thank you very much, sir. And there are any question, one or two questions we can. So, okay. Now I think I can request the next speaker, Mahesh Thakkar, to please kindly deliberate. Good afternoon. It's very difficult after the lunch session because many of the speakers, the delegates are really taking a small nap. And everybody, they know. Can you put on the slideshow? Everybody here are geologists. So working in geology, they are aware about the importance of the geodiversity, geoheritage value of the Kutch Basin. So actually there is no need to give a long lecture, but I will give you some slideshows of the values of the actual geological value of the Kutch. But before that, in the last several lectures, we have understood about the geodiversity and their basic understanding. So many of the, can I have this, So many of the initial slides I will just skip because they are all simple understanding of the geodiversity. What we have since in the morning we have learned that geodiversity, what it is about it. But I would like to say that the biodiversity ultimately it turns after millions and millions of years will be turned to the fossils, paleontology. So it will become abiotic. So we have biodiversity comes to the geodiversity, and we'll have fossil records to that. So ultimately we have this square minerals, rocks, petrograph, petrology, petrographic structures, tectonics.
paleontology, geomorphology, that was landscape evolution. So everything which is existing on the surface, below the surface, that we can understand based on the landscape and rocks and everything. So that is very important to conserve. So I'm just skipping the slides because this is what the geotectonics at the larger scales. We have the kind of plate boundaries, everything we have on the exposures. Okay. So ultimately we come to the exposed rocks and come to the Kutch. So Kutch has several geotectonic elements. We have the normal tectonics, strike-slip tectonics, and the reverse tectonics. Everything is preserved in these rocks. So our ultimate aim is to preserve this kind of landscapes and the rocks. So this is just, I'm skipping. So our geologist basic is the field work. So based on the rock types and the landscape, we understand the earth and we understand the history of the earth. Okay, so these minerals, rocks, fossils, landscapes, speaking, we are diverse but united from this wonderful earth. So it is diversity in diversity. So they are into us, but please, it is enough. So it was the structural factors. Similarly, we have geological diversity. We come to know through the rocks about the evolutions from the eukaryotic vertebrate to the present human. So we need not to go into the details, but we generally get the history. They are all buried in the rocks, and then we understand these all geological processes, climatic processes, and the paleontological, biological processes. These are all stromatolites, that is blue-green algae. All these things are buried, and then we get all in the form of the fossils. So how beautiful it is. Okay, so these I'm just skipping. So ultimately, minerals, rocks, sediments, fossils, soil, water, all diversities, okay, that makes our blue earth. And this blue earth is so wonderful. The planet is full of mysteries, full of knowledge, full of life, full of potential. Yet it is nothing in terms of the known universe. Compared to the sun, we are just mere small point that 1 million. The sun contains 1 million Earth. This much of huge. If we compare to the entire universe, we are just a tiny smallest particle. Okay, there are 100 billion galaxies in the universe, 100 billion suns in our galaxy. So it is going to die one day. So we are absolutely thinking, when I will start my Kutch talk. So everything is going to die. Still we pray for the protections because we have strong positions, a sense of insecurity. We will die, nothing will be left except for the matter, and then there is a regeneration, the new cycle as per the absolute thinking. But even then, the conservation of earth, diversity, its diversity is of utmost importance. The next generation for academic, economic, and survival of the human. So I just keep this geopark where it is. So very small basin, 300 kilometers by 250 kilometers small Kutch basin. It has got everything except metamorphics. See, it is a full textbook of geology. It is a field laboratory for a geologist. If you are a paleontologist, structural geologist, any kinds of structures, normal tectonics are you working, reverse tectonic working, or strike-slip tectonics, it is the textbook. Okay. If you are working on the seismology, seismotectonic, paleoseismology, paleontology, micropaleontology, nano, all the everything, it is one of the best place at least in India, some of the aspects all over the world. So in geophysics, so we have identified over 75 sites, but they have been classified into Mesozoic, Jurassic, Cretaceous, Tertiaries. I need not to
we speak each and every sites, but they are of unique of its own. Like in tertiaries, we have lignite mines that can be how it can be developed with a big geopark or conserved site. It is itself is a big issue. Okay, so I'm not giving all these things, but at least now we understand what the Kutch landscape is so wide. You have more than 20,000 square kilometers. The Great Run of Kutch and Little Run of Kutch is almost flat land landscape. There is nothing. It's a flat land with salty incrustations. We have the raised rocky uplifts. It is the name of the Kutch's tortoise. It came from tortoise, Kachua. Kutch means Kachua. So this name actually came from the tortoise. It is the 2,000 years old word. 2,000 years back, there was the name of Kutch was different. So somebody who might have studied Kutch landscape, they might have the satellite views, bird eye view, just like we have this cyclone view. So it is amazing. These are matter of study, but this landscape is very unique. It is controlled by the so many tectonic elements. Major Pachamonian fault, Island Belt fault, Mother Parker fault. So I need not to give all the details of the fault, but it is excellent class to study the tectonic geomorphology. In the last 20 years, 25 years, we have published several papers, maybe some 100 papers on the quaternaries, quaternary tectonics and climates. So it is actually this picture we give you almost all idea how tectonism is controlling the landscape. Tectonism is controlling the lithology. So I don't go into the much in the lithology. This is a geological map by Biswas. This is the portion of the Mesozoics, which is as far as the tectonic is concerned, how it has been evolved. It is called the rift basin, okay, or rift generated rocks, and these are the sag basin rocks. So the is the sag deposits and the rift deposits separated by the flows. And if you look into the deeper, the faults, major and minor faults or the secondary faults, they are behaving in different way. But most they are the rocks, beds are dipping to the south. Okay. So now, one by one, we can take the uniqueness. The stratigraphical sections, they are very unique. Say, for example, the Oxfordian, between Jurama and Jurama, where excellent exposure of the dorsaulites that separates these two major units. Then we have Trigonian bed and Jurama formation. So we have got very clear smoke-like boundaries in all sense. It is a tertiary Mesozoics. In these sections, these are the Jumara formations, standard sections, Jumara, this is Jumara and this is Juram. Very excellently deposited transgressive regressive formation. This is Bhuj formations. Then the Deccan Tract as well as Bhuj deltaic sandstones. This is the boundary between, so you get a very clear-cut boundary. Each and every formations, though it is a Bajosian, Methodian, Caledonian, Oxfordian, Cambridgian, all in the tertiaries, all boundaries are very clear. And here also, this is the Intertrapiums, and we have the Oligocene, Eocene boundary, very clear boundary, and this is Eocene cave limestone. I think this, after 5 years, you will see these famous cave sections. This is Eocene nummulitic limestone. So some 15 cement industries are working all over Kutch. And every day, 1,000 trucks, one day, 1,000 trucks load of the nummulitic limestones. One part has some billions of nummulites. They are crushing and making the cement. Of course, this bed, when it goes to the Gulf of Kutch and Arabian Sea, further it gives us the oil. This is the source of the petroleum. So this tiny photographers, they are very important for us. Here on the surface, they give us the cement. Another using formations, we have large lignite deposits. This is now empty. I tell you, Mandu mine is now empty. It is now at a closer level. And now I have proposed to Gujarat Mineral Development Corporation good fossil gallery and stratigraphy and everything. This gallery can be developed. So they say, okay, you propose it, maybe few crore rupees, doesn't matter. That can be a good geosite and geotourism place. So they are agreeing. Everything is now vanished. We have looked at the groundwater. Everything is so bad. If you see there 30 years back and today, it's very different. Another very good section is world famous. Everybody, those who are working here in Kutch or even not working, they know this is a very condensed lagoon sections. We get Eocene at 1 plus, Oligocene and Miocene. So everything, 3 major divisions at 1 plus, because it is a small lagoon deposits. Another is all the primary sedimentary structures. It is the home of primary sedimentary structures. There is Jurassic, Cretaceous, or Tertiaries. You have excellent kind of all. I'm not doing each and every one here, but it is a home of it's a museum of these sedimentary structures. Remember sandstones, then we have root fossils of the mangroves of marching period of 14 to 15 million years. Then current beddings, and there is a large cross stratification at Bachao. Then we have, as far as the paleontology is concerned, we have vertebrates, invertebrates, stress fossils, microfossils, nanofossils. This is the vertebrates. This is one of its kind in the country. I think G.R. Prasad is sitting here. It's an ichthyosaurus. Students, okay. Is a ichthyosaurus. It's a 5.5 meter long, full complete skeleton is there. So it is one of its kind in Asia. So for the first time, we have got this from the Jurassics, just near to Bhuj, 30 kilometers from Bhuj. And it is complete skeleton. We have dinosaurs in bones, but it is all scattered. Yes, sir? Scattered in my department, museum of my department. Yeah. And then we have all everybody knows that Ammonites. Kutch is famous for the Ammonites. I think almost all museums in India. And recently I visited to the London's Natural History Museum. They have the Ammonites from Kutch. Okay. And trace fossils, it is the paradise. Tertiary fossils, corals, gastropods. This is the rhinos vertebrates. Recently we found from the Miocene, and I think it is at a publication level. And the structures, the faults, normal faults, flows, regional faults. This is Dr. Biswas. And all types of faults, it is the best place to study. Igneous intrusive dikes, seals, laterals, plugs, and columnar basalts. So I'm not going to be describe each and every, and because it needs the days and days to describe. Geomorphological formations, we have very beautiful mudflat sandstone systems. Then we have dated 3,000 to 5,000 years of the sandstone systems. Then run surface erosion limestone. Then this is very important in the sense that we have got the Iron Age archaeological formations, archaeological sites over here. We recently published a paper on it. Each and every site has some touch. You just your leg, there is something there. So that's why I am proposing I give this big proposal and then return to the government of Gujarat, India, or maybe to the Prime Minister that it should be declared as a geopark. Entire region should be declared. But हमें minus नहीं करने देंगे because it's worth billions and billions of rupees. Then we have very beautiful ideal bumps and coastal dune systems, rock platforms, mushroom rocks. That shows this is at the fringe of the Great Run of Kutch and Khadir Island. So this shows the sea was there 5,000 to 6,000 years ago, and in the Vedas it is already written that it was a shallow sea. We have kind of dune systems, coastal dune systems. And very young tectonics. This is 200 years old. This is developed just 200 years back because 1819 earthquake was at this ridge. So we get younger tectonics and neo-tectonics, maybe 1 million years, 100,000 years. So these are all 100 to 200,000 years of the tectonics and climatic. This is a gorgeous sections, points. I mean, of course, it is very important. In India, we have Day-1. It is world famous archaeological sites. Recently, Unesco has given the status of the World Heritage to Day-1, and it is the biggest in India as far as the Harappan sites are concerned. So I'm not going into the details of Harappan, how they live here, but just 10 kilometers from Harappan site, Day-1 site, there is a big fossil wood. There is not these, but there are several big fossil woods. These my students, they have restored. I mean, it was our efforts. Government of Gujarat and the collector, has given us some money to restore and conserve this large fossil wood. And we have successfully restored it next 25 years. Maybe then if they make something, canopy and everything, then it will be preserved for a longer period. But now nobody can vandalize from this site. No, even some sign or anything can, it is protected. This is also very important in terms of the planetary geology. We have Martian landscape, several Martian landscape analog sites, and we have published papers on geoheritage. There are ecological diversity also, so it is not only geological, ecological diversity in the Charitan. We have hundreds and hundreds of thousands of migratory birds every year they are coming. This is very near to this is Kutch Fossil Park, Jurassic Fossil Park, Wood Fossil Park, and you can see both together, there is a fossil wood, and here there are those migratory birds. So the Great Run of Kutch was once upon a time very desolate landscape, but today's Prime Minister, but we are just 2 minutes, sir. 2 minutes, just few slides. The salt flats, totally wasteland, but now, newly or unknowingly, Prime Minister has projected it as a geotourism sites. Okay. Now we have hundreds every year, lots of people they are coming to see the white desert. कुछ नहीं देखा तो कुछ नहीं देखा. That slogan given by Amitabh Bachchan. Now, see, these are the tent cities developed in the Great Run of Kutch. So we have hundreds of tents every year. Starts from this month onwards till February. And now there is a big site coming up, 100 square kilometer area. The Great Run of Kutch is now fully covered by the solar panels and windmills, 800 square. So it will give as much energy that Western India, 3 major states can take the energy. So we have the field museum like this, and we have this with the help of the collector, I created this. These are my designs, and it is now there in the Khadir Islands. recently, we have successfully proposed this special volume on Indian geoheritage. Me, Chauhan and Dr. Mathur sitting here, we have proposed this volume, and today we have more than 28 research papers. So it is a very good response from all over India. This is another thing. I think everybody knows that just a few days back, Prime Minister's inaugurated Sundarban Museum. So this is that site of the earthquake museum where I myself have given good contributions. These fossils are my contributions. This is given by me. But of course, it is a part of the consultancies. But they have given us good amount of free space there, and it is one of its kind in the country, this museum. This my museum in the department is also very famous. This is NASA people, they have come. So I am getting several thousand people every year, geologists, non-geologists, students, and some of the visitors from out of the country. So they visit, so I'm not going into the details, but this is okay. Thank you.
And Dr. showed us those wonderful geological sections and those spectacular landscapes. And really, it's a great book as far as the ecology, cultural, and of course, you are showing a lot of birds and many other things.
It's just, it's not Chota,
but it's a fantastic.
So that's why I say that the entire basin should be a geopark, national geopark.
So you like to suggest all those different sections and points. It can be
everything, all sites we have identified. And each and every site we have to give separate persons or some investment so that it can also be a geotourism sites. So many of the things we have already made into the practice, but now we need money.
But it will be a network of those are isolated just 6 sites.
Obviously, it will be isolated, not at one place. Because all the protections here, it is really great tourism. Yeah.
Exactly. कुछ नहीं देखा तो कुछ नहीं देखा That's true. Thank you so much, sir.
That's education Manushi.
Yeah.
So you दूसरी बात है, इसमें बहुत कुछ है. Kachua. Yes. So somebody before, 2000 years before, somebody might have seen from the top, or maybe they have navigated the entire land and they mapped it like a Kachua. There were lots of that part.
Tagline is Kachua se tez hai.
I have one comment. But the important thing is we are getting a lot of support from government of Gujarat. They are so enthusiastic about what we are doing.
Yeah, government is giving support.
Definitely the state government attitude.
Yeah.
That is very, very important.
But now actually we have to talk to the central level. And that's why I'm here. I request to Dr. Sailesh Nayak. He is also from Gujarat, I think. And he is from MS. I am also from MS University.
A very strong proposal can go from the government of Gujarat to Sailesh and Ministry of Environment. So that will be better, I think. We can make a proposal.
Yeah.
All in due respect for that.
So the government, I have one comment to make. In the morning session, we have a lot of pessimism.
Yeah.
That people were showing excellent sites for geoheritage. And I was a bit sad to see the state of affairs after this land session by Pradeep Singh, seeing the works by Geological Survey of India. And now there is one man from Kutch University. that shows an individual can do as well as the organization. And there's a lot of positive vibes now in this room. And Professor Banerjee being the chair of the IUGS National Committee, I would have one suggestion that such meetings, if INSA can sponsor, it should be held every year at one of the geo-heritage sites. Maybe you can, yeah, we can visit and that will be sensitive and get it inaugurated by some minister who is in charge of such things.
So actually, we are organizing a full workshop in Kutch. Dr. Thakkar is organizing. We are just organizing the date on the third week of the September. We are organizing one field workshop, and we are inviting not only geologists, some other fraternity, other domains we are inviting to join in this very special field workshop.
How many days it will be? 5 days. That field excursion?
4 days.
That is good.
I think it is possible to do it because I have been assured by the Secretary of Ministry of Earth Sciences this morning that you go ahead with some more programs like this and we will fund it.
One meeting can also go long.
So one day meeting can be arranged here and then it will be followed by the reports.
So it is
Actually, you can do everything in the field itself.
Yeah.
it's also very
You know, everyone have formal organization. Find it.
I think it is also very important that when you want to designate any specific site as a geo-heritage or geopark, or I think we should have a criteria, and that is what I think we need to do, in the sense that when you will like to go to a higher authorities or to designate certain things, I think GSI must be following some criteria based on which you can designate. Because and there has to be some kind of a jury which we should propose, that this jury has agreed designate this area as a heritage stone or a zero, whatever definitions you have. Because what I find, everything is pretty good, there is no doubt about it. What is that will make others get interested apart from geologists? Because what we are talking is not for us, but for others to appreciate this. And I think that is where we need to work. That means we need to say that this area is important because of these reasons. What is the societal importance or what is geological importance? How it is, the interest of the policymakers comes into it. Otherwise, what may happen is, we may have thousands of sites, but nothing will happen. So we may have to come up with some criteria in ourselves only. Otherwise, there would be many sites, and if we go with thousands of sites, they will say we are not interested. It has to go through certain process by which we say that. That's what I think very important. Otherwise, Mahesh has done a fantastic job. I know personally his work. So only my regret in Kutch is there was a bauxite fossils echinoderms in Kutch, in Naredi. But I think it is completely mined out, to the best of my knowledge. So we must also see that, certain things which we know do not get disturbed.
So miners have now found the Eocene, Oligocene, Miocene, wherever they got the limestone, they are now digging. So maybe after 10 years, we will have only Deccan Trap, big platform that slopes to the Arabian Gulf of Kutch. And everything on the top is a kind of heap of rebels, that's all.
So that is why it is very important that we set something which is what we need.
even for future education, certain sections or certain areas need to be preserved. So I think we need to write it down, some criteria. And there are many experts here, so we would be able to do this.
So can I?
Dr. Naik has rightly pointed out that we strictly need a methodology and guidelines to develop geoheritage site and geopark site. So in a small endeavor, we have published a paper which we try to give some methodology and guidelines, published in Geoheritage, Journal of Geoheritage, Indian context. We need, in the world where the geoparks have been developed, they have been based on some methodology of a particular country. So we strictly need that guideline and methodology. Thank you.
You can circulate.
You see, the guidelines are already made. Guidelines have been implemented. They don't find everything. Indian context, you have to change it according to your context. Yes. They will, others will not come and tell you that everything is according. Because if you do it according to your context, yes. So, guidelines are available and open for everybody. That if you don't need guidelines, you need the guidelines. The guidelines are available.
Yeah, Mahesh. Hello.
Yeah,
sir.
Yeah, Mohavi sir, just what it. Sir, yeah, Mahesh sir.
Yes.
Yeah, I just want to know that after this, all the initiative in Gujarat, what are the job opportunities, non-traditional job opportunities for geologists related with geotourism?
Because that is what we have to think about. That is what we have to have kind of bodies which can control these issues. That way, just like when we long back, we proposed to the Gujarat government. Immediately, government of Gujarat, Department of Geology and Mining, they made one body, which is called Gujarat Mineral Development and Research Society. Now GMRD has to make a rules. Okay, they made a rule that from this axis, there is a river, Rakdi River, Merwani River, which is very important sections of the Mediterranean or Aquitanian formations, the eocene formations. From the river axis, 2.5 kilometer one side, 2.5 kilometer other side. You don't have to touch any miners. So this was the rule first proposed by us. After that, when it comes to the GMRDS, it becomes 500 meters from both the sides. And when 1 month I went to the site, it was just from the river section axis, 50 meters they made the trench, mining trench. Because 4 kilometers they are losing millions and millions of rupees worth that material. So the entire problem is that mining lease is given by the authorities. And they don't know what is Eocene, Oligocene. Now GMRDS, sir, now GMRDS is not doing this kind of business. Now they are doing research on that means required for those miners. उनको जो चाहिए वो करके देते हैं उनको
सर डॉक्टर साहब मैं आपसे सर मैं आपसे कुछ कहना चाहता हूँ। हम लोगों ने इनका एनवायरमेंटल सर्वे होता है और वो बीच में भी होता रहता है। उस एनवायरमेंटल सर्वे में फॉसिल कल्ट आप इशू डाल देते हैं तो उन्हें रेगुलरली उस पर CSR से पैसा देना पड़ता है, प्रोविजन डालने पड़ते हैं, उन बातों पर ध्यान देना पड़ता है। हमने अल्ट्राटेक के साथ ऐसा किया है सर, और वो बाउंडेड होम से शुरू में उन्होंने इसको किसी राइटअप में नहीं लिया, और अभी मजबूर हैं, बाकायदा लिखते हैं और उनकी एक्टिविटी दिखानी पड़ती है कि CSR को फॉसिल में लिया है।
Everything they show in the report, everything is fine. That is what the report says. Sir, I have seen it.
सर क्या किया देखिए उन्होंने ग्राउंड पे क्या किया बता?
एक्चुअली मैम उन्होंने जो वुड फॉसिल्स हैं जो हमारे पार्क में है वो उनके सौजन्य से ट्रांसपोर्टेड है और उन्होंने उसको लिखित में लिखा क्योंकि वो इशू आ जाता है कि फॉसिल मिलते हैं और इस समय उन्होंने बकायदा उसको CSR के राइटअप में लेने के लिए हामी की है, केवल हामी की। और एक चीज है सर, उनका एकदम डर खत्म कर देते हैं सर कि हमारे फॉसिल का इश्यू से उनका फैक्ट्री बंद नहीं होगी, हम मिलजुल के फैक्ट्री को कंटिन्यू कर सकते हैं। यदि थोड़ा सा विश्वास हम लाते हैं सर तो वो खुशी खुशी हमारे साथ आते हैं सर। दरअसल क्या होता है, पत्रकार उनके पास चले आते हैं और बहुत सारा उनके लिए ऐसा हो जाता है कि हमारे फैक्ट्री को बंद कर दो, ये सीमेंट फैक्ट्री को बंद कर दो, सब जितने सब चले आते हैं। यदि वो डर ना हो उनके साथ तो डेफिनेटली हमारे साथ सहयोग करेंगे सर।
I think we did not answer his question. He asked where are job opportunities. So I would like to say something.
No, actually the answer is almost negative.
There can be a positive answer to this. We can have geotourism where these kids can be employed.
That is okay.
We can have geoheritage officers just like forest officers, because they talk about conservation of the forest area. They stop poaching of animals. Why can't we have such jobs created?
That is what I am saying. That there should be a body. Then we can create a
Geological Survey of India. There can be geologists employed where they talk about the monument stones. Possibilities. See, GSI. Yes, sir. और GSI का मेन काम क्या है? एक्सप्लोरेशन, निकालने का काम, यहाँ पे देने का काम है, प्रिजर्व कंजर्व करने का काम है, तो क्यों नहीं कर सकते हम?
Can I come in?
You heard
So we are not able to, the people who have joined online, they are not able to hear anything. So it would be better if we speak one by one so that the online participants can also participate in the discussion. So we are not able to hear anything because so much discussion is going on in the physical, those who are physically present. So as for this, I think I could catch something was like the future course of action. The bill which we have prepared in Ministry of Mines will assign similar role to Geological Survey of India, which has been assigned by AMS, Archaeological Survey Act to Archaeological Survey of India. And it is not that as the ma'am was telling that GSI's main role is exploration. GSI's main role is basically baseline geoscience data collection and maintaining a repository. And it has other roles like it is a nodal agency for landslides, it is a premier agency for exploration, and so many other roles, including geo-environmental studies, etc. The world over, the survey organizations, they are dynamically changing, and now a lot of survey organizations, including USGS and other survey organizations, they are now basically expanding their activities in public good geosciences and basically reducing their activities in the fundamental aspects of geology, because survey organizations are an interface between academia and industry. So the survey organization like Geological Survey of India has to work as per the national needs. So of late, during last 5 to 6 years, though the preeminent role was mineral exploration, now we have launched a national campaign for baseline geoscience data collection. Like all our programs like geophysical surveys, aerogeophysical surveys will be over by 2024. So naturally, GSI will expand its activity in geoheritage conservation and all aspects of geoheritage and other public good geoscience activities, including medical geology, landslides, and everything.
Thank you, Dr. Pradeep Singh, for giving it as a reflection for that. And I think I have Dr.
I cannot hear. I think all the participants, online participants, are facing the same problem. We are not able to clearly hear what you are saying.
People are not actually talking all with the mic. This way or that way. That is the reason why they are not able to listen. Okay, so for our next speaker, I expect that whosoever is trying to speak, he will speak right at the mic, please. So Dr. Vivek, please.
Thank you, sir.
I hope this is visible, audible. Maheshji, I think...
It is loud and clear, yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, great, thanks. Maheshji has put me into a big difficulty, to be very frank, because Professor Banerjee asked me to talk about a very topic which is not so colorful, not so exciting, not so dynamic, if you will, but is essential in terms of ethics, geoethics, and the practice of geoethics. And where do we start? Before I go, I mean, I am probably also one of the few participants who is going to speak without a presentation. So there's no presentation coming up. In a nutshell, I will take again Mahesh's name. He is aware of what, I mean, we are aware of what he did in his early days, creating barefoot geologists, if that term is correct, right? So I'm taking him back maybe 15 years back, and we in Aquadam have done a similar thing of creating what we call as barefoot hydrogeologists, because we work in the water resources area more than anything else. And taking these two things together, I would like to share with you an experience that when we talk to school children, a subject that was brought up in the morning, and gave them open ideas about how the earth works, how water percolates through the ground, how various things are to be mapped, and so on and so forth. We find, and I can say this with confidence from experience, that in 236 village schools across the country, maximum hydrological local, hydrological data is being collected by the school children. And they get so excited. There's another aspect of it to draw upon the words of Maheshji, in the sense that we probably don't exist 50 years from now, but it is the children who will carry our legacy forward. It is so important for us to take what we are doing to the next generation and the generation after that, if we want to make this sustainable and survivable. Certainly, we are making a start. We are making or breaking into new areas where probably very few people thought about earlier, but was important. Worked in isolated pockets across the country and some groups to some extent. But as we take it along, it is also important for us to involve the next generation. And when we involve the next generation, whether it is in geo-heritage preservation, awareness, and or research and development of this subject, I think we need to be available or reliant on a core philosophy of ethics. And that's where, I don't know, sorry if it sounds critical, it is not against any individual, but just to give a small example, when I joined the Geological Society of America way back, I was made to sign a declaration of ethics. I had to read through it and sign it. I could not simply sign at the end and say, I agree. I had to read through it and sign. I believe the Geological Society of America, London, the American Geophysical Union, European Geophysical Union that I am aware of, the International Society of Sedimentologists that I am aware of, you have to sign the Declaration of Ethics. All of them have code of ethics, which every member is expected to follow. This code of ethics, in many ways, is derived on very four simple principles, which were declared, somebody mentioned in the morning, by what is known as the Singapore Statement. The Singapore Statement was signed by no less than 146 countries way back in 2010. It is available on the web. I don't want to bring up too much details of it. But this is the essential part. And I'm sorry to say, not a single Indian Earth Science Society has a code of ethics. That's where we start from. If somebody wants to correct me, I am welcome to correct, but not one. And that is where we need to start from. It's so simple. It relies on just 4 principles. I'll list them out: honesty, accessibility, and accountability. Professional courtesy to your co-worker, and good stewardship. These are the 4 principles which have been outlined in the Singapore Statement, which form the basis of the Code of Ethics of Geological Society of America, Geological Society of London, International School of Sedimentologists that I know of, or am a signatory to. And also I'm aware that the IGU also have similar Code of Ethics. Somewhere we need to make a start, and my submission in brief is just this. As a part of the GeoHeritage group and as a part of this whole celebration of Geoethics Day and whatever else, I think if I may suggest, the Society of Earth Scientists can become the first society to do that. That would be a great example to start off with. And with that, I think I leave it to everybody because most of you are aware of it. Most of you don't need to be taught about it. But coming back, this is something which has to be taught along with the awareness to the school students, to the college students, to our research fellows when we start them off. And that integrity, there was a discussion offline, not really on this forum, when we met, and that discussion happened so many times. Deepak Srivastava mentioned it as well. How is data created and how is data, quote, manipulated, unquote? We need to be very, very clear, sir. In earth sciences, our data is the field lab. It is the exposure. We can't fiddle around with it. And in that, I would like to repeat a small statement which has been stated by many people. The exposure does not lie. Your interpretations may differ, but the exposure does not lie. So let us look at these exposures, collect our data from that, report the locations and positions of samples that we are collecting, report and teach our next generation to do the same thing. Report the degree of error with which your analysis is happening. The methodology, the SOP, we often communicate. This is standard. It is found in this journal or in this paper or XYZ. But we don't teach them how do we record that this has been followed. In Western universities, if you have reported an analysis in your thesis, it is mandatory to have the metadata. I'm sorry to say, I have not seen a thesis which has metadata of samples and analysis attached to it. Forget research papers. So we need to start on that. We need to adhere to that, and we need to work on that by making our next generation more and more sensitive to it. That is going to change the credibility of our science when looking at the outside world. I've heard a criticism in between, not really here, maybe some time back, which said that, sir, analysis done in Indian labs, we take it with a pinch of salt. Why should we face this criticism? Because the metadata is not there. The day we start publishing metadata, this criticism will vanish. And therefore, we need to start going back a little bit, if you will, and start doing this with our research fellows, and then go backwards and build it as an integral part. We have recommended this. We have started doing this in some of the teaching institutions which we work in University of Pune. The metadata of what have you measured, what have you sampled, what have you observed, keeping those records has to be done. I don't think there can be a compromise on that. And in that, to an extent, I would say that I really compliment the GSI, Well, the GSA officers still do it. Unfortunately, those records are not available to the general public. That's the unfortunate part, but they still do it. Whereas academia tends to be a little bit negligent. Little bit negligent is a mild way of putting it, of this. And that is what affects our credibility a lot. So I think I will conclude by this, that this is a need of the hour. And if this day, Geoethics Day, makes it important and relevant, let us start it today. Thank you.
We need to making us aware of this.
And what is required and expected from different scientific societies and all. And I agree. Because as far as this morning also it was discussed by this issue also regarding the maps and many other things like that, which are not rightly quoted. It goes through series of hands and finally it is somewhere else. But especially the academia and the people from GSR, they are all members of different societies. And if you go also take an oath, what you take ethics and all, at least they will feel more responsible towards it. So, and as you suggested, I think I can request Dr. Tripathi to start it with the essays. So I think, yes, sir.
There is a slight difference here. CSR has a code of ethics.
Oh.
CSR has a code of ethics, the written ethics, all CSR scientists have to sign it. That's not very old, but it's about 5 years old. Yeah. Secondly, Singapore, you spoke about the Singapore Declaration. There is a subsequent declaration at Cape Town.
Yeah.
There is a follow-up section, and there was a plan of having a perhaps a New Delhi declaration, but we didn't have the couldn't hold the IGC. Otherwise, it would have been a New Delhi declaration also. And unfortunately, whatever you have written, you have spoken, I was supposed to have spoken there.
Sorry. Now, I request Dr. D.M. Banerjee to kindly give his own talk, sir. Please.
Thank you, sir. This morning, D.C. Srivastava spoke so elaborately about the geological mapping and structure that I just had to rest during the lunch hour to delete 10 slides of mine because they were repetitions. With most of it almost like that. Therefore, my talk is going to be very short, very few slides. Deleting, there may be a little bit of overlap, and there is a lot of overlap which he has also created. So we are all talking in similar language. So because we can only have different jargons and different words to say the same thing. So most important thing, whether it is a geoheritage or it is a geoethics, all geoheritage, as I told you right in the beginning when we started today, the geoheritage is based on geoethics. Because your ethical concern, your feeling that this body should not be destroyed, and that is your ethical issues. That you should not destroy a folded structure, very nice fold, there is a stomatolyte there, so you should not kill. Instead of hammering it and finishing it off, you must keep it preserved. I had experience of working in the Western area in Himalayas. I saw a very beautiful stomatolyte column, something about 2 meters long, excellent outcrop near a temple. I came back and I spoke that only what you should in Himalayan geology, and the day I saw it very good. So some people were listening to it. And the next time it was all good, it was all hammered and chipped out. Everything is good. So these are the ethical issues which we talk about, the field. I'm talking about some little bit of different aspects. Slide, please. I will remove it dinner. Go. इसके बाद वाला क्यों? इसके बाद वाला है, इसके बाद वाला भाई, हाँ इसके बाद, हाँ. Geoethics in geological fieldwork, which I wanted to talk about, the very few slides. Now we know, I mean, it is a repetition thing. The world over, scientists feel concerned with unethical practices by scientists of all hues. Whether you're physicists or mathematicians, there are not. Whether the mathematics. Okay. It is. All types of scientists have been doing unethical things in many parts of the world, and there are a lot of history stories about the put-down man, all those things that from ages these type of unethical things been going on. This issue has been recently addressed by a select group of scientists at INSA, and an edited compendium has been published. CSR also come out with a compiling on ethics in science. Unfortunately, the learned scientists did not feel the need of addressing the aspect of geoethics with distinct character of its own. Look at this book, which is available in INSA. You can buy it here. It is edited by 3 eminent scientists. Ethics in Science Education, Research and Governance, but it does not have a chapter on geoethics. In spite of asking them, please allow me to put a chapter in that, they say, no, geoethics, there is nothing like a geoethics. It is ethics in science, everything is common. But I had to tell them it is different, because there are many aspects of geology which is not common in the physics or chemistry or biology. So, now the damage of a rock having irreproducible features is rampant world over. More so in our country, where senior administrators has to be re-educated about the importance of rocks in their own backyards. For a very long time, the Indian public, including the scientists, remained oblivious of the danger lurking not in the dark, but in the wide sunny open. They woke up from this slumber only a decade ago and somewhat became active in dealing with the issues. The progress is slow. In the absence of well-defined norms, undefined and unbelievably ignorant public and more ignorant administration. So the application of ethics in the protection and management of natural environment requires an exhaustive knowledge of the structure and the component of the area to be protected. This is what somebody was pointing out the other day, that let us find with a geological structure or a feature, what are the different characteristics of it. If somebody starts talking about a particular geological feature, what are the different dimensions, what are the materials it consists of, what is the technology, what is the methodology of it, where is possible. So nobody has done it. I mean, we say this is a geological structure, it's very nice. What about the geological details of it? This is not being done. One must ensure the ways and means to carry out geophysical sampling. This is what some of Deepak also and the field work allowing the scientific as well as the local ethics. You have to follow the local ethics also. Because when you are doing the sampling, the local population, what do you think about the rocks? What do they think about the particular sediment? Must be taken into account before doing any sampling. Therefore, geoscientists must engage with the stakeholders from the start of their studies, respect their perspectives and sensitivities. This is a very important thing. The researcher should draw detailed plans before collecting samples and follow local regulation meticulously. This is an important thing which somehow recently, you have heard about the VSI geologists who were kidnapped or they were problematic. They must not have followed the local persons and they got into trouble. So those trees are very sensitive. Some mountain is there, and then they have they have smeared it with vermilion. Then they made it a Mataji's mandir or something. Then you should not go and hammer that thing. That will be a big problem. And we have an example in our university, from Lucknow University, very senior batch of our university. They went to Jarasankar temple in Pachmani. One of the students broke a stalagmite. And there was a big cry, there was public outcry, the district magistrate had to come out, and the senior professor, Professor Bhatia, he had apologized in public, and it did give out to the further. So, stalactite became very impressive because you break it. You have to follow the local things. And we say, no, we want to analyze sample, we want to find out what is there. This is not allowed there. Therefore, local sensitivity has to be taken into care. Now, destructive geoscientific sampling has serious ethical repercussions. In many places, it has disrupted the archives of the entire Earth history. The management of landscape and geological formation of local culture signification have become real problematic. They have completely destroyed it. In many places, they have been totally gone. You can go to Dehradun area, and if you go to Sahajwara area, you can't see anything there anymore. It was a big stream area, there's nothing anymore. So any environmental damage must be minimal in geoheritage site. And they must make all data available, including to local contribution for re-examination, reproduction purpose. This is what just now Vivek has emphasized on it. He said the geological survey people are still doing it. This is something which is there. Where is the sample? What you have collected? And the metadata which is emphasizing is very, very important. When a thesis comes, you don't know where is the sample. What type of material you analyzed it. It is right there. And nowadays, in publications, when you are publishing papers, you want metadata to be submitted before that. It will not be published, but it will be put in storage. So this is lacking in our in the academic circle. So, mapping a terrain with inadequate knowledge, training will be hazardous in dealing with problems related to geo-risk management. This is very important. Communication and education in order to improve the community resilience to natural disaster. This is also the morning Shri Prakash was telling me. Geohazards can be caused by irregular or incorrect mapping or incorrect interpretation of the data. As an example, we will given that in Italy, the geologists were successful because they did not interpret the data correctly. So this is an important thing. In government and private organizations, the ethics codes require geoscientists to maintain the confidentiality of an employee. This is another aspect which I am touching. This is what we call it dilemma. Dilemma, what we think. In organizations like ONGC people are working and doing and all that, and if you want the data, they say they won't give you. Because this is a confidentiality. On the other hand, the geoscience ethic code demands that the protection of public health, safety, and welfare of people has the highest responsibility to the member. That means, by stating that this obligation is the highest responsibility, these codes place the public health, safety, and welfare above employer or client's confidentiality. I mean, if it is needed for the health and public safety, those confidentiality will have to be broken and one has to those things go. This is a very serious thing which happened and many times, and this is actually resulted into duplication of work. The same area you go there because people have done the work, they've analyzed the thing, everything. Another person goes there, they've done the same thing, and they've done everything. And third person also goes there. The first person does not give it to second person does not give the other person. So it is a waste of time, waste of energy, and waste of time. Lastly, and with another example, I just from my own personal experience, I'm telling you, is a bright young geologist in an exploratory mine. Out serious flaws in the underground map prepared by senior predecessor. This is my personal experience. This is the map. Next day, the while was being inspected, Now, since the disclosure of flaws in the map will invite wrath of the boss, the young geologist was directed to keep quiet and conceal his version of the map until the super boss leaves. Thus, the difference between the original and revised version of the map reflects an effort to please the boss or a legitimate difference of professional opinion. If it is legitimate difference of professional opinion, it is not, but if it is only for pleasing the boss, the suppression of fact can endanger the life and property. So this is a serious thing which happens. So incorporation of ethical and social consideration in the university, these are the second aspect. Incorporation of ethical and social consideration in the university curricula and into field work must not be postponed. It is important that the concept of geoheritage and geoethics are not neglected. In the coming years, while addressing the subjects like energy supply, utilization of georesources, land management, pollution abatement, mitigation of georisk, climate change adaptation, mitigation, the ethical and social issues will be central in scientific discussions and in public debates. My last take-home message, the professional behavior required of scientists is the need to self-police and report the scientific misconduct. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Banerjee, for a very interesting observation and talk. And if there are any questions, I can request you to come. Maybe some 2-3 questions.
I have a small comment. Dr. Pale very nicely summarized about the code of ethics and mentioned about the USGS and EGU and AGU and all these things. And Professor Banerjee pointed out there is a code of ethics in CSIR. It's already there, and there are also code of ethics we signed in the university also. But what I liked in your speech was that we were made to read it and then sign it. Often not as on internet, several times we just click that I agree. So here is the question that will this code of ethics, reading and signing, will solve the problem? And here I mentioned Professor Banerjee's last slide, that self-policing is there, and if you have your conscience agitated by seeing the wrong things, then even the code of ethics you sign doesn't mean anything, because we often forget what we signed at the time of getting appointment. That was the only small comment I wanted. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Basically, I have almost the same comment to make, and I thank the speakers very much for your brilliant presentations, both of you. I couldn't agree more with both of you. But this declaration of ethics, does it have any teeth? What happens to a geoscientist if he signs the declaration and then behaves unethically?
Exactly.
I think this is a very important question. Both of us have asked the same question.
Yeah.
And just signing that and then, hallelujah, guys, I'm a good guy, I'm ethical because I signed something, that doesn't go far enough. We have to be ethical by rule. There must be consequences in science if we do behave unethically somehow.
I would like to give you some little information about I have lectured in Lucknow University, Banaras Hindu University, and Sagar University, and online at Chandigarh University at the invitation of Gurmeet Kaur, which was not very well done. But on geoethics I will be very happy to note that the Sagar University immediately took a syllabus in a course on geoethics. In the new syllabus in the MSc, they have a geoethics, and they announced it there itself that we are going to introduce it, and they have introduced it.
Thank you, Dr. Banerjee. I think there is someone.
Okay.
Okay. So can you just put him on the line? Dr. Oli, please.
So pleased to listen to Dr. Vivek Kale. So I salute you for your frankness, and what you said is the truth. The day we educate the masses at the grassroots at every village level, that's the day when we will be able to harness the geoscientific potential of this great landscape of ours. What's happened in the great Himalayan mountains, the making of those expressways thoughtlessly, 6-laning in an active mountain chain, triggering landslides perpetually, and then saying we are doing it for safety, we are doing it for convenience, we are doing it for defense. The last rains exposed the hoax of the safety. The roads had the flyovers, Himalayan roads having flyovers. I never saw flyovers in slopes. And those flyovers cracked up 25 meters hole in a highway. And the makers saying we have done it for safety. So let's be honest with ourselves. Let's be honest with the nation. Let's be honest with the future generations. The geoheritage is the ultimate wealth of a nation. Saying this, that we are not literate, why are we not literate 75 years after independence? Our fault, we didn't speak out. And also our fault that some of our professionals sided with the establishment, not with the science. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Thank you so much.
One response to both of you, if I may. I fully agree that finally it is self-discipline. But the point is, I think, in response to some other points also, and as an appendix to what Professor Banerjee mentioned, is that all the code of ethics that I know of, AGU, GSA, GSL, they have a whistleblower clause. And the beauty is that it is your juniors who stand protected in the whistleblower clause. That clause is an integral and important part of the code of ethics. So that provides protection, and that is why I said you start with the next generation and the next. I think down the line, even if, let us say, in our generation there are a few rotten apples, the code of ethics has to catch on from the youngest to the top. It will catch on. I believe in that. Absolutely right. Very correct.
You see, last year has prescribed to create a course on ethics in research, and that is same in all the disciplines. They have given the syllabus also. So we have been limited from this year. I think today, what I felt that particularly on science, our sciences, we have to include ethics in geoethics researches. So some of the syllabus which is given, see, I think we have to make it and we have to add according to our need. So this will be better. This, I think, WhatsApp on the geoethics, I think, will help to, I think, reframe our syllabus, okay, particularly coursework, maybe coursework on the ethics in research. So the geoethics in research, as far as our science is concerned. Thank you.
I will just add one short point. Having it in the curriculum is fine. Also signing a declaration is fine. The point which Dr. Bruno raised, this remains a toothless tiger.
Maybe it's a good start, but it should be developed further.
Yeah, good.
Professor Banerjee, you have already got a panel discussion 1.5 hours, so you can start with.
So I think I can request Professor Banerjee to please kindly initiate the panel discussions.
I think we now get into the last item of the day, the panel discussion. One of the panel discussion, the Tripti Vyas didn't, I couldn't contact her finally. We have Professor Bhaskar from IGNU. Dr. Rashmi Sharma bhi nahi hai. No, Rashmi Sharma is also not available. Now we have Benobao from Unesco. Then we have Shanti Pappu, the Secretary of Sharma Center for Heritage Education, and Sulagna Chattopadhyay, Editor Geography and You. You have got 3 points on which to discuss. That is appreciating the science of geoconservation. You consider as geoconservation as a science by itself, which is not a process, but a science itself. And the public, how the public reacts to that, and how the authorities react to it, and what we want to do the way forward. So, depending upon your interest, the way you want to conduct, you want to say, if you want to put some slides, or if you want to say info just without slides, you are welcome. So who starts? I mean, you think of yourself.
So if you permit, can I make some
You start, Bharkar. Bhaskar, you start.
It was a great day, and thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Learned a lot from the discussions. Certain things I felt for promoting geoconservation, we should highlight the geodiversity services like regulatory services, provisioning services, so that geoconservation gets the due importance. And we should emphasize that these result in green transition, and these may result in sustainable development or sustainable future. Then we should also, as has been told by many of the earlier speakers, promote geotourism sites, which will promote geoconservation. Then we should try to link these sites and these activities to sustainable development goals. In fact, there are publications in geodiversity where they have linked it to 17 sustainable development goals and how this will benefit. So this will tell the usefulness. Also, Gurmeet made a presentation where she said strong links with culture is very important. Wherever areas are there, where, for example, from Kutch, somebody, Thakkar Saab made a presentation, and if we can show close relationship between biodiversity, geodiversity, culture, archaeology, history, and sustainable development, that area will get the attention. It is obvious that there are strong links with biodiversity, and geodiversity underpins the ecosystems and biodiversity. And we should tell that this is the basis for all life. As has been told by some of the speakers, IUCN in a resolution in 2015 said that geoheritage and geodiversity are components of natural diversity. And this is very important that we should emphasize this aspect for geoconservation. As far as public and authorities are concerned, I have listened to the talk by Shri Pradeep ji from Mines Department, and GSI has done enough work. They have mandate, and with active support of local communities, tourism and culture, archaeology department, and forest department, as Samita ji said, from the state governments, a lot can be done. We should engage with decision makers, students, teachers, all stakeholders. In fact, I would go to recommend
that there should be a strong geoconservation, geoheritage and geotourism cell in GSI, in research organization and relevant ministries. And what is the way forward? All of us have been talking, Shankar has been mentioning about the school children, others have also talked about that. We should use these eco clubs as nature eco clubs, where in addition to environment, they could include geodiversity. Of course, today we are celebrating this International Geodiversity Day. This is one way where we create awareness in the society. Certain speakers have told about geoheritage walks. They can also be there. Gurmeet mentioned about employment opportunities. In fact, if we identify geo-tourism sites, we can train the guides, geo guides we can call them, and they could get employment and skill generation could be there. Some basic of geology and something so that they can enthuse the tourist about the geological history. Then there is also, we can have quiz competition for children. Then we can have dedicated website and design of brochures. Already Satish ji has mentioned this. And Gurmeet made a presentation regarding IUGS Heritage Stone Designation. This is a relatively simple process where we can apply for maximum stones, which India is diverse, to get as far as possible maximum stones designated as IUGS Heritage Stone designation. She mentioned that how Chief Minister of Rajasthan was excited and tweeted about that. So certainly this can be done, and this will add revenue and attention. Also, Meghalaya caves, they have said about IUGS heritage site. There are many areas which can be added for heritage sites. And also there can be geo collections committees there where we can, highlight these kind of things. Then of course, Mines Department is working, but other governments, including state governments, can act. And it is very important, as some of the senior speakers like Shailesh Naik ji mentioned, there should be a National Geopark Committee. And what that committee should do is to screen applications, and at least we don't depend on UNESCO initially, we can declare them national parks. And later we prepare those national geoparks for UNESCO recognition after getting the legislation and the comprehensive management which is associated with it. Then I am also associated with the National Education Policy implementation. So I have seen there is a program which is called Ek Bharat Shrestha Bharat, in which students have to visit 100 sites to promote national integration. In this 100 list, we also have heritage sites. Why not we emphasize that the government should include geo-heritage sites, and this NEP also talks about Indian heritage. Geo-heritage is also part of our Indian heritage because they are located in the Indian territory, and we can emphasize this. Then we should have short video clips in various local languages to promote geotourism and geo sites. Then extensive use of social media should be done. And as far as IGNU is concerned, we have already introduced a unit on geodiversity and geoheritage. But we are planning, myself and Professor Milan Mishra, who was there in the morning, director of our school, we are thinking of developing a course along with Dr. Gurmeet and others, we will involve them to start an online program on geodiversity, geotourism, geoconservation, so that other disciplines can also enter and learn these things. I also feel that we should have these short courses like Dr. Gurmeet did in HRDCs. There are 66 human resource development centers in India. And if we ask the UGC, Ministry of Education, they can direct them, just like every refresher and orientation course has a lecture on disaster management. There's a guideline. We can have them that please include something on geodiversity, geoconservation, geotourism to promote it. Then we can also request our Honorable PM, whether in the Mann Ki Baat show, he can talk about geo-heritage and geotourism. Once that talk comes from that level, automatically things will flow. Then, as I said, we should immediately identify the best areas for National Geopark and prepare cases for UNESCO Global Geopark. And it is obviously very important that we should take the public along as far as possible. We have science communicator like Nautiyal Saab and others who are very active. Why not make it a point that in the newspapers we cover, there is a lot of work done. I have seen the journal which Thakkar Saab had shown, Geoheritage, a lot of publications are there. Vadwan Saab has made a lot of publication. Maybe they are not in the public domain. For example, Vadwan sir's 3-4 papers I have read, and it is really very interesting the way it has been compiled, all the information. But I think in a simple way, we have to communicate and enthuse the public. These are all my suggestions, and I request my other colleagues to contribute.
Can I show a few slides to make my point? Slide. Okay, so thank you very much for inviting me, and I really learned so much today. So my points will actually basically echo what everyone else has been saying, but I would like to give some examples of how we have actually gone about this in a tiny area in Tamil Nadu, and I'd like to speak from the perspective of archaeology, and in particular the archaeology that deals with what is below the ground. Next, please. So you can run that video, please. Just click there anywhere. So basically what we did when we realized in 1999 that just publishing in fancy, high impact factor journals is not enough. Because especially if you're looking at the object on the left, which is a prehistoric stone tool, not many people even know what it is, firstly. So at the ground level, these sites, as I showed you with the earth movers, are getting destroyed really fast, and the same issues occur. Now, when you speak of prehistoric archaeology, we are basically talking about deposits which are in the Quaternary, from early Pleistocene to say, I'm talking about the time period to the early Holocene. And the fate is really, really desperate right now. As I speak, sites are being actually removed by bulldozers. So the issues are the same. So we decided right from 1999 onwards to actually tackle it at a grassroots level with students and children. Next, please. So next, please. So I won't bother you about the significance of prehistory, but it's really very important because I see all these disciplines we are speaking about today interrelated. I don't see any boundaries. So it's one thing we're talking about, whether it's the earth sciences or culture, whatever, it's a united thing in my view. Because we work in the field and we see this on a daily basis. Next, please, just carry on. I won't take long. So when we are looking at these landscapes, we are looking, and this is Tamil Nadu there, the area where we are working, and you have all the little red dots are literally hundreds of prehistoric sites. So we worked with ISRO for this project, and as Dr. Nayak correctly said, we have so many sites, which ones are you going to conserve? So you have to make some protocol for impact. Firstly, assessment using satellite data and fieldwork. Secondly, we develop protocol with ISRO for predictive modeling so that you can locate the sites fast and before they are gone forever. And thirdly, for grading them. So which ones are you going to look at? Which ones are important as a scientist? Which ones are important for just teaching? Which ones are important for environment? Which ones are important for archaeology, etc., etc. It's all published, so all the data is out there. Next, just carry on. So we have like here these magnificent Teri sand dunes in southern Tamil Nadu and tip of Kerala, and also goes up to Sri Lanka, which are being mined. So they are full of prehistoric sites, prehistoric assemblages. All the tools you see at the bottom are coming from these either laterites, quaternary ferricrates, these Teri dunes, or next please, various other sediments of various time periods. Next, please. So that's what we started looking at, balance. How do you balance when you have a villager who says he needs water and I say, please don't touch that site. It's a Teri site or something. It's very valuable. So these various competing interests are always at play in a country like India, and you cannot ignore that. So you have to work at very, very local level. Sometimes a grand policy doesn't work. It works at the level of that one site. What is happening there? Next, please, just carry on. This is what you see today, actually. Next. Thank you. Thank you so much. So what is at a very minor level, our institute is very tiny. We cannot control policy, but we can control this site. to create research, connect through interdisciplinary, integrated ways, so that we speak to other people from other disciplines. And this is what is in governmental control, and this is somewhere midway. So this is what we have been trying to do, to meet where the present and future meet the past, either at local level workshops with children, teachers on the site while we are excavating, or just play this video, just play the video, let it go, or to move from all this research to practical hands-on workshops. So in all the workshops, there's a little bit of theory, of course, but for this level of children, everything is hands-on. So the science is there, the knowledge is there. The fact that we do not know answers is also there. So it's not that we can answer all the questions, but we make it clear that these are things we know, we don't know. So to work with different age groups, socio-economic backgrounds, we work at least with 4 or 5 languages. So you can just fast forward it. So this is what we have been trying to do. I don't want to take up much time. Just run through the video fast. थोड़ा जल्दी fast forward करके जाइए हम. So to connect scientists with students in a very structured manner, and these workshops are done in English, Tamil, Hindi, Marathi, Bengali, and when in Sri Lanka with interpreters, in South Korea with some local translators. Just go through fast. So whether it is the process of understanding soils and sediments or human evolution, just आगे बढ़िए. Or even rocks and minerals, we have a major component on geology. So you cannot study archaeology without geology, or geomorphology or past environment. So whether it is looking at pollen, or whether it's looking at rocks or minerals or formations, or even recreating volcanoes through simple experiments, this is all what we try to integrate. And just move on. The video is online, so you can have a look at it. Okay, so basically we take it from 6 to 60. So, and for college and university students, obviously the same modules are taken to much higher levels. Basic awareness creation among administrators, children, teachers, government officials on site, district collectors, whoever is there to know what is there in your district, and local stakeholders. So that the villager is the key person. You can just play it or what. Many of these objects which are shown, some sites are worshipped, just like Sir was saying. So when you are worshipping a prehistoric artifact, what do? You cannot take it away from the villager. So this close contact and networking with villagers, with local people, whatever their beliefs are, factoring that into your conservation and awareness program is really important. And lastly, there are some slides, but I won't bother showing them. I can just say it. Because of COVID, we were forced to go online. So COVID actually in many ways was a great boon because it opened out worlds and broke barriers which we never knew existed. A simple thing like Zoom connected us with people all over the world. We could organize 100 lectures for students, free of cost, open access from scholars from all over the world. Yeah, like that one. If you go back, please. Oh, I can do that. So this is worshipped. So you have the village engagement. See, the worship of whom? This is all a common person known to all of us, Robert Bruce Foote. And the sites we are working in are the first Paleolithic sites discovered by Robert Bruce Foote in India. So the local people, we have managed to generate an awareness of his contribution. So before work, they worship him. And on the other hand, your worship of these prehistoric tools, which you also have to factor into any awareness creation module. And of course, in a limited way, carry it wherever possible. So that's just what I wanted to say. I'll go further and then moving online. So that's basically what I feel is this grassroots theory, methodology, right from scientific research to working on impact assessment, quantification of impact assessment. Not just saying the site is getting destroyed, but we actually, with the help of ISRO, could map it. So many 1,000 square kilometers have gone underwater, this much under plantations, this area, it's all published. Then you can come out with some plan. Of course, the plan was never implemented. We published it and gave it everywhere. Nothing happened, but at least we had the satisfaction that we put forward a plan that this is the way you can conserve this type of heritage. Thank you.
Excellent presentation, I think. In fact, one of the panelists who couldn't come was Dr. Srivastava. He was he's a quaternary geologist, and therefore he would have enjoyed it more and found more affinity to your talk. Because this is exactly what the quaternary geologists do, the same thing. There is not much of difference, except that your tools and other things which you use it are different. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Yes, can you please, I also prepared some slides. Yes, they are there. Before that, I want to share 6 points. First of all, maybe also after thanking you very much for inviting UNESCO to be here and a very interesting one-day session. Tangible products that we might think about in India in the near future might be to carry out potentiality analysis, a professional potentiality analysis of UNESCO global geoparks in India. I don't know if you have a geological atlas of India. Probably yes. And another thing to do would be a multimedia feature of many short films that would then feature all the messages that everybody gave today about ethics and about what you just said with the objects, and that could be brought on YouTube, on the social media, and in in-flight entertainment programs of airplanes and elsewhere. And then the airlines could also come in as sponsors, for example. Those are the first 3 points. And I learned about the term barefoot geology, so I really like that term. I might pick that up in the future. UNESCO is ready to assist India coordinating and strategizing, because that is currently not being done, even though we had the gentleman from the Ministry of Mining suggesting that perhaps the Ministry of Culture should be the coordinating body. In UNESCO, of course, we have a culture sector. They are taking care of the World Heritage Sites, whereas it's the natural science sector that takes care of biosphere reserves and of global geoparks. So, but that's up to the Republic of India to decide how you want to do that. There's different options. Establishing a national geopark committee, somebody mentioned, I think you would mention that, Bhaskar. I think that would be absolutely wonderful, and that should then consist of members from the Ministry of Mining, Ministry of Earth Science, Ministry of Science, Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Education, others, and possibly even you can have others observing that, like people from the general public, NGOs, UNESCO. You can invite UNESCO as an observer as well. My 6th point before I start with that is in my hometown, which is called Osnabrück in north of Germany. We have the Terra Vita UNESCO Geopark. It's very, very beautiful. It has a number of sites that you can visit, and it's coordinated in the zoo. So I'm planning to be there in December and January. So if anybody of you happens to be there, I'd invite you to visit there together with me. And then you can also learn about how to handle the tourism, because the tourism obviously is an issue, and it needs to be managed professionally so that you get the right types and the right number of tourists into the geoparks. So the presentation, I have 27 slides, but I don't take 27 minutes, so don't worry about it. I'll go through some of them very quickly. Of course, UNESCO is one of the oldest specialized agencies of the United Nations, dealing with education, science, and culture, but those are the 3 traditional platforms. We also have in the science, we have natural science, social and human science, and we also have a platform on communication information. Yeah, like all UN agencies, it's all about peace. After the First and Second World War caused so much tragedy and loss, it was decided that bilateral agreements can't do it anymore. It needs to bring people together on the platforms like this one that we are doing today, for example. So every single UN agency at the end of the day is about promoting and advocating for peace. And we do that on the platform of science, education, and culture. This is the current Director General, Audrey Azoulay. For the second time in a row, we have a female Director General. So we also have the overarching global priority, gender equality. And I'm very happy that we have somebody from Burundi here, because we also have the overarching priority, Africa. So I'm very glad that you also invited African participants to be here. Those are the major programs of UNESCO. In yellow, the natural science, with the aim of pursuing scientific cooperation to keep ecosystems and the human life support system intact. I don't need to explain to you, you can better explain that to me, how important geology and geography and geomorphology, etc. is. In the natural science, these are the three divisions. We have the divisions of shipping capacity building, which was formerly called basic science, physics, mathematics, biology, etc. Then we have the hydrological science, which also includes ecohydrology, where it meets ecology. And then we have the division that I'm working mostly with, which is the division of ecology and earth science, and that is the biosphere reserves and the global geoparks. And if you wish, I can also arrange a smaller online meeting with you, so we can invite the colleagues from Paris to discuss how to set up a committee here and how to go about coordinating geoparks in India. So yeah, there's a new geological feature on the planet, which is called plastiglomerate. I'm sure that many of you have heard about that. It was the Republic of India in 2018 that asked the United Nations to address the plastic pollution and celebrate the World Environment Day 2018 with the Indian slogan, "Beat the Plastic Pollution." On the right-hand side, you can see our youngest son, who just turned 18, and my wife. We cleaned up a randomly selected beach in Thailand for an hour, 100 meters of beach, and we collected 240 liters of plastic waste. So that's also, geoparks are not just about geology, they're also about the human life support system. This is the map of geoparks in the world. I believe currently there are 177, and as it was rightly pointed out by, I think in the introductory lecture, most of them are in Europe and in China. But geoparks, they are relatively new, so it's not like there's anybody behind or there's anybody more advanced. It's just like the establishment of the parks. There's a lot of potential, as you can see, in Australia, in Africa, in North, Latin, and Central America, and of course in India and also in very large Russia. India is a founding member state of UNESCO since 4th November 46. Before independence, it was already a member state of UNESCO. Taj Mahal was named as a World Heritage Site in 1982. India has 40 World Heritage Sites and huge potential to establish more. There are 12 UNESCO biosphere reserves in India, not 18, as one of the previous speakers mentioned. The 18 are the wish list of India. So 12 of them have been accepted because countries cannot establish World Heritage Sites or biosphere reserves or geoparks by themselves. And that's what makes them credible. And that's what makes them strong in the long run. Because otherwise, a country could just put a sign on the ground and say, look, we have a biosphere reserve or we have a geopark, and then there's no management plan to it, which would also consider the management of tourism. And then there is, of course, a review every now and then, and countries have to show that they are managing these sites according to the management plans. I go very quickly through the biosphere reserves that are there, just to inform you, and then also to symbolize the potentiality that India has for geoparks. So the first one that was established is Nilgiri, then the Gulf of Mannar here with the endangered sea cow, the dugong. There used to be 3 sea cow species in the world. Right now we only have 2 left, the manatee and the dugong. Steller sea cow has been globally extinct. Then the Sundarbans, as it was mentioned before, with the largest standalone mangrove ecosystem in the world. That does not mean that India, neither Bangladesh, have the largest mangroves in the world. That happens to be in Indonesia. Mexico and Brazil also have more mangroves. India has 4,300 square kilometers. Even Myanmar has more. They've got 5,000. Papua New Guinea as well. But India has a lot of mangroves. And after the decline of Indian mangroves, India did something to bring them back. And they are continuously working on it, which is very laudable. Nanda Devi in the northwest of India, then Nokrek, Pachmarhi, Similipal, Ashanatma, Amarkantak, Great Nicobar. We've seen photos of Nicobar there before today with the active volcano. Agastya Mala, we are planning to do a film on that. We talked about that before. As a matter of fact, I would like to do a film of all of the biosphere reserve in India, together with the biosphere reserves in Ethiopia as a South-South cooperation. That could also include geoparks, if you wish. Kamcheng Zonga is also a biosphere reserve reaching more than 8,500 meters. So India's biosphere reserves are from below 0 meters. With the seagrass beds in the Gulf of Mannar all the way to above 8,500 meters. Panna, I think, was the last that was established. At UNESCO, we have also taken India's call on beat the plastic pollution very serious. So we established in 2018 the UNESCO Plastic Initiative, because plastic pollution is mainly dealt with in the United Nations system by the United Nations Environment Programme. But plastic has been patented in 1940, and since that time pollution is rising. It's nothing new, it's an old shoe. And not one UN agency can do it by themselves. It needs a concerted action with all governments, UN agencies, IUCN, and every single one of us. We have basically to improve our plastic consumption behavior. Just for those of you who don't know that yet, microplastic has entered the human digestive system, 9 out of 10, according to German and Korean studies. And it has recently been published by the Vrije University in Amsterdam that nanoplastic has entered the blood system. And we have no clue what it's doing there. So these are brand new studies from this year. So the products that we have produced recently, just to let you know a little bit about what we are doing, we have produced a brochure on biosphere reserves in India, Sri Lanka, and the Maldives. Also with a view to encourage Bangladesh, Bhutan, and Nepal, who don't yet have biosphere reserves. And we call the brochure Pockets of Hope. So if you wish, I can send that to you. And we could also develop something jointly for India on geoparks. And maybe we could call it barefoot geology also. So that was the idea I had when I heard that term for the first time today.
Thank you, Dr. Moore. That's fantastic.
Thank you. I still need 2 minutes, please. So on the 22nd of March is World Water Day. We will launch 3 books, the Water, Energy, and Food Security Nexus in Asia and the Pacific. We will do that here in New Delhi. Those of you who are interested in that, please contact me. Yes, I'm very glad that we have so many female participants here today and female geologists, because we are promoting gender equality in UNESCO, and we have recently produced and launched a report called A Braided River, reminding on the Brahmaputra River with the other than a meandering river, as a symbol for the difficulty of women in science, the universe of Indian women in science. Of course, the same applies for men as well. Women have it arguably very much more difficult on average than men. We also have produced climate science literacy posters, which we will display on the COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh and on the COP28 in Dubai. And they are currently being translated by the Amita University in Kerala into 10 different Indian languages. Yeah, this is again in the Sundarbans, 4,300 square kilometers. We have a poster series developed on mangrove ecosystems, a global poster series. If you are interested, I can retransfer that to you. It contains 125 countries. Before I developed it, and I am specialized in mangrove ecology, I didn't even know that 125 countries have mangroves. I would have guessed it would be maybe 50 or 60, but it was 125. So all of them are covered in this poster series. And finally, my concluding remark is there is enormous potential for geoparks and geotourism in India. Of course, for the geopark, there are guidelines and we can discuss that, but for the geotourism, it is very, very important to put that into the right ethical context and to get it right with the quality and the number of tourists. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Burr. Very informative. And I think there is a lot of avenue for cooperation and further work in collaboration with the UNESCO here. And we'll definitely get back to you for this thing. And anybody wants to?
Dr. Banerjee, may I? Hello?
And the first volume was published in 2014 under the World Landform Series, which I have included many sites. Now here, I would like to say there are three important things when we talk about geoconservation. That is inventory and promotion comes first before geoconservation. Now when we talk about inventory, we have to have a list the really interesting geomorphous sites. Because everybody thinks that a hill or a river in his village or town or in his backyard is the most important and should be included in the national list. But that is not. What we should do is we should have a committee that will evaluate the sites. And this evaluation should be based on the scientific value, the aesthetic value, the environmental value, the additional value, the cultural value of that site. For these two atlases, we did not get funding from any agency. We did not even approach, and we are distributing them free, absolutely free. So my point is that if you have to promote the sites, you have to provide adequate scientific information, which is lacking. So we have to first generate. Then when we prepare the inventory, they have to be evaluated on the basis of, as I said, their scientific value, their aesthetic value, their environmental value, their additional value, their cultural value. They have to be ranked. And only certain sites have to be identified and be promoted. And geoconservation, unless you have adequate scientific information, how can you undertake geoconservation? Because this geoconservation is site specific, it is area specific. You cannot have a general model or a method for geoconservation. Depending upon the site, with special characteristics. And so there are many criteria that have to be evaluated. What is the scientific value? Then what is the type of landform? What are the additional values? What is the integrity of that site? What are the protection measures that have been taken place? And the last important thing is about the geodiversity. I mean, if you take, for example, the Lonar crater, in my opinion, that has low geodiversity. But if you go to Kutch, for example, that Dr. Mahesh Thakkar has said, or if you go to Ladakh, it has enormous, very high level of geodiversity. You have everything. You have tectonic features, you have glacial features, you have dune features, you have fluvial features, you have lake lacustrine features, you have alluvial fans, everything. You have caves, you have everything. So this geodiversity also has to be quantified. So first an inventory has to be prepared, which is not there. So we have to have a peer review committee that will identify the geoheritage sites of our country, and they should be quantified. I mean, some quantitative method has to be adopted in order to identify this site. So that is what was my feeling about. Excellent. So thank you.
You want to join? Are you getting joined? What?
So unfortunately, my name was not listed. Otherwise, I would have shown you the atlases that I have brought out, and hundreds of copies I'm distributing free. hear you. Srugna, we can't hear you. Can't hear you.
It is not audible. Please unmute yourself, not audible.
Cannot hear anything. Please unmute. We are not able to hear anything.
Ma'am, you are not audible. The ones who have joined online are not able to hear anything. Please unmute yourself, ma'am.
Electricity went out at that time, I think. It disrupted.
I can start. Can you hear now? Yeah, now you can hear.
Yeah, we can
Right.
hear.
Wonderful. So like I said, NCRT and INQIA or any of these organizations should have award marks to having an outdoor lab or an outdoor. So like we have seen, the VSI has already identified every state as sites. So we really don't need to go very far. Every state can, within 100 kilometers, access any of these sites. They don't have to be showcasing everything. It doesn't have to be everything. The problem with us is we want to go where everything is there. Why is this mentality? Let's go where we find one thing. When we go to a park, we want to see a tiger. As if every other animal is useless. If you want to see a tiger, oh my God, animals like we haven't seen anything. So, that should not be the method of learning. If you find something, you should be happy with that, and we can get on. In the morning, like I said, the education industry is likely to be a $225 billion USD industry by 2025, as compared to an $8 billion USD for tourism. So we have a bigger market here where we can tap. Now, when we are seeing sustainability, when we are making mandatory courses, you have sustainability. You have children and students from say 6th to 12th visiting your location through the year. That means almost every month you have 2 or 3 batches coming in, which is more than the tools you're getting right now. You do the economics. It will work out better if you have students visiting you regularly than tools, unfiltered tools coming in who will probably vandalize your sites. I mean, I'm not saying they will, but they can. So we can look at building in education infrastructure as opposed to damaging tourism. And for instance, the development of Iceland's open air museum for 25 geosites. And we can also think of privatizing certain sites or privately managing them for a certain fixed tenures. So we can give them tenure of 5 years or 10 years and have them manage these sites and then review and then re-allot them or cancel their, privatization that we have offered them. And so this is a win-win situation. First, you are able to do what you want to do, which is conserve. So you save for posterity. You have controlled all around your captive audience. You have a controlled tourism happening through the 365 days. You have young people learning, appreciating, and marveling at the rarity of all these finds. What you really want to do. Your mission is that. And outdoor learning, augmented with historical sites, forest sites close by, builds lasting impression. Like I said, for example, your PPT was very, very engaging. It will help further assist conservation efforts in the future. Now, this is all bottoms up. This is all the bottom that we are talking about. And the raw track, trail, rock faces that have been kept by nature for millennia. That way, students will want to hike, reach, and go there. For example, Switzerland, there is a place called Zermatt, which is it's a difficulty trek. It's a trek difficulty level, and students trek there. People are really interested, not only students. People who really want to see things like barrowsite. I mean, I'm not very familiar, but I just found these things that they're really glaucophane, kyanite, and magnetite. These are the things that they go to seek in these locations, and they make that trek. And they would do. And Switzerland, having all the infrastructure that it can afford, has not developed it. It is still the way it is, and it shall remain the way it is for people who are really, really, truly interested. So I don't think all the time, marketing should be our focus. Preservation can be done without too much marketing as well. And of course, we can build national and international research exchanges when we develop a site like that. We can have exchange students, and we can build in the universities coming. For example, I met the Norway ambassador, and he was saying, our students want to come and do research in the Himalayas, but they don't know where to, because they have a curriculum in which they have to go for exchange program to some other country and learn about it. So there is a compulsory segment in their curriculum which they had to fulfill. But he's asking us about how we can assist their students to come to Himalayas and do some work in the Himalayas. So there is a need for information. So what I'm trying to reiterate over here, that this will not be the answer. There are other options to work towards it concertedly. We're probably not looking at it as a market. We think students, they won't pay. There is a huge market out there because privatization has happened in India in a big way. And private students and private schools can afford any amount of money to go to these sites and learn. And for example, so this is the bottom. Top down could be like, for example, if you organize lecture courses at the Sushma Swaraj Institute of Foreign Services or at the Lal Bahadur Shastri National Academy. These are the places where we can organize lectures, or even bring a Bharat Darshan. So if one of these sites could be only one, could be part of the Bharat Darshan, I think we have also a top-down approach working in our favor. And all these costs saved from attempting to beautify riverfronts, lakefronts, clean mountains of garbage can go towards building edutech linkages so that we can relay all this online, we can do things online, and we can build up our infrastructure where more children of the world actually can be reached. That is my submission.
So how do we conclude now?
Yeah, just 1 minute. Yeah, please.
Oh, okay, very, very quickly. Thank you very much for a brilliant presentation. And you mentioned the cryosphere. So just to pick up on that, there is the International Conference on Cryosphere in Almaty, Kazakhstan, organized by UNESCO Almaty office from the 1st to the 4th of November. So, of course, you're all invited to participate. Just if you wish, drop me an email and then I'll connect you to them. Thank you.
May I?
Devesh, somebody from?
Yeah, Dr. Banerjee.
No, somebody else talked.
Yeah, may I, Dr. Banerjee, may I?
Yeah.
I was happy to hear about world peace being linked with geoparks. In fact, in all our interactions on the Himalayan geoheritage, we have been proposing that the Himalayan ecology sharing nations collaborate and cooperate in creating and promoting geoparks. If that happens, the world peace would be essential. The nations will realize that they are getting affluent by that sort of geotourism, and research, disaster management, and everything can be done together then our Himalayan ecology nations will live in peace like Europe. Thank you.
Thank you. Arun, Devesh, you want to comment from? Yes.
Quick points. One, Madam Slavna, she has mentioned about plastic pollution around the coastal areas. In fact, I have seen a huge problem of plastic pollution, that is the water bottles being thrown on the char dam routes. So many tourists, they come, they carry their plastic bottles and they throw. This is a big nuisance in Tamil. It's mounting. And it's really creating a hell of a problem unless it is checked in time. In this process, again, I will highlight the role of Ammonite University. They are multidisciplinary teams and they have been doing a lot of research on how to recycle this type of plastic. In fact, they have very successfully created bricks of this plastic, and they can be used for non-sportive buildings. They cannot be load-bearing ones, but non-sportive structures they can be built. That is one example of solving this problem. What is this Norwegian approach that you mentioned? They want to do in the Himalayas, the internship for the students. Untitled University is doing it. It has been doing it for many other foreign nationals. So we have a number of villages adopted in the Himalayas. So students, they come and they have their experiences and they contribute towards the sustainable development of the resources, the resource pattern utilization and things like that. So that is already happening in some of the private universities. Maybe it will pick up and gradually will gain momentum in other universities. Another, Banerjee sir, I noticed there is, I think, not enough clarity on the two terms, geodiversity and geoheritage.
Yes, in fact, I tried to explain it in my article in this book, and I don't know whether how many people will agree to that. Because I made a distinction between the two. See, the heritage, the word has come from what you inherit. You inherit from your parents, you inherit it from your forefathers. So, buildings, etc., is inherited. You inherit a house from your parents. You inherit a palace from the king. But you don't inherit a mountain. You don't inherit. Mountain is there. Mountain you have not inherited from anybody. Therefore, the term geodiversity I will consider is a better term than using the term geoheritage.
And you do the international practice which is now getting adopted. Jose Bora, who was the architect of the entire movement, that's what we are celebrating today, the geodiversity day. There are different value systems for the sites. Let's call them geosites for the time being. We have scientific value, we have educational value, we have aesthetic value, cultural value, which Madam has been talking about, our cultural stone heritage and all that. And then we have economic value, geotourism and all that. So all these values are there for those sites, but only scientific value is considered most appropriate for defining geoheritage. All others are part of geodiversity. So geoheritage is a subset of geodiversity. So this is a broad definition which is getting acceptance all over the world now. All these value systems, only scientific value, wherein the geoscientific feature is explained, the phenomena is explained, wherein it is linked with the evolution of Earth, with planetary history, only that part should be labeled as a geoheritage site. Rest other sites are geodiversity sites, or just plain geosites.
No, that is not made. Diversity is diversity.
Diversity
is simple meaning of diversity.
Yeah.
Biodiversity, geodiversity is same thing.
Not the geological phenomena.
Heritage and diversity completely different. Heritage is heritage. We have inherited it from the past. No, sir. Look, diversity is, well, I'll give you an example. That when you go to Ladakh, or for example, you go to Kutch, you have variety of features. That is geodiversity. But all of them have been inherited from the past. So they are geoheritage. If they have geoscientific value, then we should, that is evaluation part. That has nothing directly related to this is evaluation. This is how we need to classify actually. Sir.
There is no contradiction between geoheritage and geodiversity. Geoheritage is a part of geodiversity. And as far as saying that we have inherited from nowhere, Mother Nature is the biggest giver. We have inherited from Mother Nature. So we should value it much, much more than the small heritage we receive from our parents. Everything we have on this great planet is inherited from Mother Nature. And in India, we have a culture of worshipping the Mother Nature and the geoheritage, mountains, rivers, and everything. So let's not say that we need to discard geoheritage word. It's a very sacred and scientific word.
May I add something here, please? Yes, yes, let the Shankar speak first. Okay. Hello?
Hello, may I please?
Okay, somebody from online.
Yes, hello, sir. Bernard sir, this is myself, Rajshekar Reddy, sir.
Rajshekar,
Yeah, sir, I think there is a bit of confusion between geodiversity and geoheritage. And what I understand from the discussion is you are seeing only half of geoheritage meaning. Geodiversity is whatever we see on the face of the earth minus life forms, excluding plant and animal life. So lakes, rivers, mountains, everything. But geoheritage is part of geodiversity, which requires to be, by definition, heritage is what we inherit is from the past, use it in the present, and pass it on to the next generation for its value. It's not that entire geodiversity is because of the developmental and aspects and other things we need to consume the geodiversity, part of geodiversity, but part of it needs to be preserved for its intrinsic value, where or educational or cultural or aesthetic value. We value it. We not only want to use it for the present, we want it to be preserved for the future generation. So that's why geoheritage is an essential component of geodiversity.
Okay, Radhika, thank you.
Geoheritage is part of the past. We use it and pass it on.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Shankar, please. In the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, there is something called the common heritage of mankind. This concept was propounded by the Maltese ambassador to the UN. So what is the meaning of heritage? It is something that has to be passed on to the new generation. We have to conserve a resource and pass it on to the next generation. From our... Sorry? You get it from... We already got it from Mother Earth. We have it all from Mother Earth. That is what has to be preserved and conserved and passed on to the posterity. That's what I feel. And I probably missed what he said. Yeah. Should I repeat? Yeah, please. Yeah, in the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea, there is this concept of common heritage of mankind. Yeah. It refers to all the resources of the oceans. And the concept was propounded by the Maltese ambassador to the UN, Pardo. And he is the one who propounded all this, and it became incorporated in the Law of the Sea. The thing is, all these marine resources are a heritage to the mankind. We don't own them. We have the right to use them, not abuse, conserve, and pass it on to posterity. This is the concept of heritage, at least in the context of marine resources. I guess it's the same wherever we talk of heritage.
Yes, where are we? We actually brought an implement for both the definitions of geoheritage as well as geodiversity. So initially, as a geologist, when I just saw the name geodiversity, as a geologist, I jumped into the conclusion that various rock types makes geodiversity. But the definition differs from that. Now, internationally, one thing that separates the two ways of defining geodiversity. In one, you have everything, including culture. Because geodiversity is the silent of the biodiversity. That is the definition. But still, out of geodiversity, there is something known as geodiversity audit. In the European countries and all the developed world, for small districts and all that, they are taking audits of the geodiversity. In that, they do not include culture. Biotic resources they don't include. So that way it differs. When it comes to geoheritage, that also in definition, many people include culture. Many people don't. This is where it starts. Thank you.
Sir, I have one important comment to make. Okay, since all the four panelists have finished, can we conclude the meeting today?
In fact, this is what I told them. What should be the conclusion? We will conclude after we get receive your comments in writing, and then we will conclude and finally see what the result of the discussion today. Okay?
Radha, my understanding of a panel discussion is that the panelists will start the discussion. They give, some concept thing, and others should take it forward. Others should get the opportunity to talk and give their opinion. But you should not stop now. I don't know what you said.
You cannot go on like that, sir, because it's already 5:30.
We've got to give opportunities to young. So, for example, she wants to say something, right?
You want to say something?
Yeah.
Okay.
Speak.
So, good evening to one and all. This is Aspetha Briju. Before asking some doubts, I had joined the meeting a bit late, I think, because it was almost the end of the first seminar session when I entered the room. But still, the 8-hour-long session, it went really good. And for me, as a 15-year-old girl, it was a bit new and I learned really a lot. But I had 3 questions, out of which almost 2 are most widely answered by many of the presentations that followed right after the lunch. But one question I feel I could post here, because this question is based upon my experience in the field visits that I have undergone and collected specimens, and from the presentation that happened today. Now, since morning, most of the presentations that were about geoethics and geodiversity mostly specified the conservation of geoheritage sites and geologically based sites, also paleontologically based sites with both in situ and ex situ. But mostly focused area that I felt based upon fossils were over dinosaurs, because we had a lot of examples over that area. My question is, when we come to India specifically, that to southernmost region of India is where we find a lot of fossils, it's not just dinosaurs that keep dominating, but we also have other organisms fossil. We have equal importance to marine invertebrates, microfossils, and flora, plus chordates. Now, why don't we also add some ideas over conservation of those sites? Because some initiatives have already begun. That is what morning during Satish Tripathi sir's presentation, we had an example of Perambalur initiatives, where we have started for some marine invertebrates, like specifically cephalopods, ammonite. But what about others? Because we have many more other sites, just not shrinking it within Aryalur or any other region. We have many other sites. Now, what I want to post here is, can we take any initiatives regarding?
Ashwata, can I answer this question? Because I'll be answering her more if you are tomorrow you are present. So in my lecture, I will answer your questions. In fact, you'll see people talked about the other sites also. Because the dinosaurs, they are not in isolation. So if you look at our area, you have the museum built by the miners where dinosaur egg is preserved, So beautiful egg is there. A lot of ammonites also they have kept in that museum. So the fossil localities are where you get everything. It's not exclusively that you get only dinosaur, you get ammonites or so people in general, they try to show dinosaurs because it is very catchy. Okay, so just to make people sensitize, I think from the morning people talked about all the areas and fossils of Ayvalur. We all know the Ayvalur Cretaceous of Trishanapalli we have been reading, and they are being destroyed by the limestone, and just like Kadapa Narji limestone is being destroyed. So tomorrow, if you are there in my talk in paleontology, I'll answer you more. Okay.
Actually, what is happening in Lucknow, the state government declared that we will make it a dinosaur. So I told director of the SIP to approach state government. There are other creatures also, they are having some inferiority complex that only dinosaurs are getting us and we are not getting. So that is a very, because after this Jurassic Park and all, and it is even young boy, he knows dinosaur, he doesn't know the other creature. That's why just to create an interest in a park or invite visitors, they are just creating without any thought, they are just creating dinosaurs and that is the problem.
Not only the parks, if you go to the parks, even malls today, they are putting up the dinosaurs. There are so many malls have come up with a dinosaur model.
I think to conclude.
Just a small comment. The beauty of the landscape is the greatest asset we have in the geodiversity. And the beauty of the landscape, especially areas like our Ghat sections, the coastal territories, the island territories, and the greatest mountain range of the world, that just doesn't belong to India. It belongs to humanity. It belongs to 10 nations. We need to protect the Himalayas too. And I would say consciously do it. We are ducking the issue of obliteration of the beauty of the Himalayas. We have concrete barriers built on the road. The green slopes have become gray. And if we talk about it, some VIPs laugh at it. Hey, you are obsessed with it. Himalayas is something to be obsessed with. Why not? We should be proud of Himalayas and we should protect the beauty of the Himalayas.
Okay, thank you, Arun. I think we must break now. Let's have some good tea and maybe some cake and